And that you have to say that, I can't say that. I don't know it. What? You have to say that. You can come,
Давайте,
you can come
девочки,
and check.
сделаем так, чтобы это вот уже стояло и было как есть, поэтому, значит, вот сейчас смотри, сейчас вот я думаю, что вот лучше мне уже, наверное, не сделать этого лайва.
То есть ты запускаешь сейчас, я как бы меня...
Да, вот думаю, сейчас он тебя догонит, я запустила, сейчас он тебя догонит, и посмотри, что хорошо ли у нас все выглядит.
I think this sign up with Google is confusing here. It looks like you got pop up from the...
Реконнектился, соответственно, Вик стоит, все на экране видно, красота.
Да. Вот этого достаточно будет?
Более чем.
Вот все будут так. Я считаю, что все, про это мы забыли, это у нас стоит. Так, теперь возвращаемся к камере, на которой нужно все записать.
А камеру просто включить на запись, то есть даже без приложения, без всякого.
Да. То есть не надо даже не надо запускать, как называется.
Да, приложение.
Can you get a pointer from the new user?
У вас из окошка засвечивается экран немного.
Голубчик, как я вас люблю. Какой экран? Kaj, need help. My nails not allowing me. I need to open this and get this thingy out.
Small things can improve. I think that's improving.
Nice girl out there probably has scissors.
Nice scissors.
What is it, Vicențiu, what is it Monty making you do that you can't say?
Oh, that MariaDB was named after Maria with Muse approval.
Uh-huh.
Because I want to emphasize that my SQL comes from me, and that would give up. Especially when you say with end-wise approval.
Но на айфоне уже можно...
I implicitly imply that you should know that we is...
Чтобы меня не транслировать, можно уже выключать уведомления на айфоне.
Значит так, что мне нужно сделать?
Включить режим не беспокоить. Спахнуть.
Она ничего мне не смахивает, у меня экран лог, подозреваю, что я в режиме не беспокоить. Так, сейчас узнаю.
Но меня-то надо выключить.
А ты меня
Turn on the server, add a link
Вообще тогда звучит.
to the web page, how to do that.
It's right here. It's...
No, okay. So in other words, I will need to read this one and know that this one is this one. So why don't you put this one up?
Звук идет, кстати, шумноватый.
Пошли мне ссылку на эту штуку, я ее Эрику пошлю.
Otherwise it's like a bad action movie where you can understand everything by flash.
Так а мы еще не онлайн. Мы включимся чуть позже, а ссылку сейчас.
А ты, подожди, а ты имеешь в виду, что значит включимся чуть позже? У нас другая ссылка будет?
I will put this line.
Нет, ссылка будет вот это. Просто я не уверен, что мы уже лайв. Обычно там надо включить, а нет, мы уже, по-моему, лайв. Все. Да, все хорошо, мы уже там.
Actually, I will try just remove the fork of the server because you say that on the next line.
Да, нас показывает и даже смотрит. Кроме меня, например.
And then you can even move the GitHub account first.
You can do a hunting.
Okay, no, actually I need a small one.
Just a small.
Yep. No, actually I need a small one.
Just a small.
Oh, it's actually quite close.
No, it's logical without that.
Thanks for all the arrangements.
Yeah. Yeah, well, nothing is working. Otherwise, everything is great.
You already said...
I know, no, this should be actually here. Yeah. So this one should be first.
Yeah.
And then knowledge base. And then go. Yeah. And this one should be here.
Так, а почему у меня теперь карточка говорит какие-то жалкие 24 минуты?
Она же маленькая у
Your
тебя.
one step back, sir.
Нет.
Надо новую же, надо.
Я поставила новую 256. И ничего. И no files found in album. Вот это. Так она же пустая.
I will actually like put this
Почему
one
24
line up
минуты?
and intake it. Because they are-
Очень странно, может она старую помнит еще?
Может.
Но вообще научится.
Yep.
Так. Начинаем.
Форматировать ее.
Я just ska skriva ut, okej låt oss göra det först och sen jag kan med i början. Egentligen jag skriver skylt, kan du öppna den här sådär. It's really not nail friendly this camera. Så dra ut batteri, så du gör så här.
Just use
Alla tre alltså.
Nej, två närmaste.
Två nederst.
Ja.
Do I need
Ja, dra ut
right
batteri. Bra. Och nu där finns, där på sidan, du kan flippa it. There is, där finns minnekort. Där. Han måste ta ut det.
You can push the MariaDB.
But the load there is
Jag tror där den är nail-friendly.
create something on local.
Jag förstår inte varför de gör det
It's
så.
not your fault.
Yes, but for,
Du får trycka på det, sen du borde hoppa ut.
to work, you need your own
Если можно, на
internal
каком штатив.
core development.
Сейчас все будет.
Получше
Okay,
надо.
but anybody
Какую
can
ты
do
имеешь в
it.
виду? Та, которая...
Without
э,
use
Которая-
Yes, but I'm explaining how to do it, how to end up with a pull request.
But
So
can,
when-
I would assume, actually,
Yep,
you can,
that's
the noise
tobacco.
just says, here you close it like
Написала
this.
тех, кто будет
for
попросить.
compiling your
Сейчас,
stuff, you want
секундочку.
But I would assume that people would start with that one compile and test, and then they only afterwards that they get
Och sen och batterier in.
So how can you
Ja,
get
batterier
from
in.
Ja,
one
batterier.
to another?
you need to do a git remote add. So first you need to fork. You press the fork button on GitHub,
Why do you need to do one?
so you can push somewhere on GitHub.
You can't take your current repository and just change the origin and then push somewhere else.
It needs to be on GitHub. That's somewhere
Similar
else.
exciting tasks. Get this one out.
The
Это
flow
makes
that
no
GitHub
sense.
has before, we push to that fork.
Почему эти
we
карточки
pay
так
for
жутко
request.
сложно вынимать отовсюду? Okay, du har
Yeah,
perfekta
but
namn.
I don't think that people would do that.
Думаю, что они предполагали, что кто-то снимает. Но
Что?
And you don't
думаю,
want
они
people to take a
предполагали,
fork
что
until they
кто-то
have
снимать.
И менять их, да.
Вот одна карточка, она
that would be a better flow. And if we get as many forks
память в нее всадить
for
просто,
people
а
just
не
Forking
карточку.
is
they never think.
advertising. I mean,
Но с другой
it's
стороны, я
not
понимаю,
compared,
камера,
not
она
necessarily.
Ой, так,
People
Yeah.
want for all sorts of reasons. Like I want to
как
have
это
my own
называется,
flow with some
под водой можно снимать, поэтому
Yeah, but also
нужно
I
было
said that if
так,
they do
как
development, they want to
да,
be able to pull
то
constant
есть надо было так,
Fork
как
actually
убрать, чтобы она не...
is
You get fetch.
Ну, надеюсь, в один раз.
Card is in car, please format. Так, вот, formatting is the
but
card.
here you don't say, you say
Ближе к
close the server
результатам.
fork you have created. It doesn't say how to do the fork.
Так.
So you basically know
Ой,
you're assuming.
мне очень не нравится, как она нам сейчас все показывает. Все нафиг жутко засвечено. Так, наверное, нам сейчас... Так, я отойду на секундочку в сторону.
Ага.
Hi, nice to see you.
I have a few questions for you also.
Okay, and nice to see you too. Sorry, we were busy.
Yes, you look busy. Always busy.
If we would say, how would it, we shouldn't do that now, but how would the slides would do it if we would do it without starting with a fork? You do only do a fork when you decided to.
There is more git commands you have to run in your shell to get it to work.
But if there's something that is 100% automatic, just cut and paste this, then it's not a problem. But I mean, is it doable?
Yes, you can do it like that.
But how do you do the like?
You need to have in git two upstreams. And then,
But
push to your-
assuming that you just have done a clone, no fork, nothing, and then decided, no, I need to have a fork. How do you do that?
You go to GitHub, you press fork.
And how do you then move your data to the fork?
Git remote add fork URL. Git push to that remote.
I think we should document that in
Or
all this.
uploading clone your code locally and pull from your other repository or do a manual patch or copy the files or anything. I mean, if you can do a patch that of any worth to MariaDB, then you can do this.
No, but then I would just assume that people, because you look at the knowledge base, how to get the source. You have, then you have just the git clone, you don't need fork, nothing. I would assume that they would
Тут
on the later
жутко
decide that they
неудобно
want
с
to do
лампами.
want to do
Вот реально
pull
жутко
request. So
неудобно.
then they need to go from a
В камере
clone
все прям
to a fork.
отсвечивает,
So
блестит.
that's, I think that
Выглядит
steps
очень
need to be
страшно.
documented, so they don't have to go and do this again.
But it's documented all over the web like this.
Sorry?
It's documented all over the web like this.
Can you give me a link if it's all documented? Because I never seen that documentation.
How is it?
How
LMGYFY, right? Let me Google it for you, slash, and then it'll give you a link. Do you know the site?
Show me. I want to have a step-by-step instructions and to go from clone.
But it says, for example, as Vicențiu says, it's easy to do.
Yeah, but the thing is,
Well, I don't have to-
the problem is that the people who are doing that probably have never used Git. Doesn't know a single command. You can't assume that they're experts.
No, I mean, it's a good idea to put it in, you know?
What are you laughing? Are you typing in indecent things on the net?
Vicențiu, could you do it again? How did you...
Oh, you know it
No,
also?
not for.
How did you take this off?
That doesn't.
I didn't, it just fell off.
Okay, how? Take it.
I don't think. I think it should be on. Shouldn't it?
What?
I think they should be on.
It should be on, but Vicențiu left his fingerprint in it. Inside of it.
They said that doesn't answer the question. I have a clone. No, I need to change it to a form. So I don't think that you will find that immediately.
Oh, it's another one.
That definition is a little bit.
No, tell me what.
Oh, there's actually somebody that wrote it. Actually, yeah, there is a tutorial for it.
There should be.
Yeah. This one. There. That's the instruction.
Да.
Yeah, it's actually useful to know.
Кто-то, похоже, заляпал каким-то образом эту камеру, и она не разляпывается.
Не разляпывает?
Да. Там...
Then it comes to deprecated.
Она
I think we
разляпана.
should copy that.
Ну, да, ну,
It's actually useful,
Даже
like,
сейчас не знаю.
to have this, like, you were working on the catalogs on a different repository, right? And now we're moving to the main repository, then you're basically the same. And you can continue with your clone.
Yeah.
Local clone.
This is just fiddling with the internal settings of Git. There's nothing special about it.
It's special because you need to have it documented because people understand how to do that. And this one I would never expect that you would have to do.
Да. Немножечко разляпали.
You don't have to. That's,
No, it's optional.
usually when you work like that, upstream is the core MariaDB repo, and origin is your code. So that just means
I use it always reverse. Origin is also MariaDB and my fork is set something special because I may have this. I may have lots of different MariaDBs and then having a different name for all of those would be
but most people when they say upstream, they mean if they talk about MariaDB upstream, they talk about us, and when they
And I would assume that we are the origin.
we're the upstream.
No, we are the origin of the code.
No,
If they're doing a fork, we are in the origin.
no, we're the upstream. And,
No,
and therefore,
only if they're going to push. If they're never going to push, they're not the upstream.
When you have done this, can we then discuss why our main branch should be called master?
if the main
Yeah,
branch
it's
is
fine. Nice.
Debian, when they pull from us, they call us upstream.
Yeah, because they are downstream. But that only means that there is a flow in both directions.
I'll just take this and put it.
And this also assumes that you know what origin is, so this needs to be clarified.
Origin is the default line that gets set when you're coding.
Yeah, but assuming you, instructions to be clear to someone who has no idea what Git does. They need to only know that this is what I need to do for getting things done. Git clone is just a command so that you get the data local. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't mean that they understand it. You need to write for dummies. Or people who are not expert in.
I can tell them before reading these instructions, please go through the tutorial on Git first.
They don't need to. They need 5 commands to give. They don't need to even know what they're doing.
Okay, can we look at next slide?
Так, кулички, вот я вам сейчас посылаю док,
I still think that they should use the Debian script. That's easier.
Не хватает одного на дверь.
For some you need more.
No, you don't
С
need
тобой
more.
разделила в почте.
Why would you need more?
Absolutely.
Okay, one problem actually with the build script is that you need to have different paths if you are using different CPUs. In that sense, you are right.
Так, сейчас я...
В принципе, трансляция идет нормально совершенно.
Я сейчас как раз...
But the build script actually detects that you have this
Секундочку,
the CC guys installed and everything else. So it's actually it's better and faster. But okay.
You have to draw a line somewhere where you present something.
Yeah, and shouldn't you present the simplest possible one? Because in this case, they will never know how to do an optimized server. CMake is
Это у
too
меня сейчас
complex.
правильный лайвстрим, скажите, пожалуйста? Или
That's not
неправильный?
that. I've actually pushed it up.
Пошли мне еще раз ссылочку на то, что у нас сейчас.
Вот прямо оно.
Just one.
Вот это она есть, да? Точно, да?
Да, да.
But you don't know what options are. You have to actually go to the manual. With builds that you don't, the names are the thing. But at least I try to get make them. Why parallel 4? Just put the parallel 1024 and if you have less CPUs then decrease it. 16, everybody has 16 CPUs now.
No. It's a memory that's
The memory is a bigger problem than the parallel. Parallel 16 is fine.
Actually, if you don't have a lot of memory on your machine, then you crash. I tried it.
Я положил.
Probably 32
Ну
megs
да.
to run up and down.
Change it to 8 at least.
Сейчас я лайвстрим везде обновлю, сейчас что-нибудь пропущу.
So how many has only 2 CPUs? Do you think are the machines nowadays?
4 is what you get at least.
But it's actually not the number of CPUs for the test because there's so many tests that do racing, like wait for something to happen. So actually parallel it was scales about the numbers. Not for building.
And it can actually be 4 times the CPUs.
You run out of RAM, right? I believe.
How much RAM do you have?
64 gigs with 32 cores. If I
64 gig, you can easily run 32. I've done that. It doesn't take that much.
Yes, but I have 32 cores, so I can do 64.
Yeah, but you said that you run out of RAM. You don't run out of RAM with 64 gig. even with 32 no problem.
Sometimes you do. If the big tests all line up, you sometimes do. It's very
The big test doesn't take lots of security, just
very like 1 in 20 runs. I can get that out of memory. So if I do 32 with 64.
Так, у нас товарищ Казаков.
Пока не вижу.
Очень нужен, потому что квиз нужно писать с одним.
Everything is depending on the MariaDB page buffer. If you can have the page buffer just 1 gig and you handle this.
It's also because we're running the language.
Надеюсь, что это никто не примет за большой посредник.
If you have a username, then you have issue. But
That's why I said with mem. Without mem, you can run.
I think actually you get more speed with the parallel.
Do you run on the disk?
I have more memory than he has. 11 and 4.
I'll go with
By the way, we did check out that you
Да,
need
да.
to
Вот та, которая в
specify.
телефоне, разве что посматривали на тарифы и на
Once we check out,
Да,
you
но телефон, да,
don't get 11.4 with that.
которая
I
большая.
get mail.
Чувствую, что куличком был
Just
просто,
change the
когда
name.
нам было просто.
But so you can check out without saying
А
anything
что
in the
большое
page.
сейчас?
Сейчас, пока сейчас
I thought you had to say git checkout main.
No, I just see it.
Кстати, мы, то есть я забыли
Okay. I
найти
usually use
товарища
git
Казакова.
branch instead
Нам еще нужно будет,
check
очень товарищ Казаков, чтобы в 3 часа нам случайным
Yeah, but
образом
git-
назвать
git-
And that also
назвать
puts you
позицию.
in the branch.
Ну,
check, I think git branch can do that too.
надеюсь, что он недалеко.
Yeah,
Да. Когда он там появится,
one,
попросить, чтобы он
git
в 3
branch
часа, если можно, в 3 часа бельгийских где-то будет с нами на связи, или пускай в Foundation Web напишет мне жесткие инструкции, как найти эту таблицу с зарегистрировавшимися.
Ага. Хорошо.
Я против всех их правил пойду и буду пальцем тыкать случайным образом, а не как-нибудь там специально генератор находить.
Ссылку
No, I
на
can't.
ссылки
I
числа.
can't find it now.
And actually, I think it's better to do it with 2 commands.
Может, пробовать.
Because he said I would just do a git branch, main patch, and git checkout. Because that's easier to explain. You don't have need to mute there. It's kind of obvious. To create something is always new.
А я-то там у тебя громко слышу, да?
Да,
То есть
да.
меня, может быть, куда-нибудь выключить уже тогда?
Да, буду писать, если что. Да.
Да, лучше пиши, я все время.
Oh yeah, it's
Да. Люблю безумно.
through internet.
Yeah. And you can remove the empty line.
And did you see Marco? Or did you see Marco here from
Not yet, but he's coming.
Yeah.
He's coming.
What you should first do, you should play the T-range.
There's tips and tricks about GenAI.
Yeah, because the main thing that you shouldn't start to write a patch for a bug if somebody else is already working on it.
There.
But shouldn't that be before the slide that you had just
I focus on Git, on making a branch first, and then I talk
Okay.
about
Actually, if you go back, get back here. Okay, change that to G8 also.
Okay.
Yeah. I think Sergei will disagree, but I think that we mention the build scripts also because I hate to know the CMake options. You have lots of the page is almost half empty, and you don't have anything better to do.
Hello.
Hello.
And then,
Time to write presentations. Actually, this is exactly here.
field compile 2064 minus Dupin.
What about AMD? 64.
Yeah, but they say that there's what that's optimized for the CPUs. So you actually get things optimized for. You get the AMD, yeah. But Intel is the one sponsoring us, not the AMD.
They want to hear about Pentium, that's an old version.
Pentium 64. Okay, maybe I should. By the way, what should I rename in this Pentium 64? Should I just say Intel 64?
Is it really optimized for Intel or is it?
Yes. It uses the flags to optimize
Intel x86 64. That's the correct.
Yeah, but if you look,
you could do
they don't have any other 64 bits anymore, except
ARM has. Oh, you mean that Intel has a?
in Intel.
I guess then you could rename it this.
Do you have the build scripts on your? Take the Pentium 64 and add minus just config, minus just config, minus just print. Then you see the options. I think there's options for optimizing for Intel. Should be.
Unknown option config.
Just minus config. And minus just minus print.
It doesn't know about minus config.
Just config. Minus just minus config.
Unknown option just minus config.
Minus just minus config.
Yeah.
That's, and now either I'm busy or
Just clean extra. Just configure.
okay, that's good. Maybe if you just print you get to. I think I have some.
You have C flags, but there's nothing Intel specific. There's nothing really Intel specific in this one. M2 native, that's also in ARM, I think, in AMD, and M64 is also there.
Do I have AMD scripts?
Yeah.
In that case, I could clean them up.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
So I mean, they are identical. Maybe they're identical nowadays.
Yeah.
Originally they were perfect.
Yeah, they're just two flags, MQN and M64, which are the same. The other ones are just warnings and other two flags.
But the warnings should be the same. Okay. Yeah, but they never cleaned it up. But they then just changed that to Vicențiu for now. I will clean it up. But okay, what should I then have if it's they are the same? X64? What would be the logic? I maybe?
This is the architecture name.
Yeah?
Okay, moving on.
Maybe we should actually have something on the screen that makes it look like it's MariaDB because people are starting to appear and they look a little bit
The first page. The jump.
So you were here, and now
Yeah?
button here. Press that. And then, once you create it, you get testing in Bilbo. I actually got an idea. We can make this URL. We can make a bot that when you submit a pull request, it gives you this URL, so you can immediately do that.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Because now you get a list of checks. Some are, but they're not all of it. There's some.
Why can you have a link there? Some checks were not successful.
Underneath this one, I can't change the contents of this.
Okay. Who is created that content?
GitHub, based on something that Bilbot gives back. But the format is just.
But the failing checks and everything else, that's come from Bilbot. Why can't we have the error first?
I can't change what's. I can just say I want this builder in the list. I can't say anything else.
But the IMD for MSAN that comes from Bilbot.
Yes, but I can't have a different URL here. I can't have a URL that points to all checks. Just has to be one
Can't we
check.
have a fake machine that just gives the link?
We can just make it such that it shows. It gives you a very nice.
So my question is, what is it that actually GitHub gets from Bilbot? And because it can't know that failing checks. Or is failing checks something that is part of GitHub? The text.
The text, it's something in JSON that gets passed.
Who gets?
GitHub sends requests.
I'm thinking we should put something on the screen that
And
shows
then,
this here because
you
people
send
are
back a JSON.
entering now, people are coming and they're mystified. Yeah, maybe Monty but when is the first talk?
In 15
It
minutes.
sends that this build has finished.
So I still have time.
Yeah, I think it
But
said
what
registration
information
at
does it
half
get?
past.
How does
Yeah, nice.
There is
Yeah.
no registration.
Well, knowing these people,
Yeah, I think
nobody
it's
is
a-
coming for any registration.
Right.
But when it's finished, the JSON document says it's finished, it's failed, or it's successful.
What can the JSON document contain? Does Git write everything out from the JSON document? In which case you can have any text.
I don't know exactly what it is. I can look, but I don't know what.
Because if that's the failing check is just something that comes from JSON document, we could write anything there.
Maybe. What I propose is that we just have a common creator
For example, some checks was not successful.
Не знаю,
from
мне
where does
не
it
обещают,
come?
но точно
This
ли
is
вы
GitHub,
близко, я не
I can't
уверена.
change this.
А хотите
Ничего не
нам
предвещает.
ничего не
I cannot
предвещает,
change- I cannot
как
change this. I might be able
подключаться
to
с
change
Vicențiu
this
обсудить.
But how does it
Потому
know
что
something that
у нас сейчас нет такого
failed
статуса,
and
как
successful?
раньше,
There
то
could
есть
be
каждый
also
сам
be
по
other
себе.
things. Then there could be something suspicious. There could be something else. So what's
У тебя лаптоп есть.
Вообще, да.
Тогда прогоняй Vicențiu и подключайся даже первый.
You're in the web.
Со своего, да?
Vicențiu,
Yeah?
we need to kick you out. Your presentation is second. Nikita needs to connect.
Yeah.
Well, they can try to share it somehow.
I need to share this so you can. You don't need to be. So, Nikita, you don't have to stay here. You can stay on the chair. You just need to go follow this. Connect to the Wi-Fi. follow me.
What's the Wi-Fi stuff? Okay,
It's free for 2 hours.
Is it?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Only for 2 hours.
Seriously?
We need to ask them for something.
Okay.
So, you didn't take the black water here
No,
to keep people spirit up?
I'm sure everyone's spirit is going to be extremely high up anyway. Thanks to our amazing project.
How did they do it?
I mean, I wanted to see you anyway, there's another people, but just make it extra great.
Does it support Linux or possible?
It's like shared screen on Google Meet.
Nikita,
Yeah.
first you need to connect to the network. You have the instructions there.
It was a bit confusing at some point. If you can share with Google Meet, then it should work.
Or we have 10 minutes.
If not, you can give me.
Just beside the coffee machine.
Or if you share with Zoom. It's browser based.
And
I can try. Oh, yes.
you need to be on the internal network.
I don't know. I don't think so because that's an external.
It probably will be a bit faster.
So you might.
Well,
You were asked which of many times you like when it says that Wi-Fi is only working for 2 hours.
that's what it says when you log in.
Then you log into the room one, the meeting room one, the whole day. The guest one is 2 hours.
I opened the meeting room one and it also told me to sign up for 2 hours.
Did you follow the instructions on that one?
No.
Have you tried to turn it on and off again?
It has very different instructions.
No, that one also said 2 hours.
Well, the nice lady there promised me is going to work all day.
Okay.
If not, we have a... Привет.
Вы справились.
А?
Вы справились.
Ну, относительно. Ничего не работает, все отваливается. А так
Это
справились.
нормально. Нет, я про вещи. Про
Вещи, да, вещи
workout.
притащили, да, спасибо. Там ребята уже расположились. Ты подписанная.
Ну ладно. В середине как раз это, уже отработают. Технологии будут.
Нет, последние 2 часа всегда самые лучшие. Сейчас они там пишут, QR-коды не работают, что-то там не так.
В общем, обычная рутина.
Нет, я абсолютно не удивляюсь.
Голубчик еще.
Голубчик еще не дошел, он пошел погулять.
Какой он спортивный человек.
Hey Diego, I've been talking to all kind of people about LangChain. So there are at least 2 guys who are trying to get there to get approvals.
Okay.
Yeah, there is Jonah Harris, our CTO. He has some contacts in LangChain, so he said he will try to ask them to check. So I can hope that, because everybody's asking now. We have Intel guys asking, and IBM, and Acronis.
Doesn't matter.
I don't know.
Again, what do you do?
I mean that our name should probably be here.
Or do you want to do this? Sergei Golubchik.
Everything. You just have to come first.
Downstairs. Well, maybe it will be different in this way.
Oh, because it's two talks in one. Something like that.
Yes.
Forget. Yeah. Yeah, okay.
But actually, it will be both in Malyavin. I think Sergei had a good time with your yesterday.
No, I think it's coming.
He said, "Oh, your presentation is the perfect. So okay, we will do it for both of us."
Okay.
But the TV is not working still. Maybe I.
No, it's working.
The organizer of everything.
Hello.
Hi, good to see you again.
Yeah. Welcome.
It's a nice place. I like when the air and the light is coming in all day.
Yeah, not great for video. Is there are a lot of like.
Absolutely, yeah.
Fingers there.
Hello.
Means it's not yet time.
That's why I was even Lama Index. But I think that's enough. None of these are really production.
Yeah, the products.
Here you want to try it out. This is the easiest way to try it out.
Yeah, but it will be spring will be final GA in a few months. I don't change much. Want to change the implementation to everything. One that you will go.
But I don't think it's going to be API.
I have to have a approach is not from. Yeah. You know, I don't have a from the next Java. Yeah, but I mean, it's everything is doing. It's one of these things that I want to mention, like, it's much simpler than what in the current code. I mean, the current code is just going to stop it, so I think it's going to solve like some C.
Let's test the microphones. Now it's away.
1, 2,
Check.
excellent. Okay,
Kijk, the live stream is here.
you can hear me.
The whole 12 persons watching.
Good people told me how to hold the microphone so that you can use a brief.
Innovatiivne värk.
1 minuut.
Added one in the
No.
and it's much better because then you can always write them in the right order.
So, good morning and welcome to this wonderfully sunny Brussels MariaDB day. We will have quite a lot of interesting topics here today. The newest features of MariaDB server. We will look at the features that have been used since MariaDB 11. We will look at the vectors. We will look at replication and all kinds of things. The first closest topic is just one parsec from here, and I'm looking forward also to learning from Sergei Golubchik how to configure the zero configuration SSL. The floor is yours.
Hey everyone, my name is Sergei Golubchik.
I did mention parsec first as the closest topic.
Okay, I'll speak for two of us today. So let me also thank everyone to come here at this, by the way, really sunny morning in Brussels, at the morning early quite, yes? So let's bet ourselves how good guys are we. So we woke up, yes, and make our dedication to learn something new and to develop open source together to crowd and continue our job here. So today I'm going to present two features, one for myself, it's a new authentication plugin PARSEC, and another one which works together very well is zero configuration SSL. So first, I've been already talking about PARSEC, you know, in a past event. So decided to start from the perspective of network and how do authentication plugins work on their own, and let's see how the handshake is built on the protocol side. So first of all, a setup, we have a client, we have a server, and let's consider that the TCP and SSL is already done for now. We will return to SSL later on this Sergei's part. And first, who starts dialog is the server, and it already tries, well, first it sends a 20-byte nonce, which is a random string. It can be used later or maybe not. And it will try to decide with the client which authentication plugin will be used. So the server always has some authentication plugin considered default. And this is the string that the client receives first. There are a couple of plugins that can be default. On the other hand, the client can accept this plugin, or maybe it has another consideration given by a user, so it responds with its own authentication plugin and the username. Of course, the server may reply like, oh, I don't know this authentication plugin that you are sending to me. Or maybe, oh, this user cannot use this authentication plugin. So it may suggest another one. And this may continue for a couple of round trips. Reasons. What are the reasons? And why do we have different authentication plugins, different authentication approaches? First, of course, it's a password-based authentication, right? That's what is typically used. But also, it can be Linux PAM, PAM, or GSS API. For a reason, for example, if some specifically protected role, like administrator, is used. So I can imagine the setup where the admin role doesn't have a password authentication, and it also can be done through PAM or GSS API, or maybe Windows domain network usernames. I guess we don't have such a plugin, but anyway, it's also a possibility. And this is why, and the client can have just a default setup. First, try to use a password. If a password is not available for such protected roles, then try to use another plugin, which can be what I mentioned, the passwordless something. Okay, and then after the plugin is finally chosen, it sends its first message, so the plugin starts working. If it's PAM or something like that, the message is typically just empty, and the authentication ends, well, soon enough. I'm not sure how soon, but I guess it needs at least one more round trip. Am I correct? Does Linux PAM need another round trip, or is it just okay from the server?
There are two options, you can do either way.
There are two options. So, and for password-based plugin, plugins start from some message to client. The concept is that we don't want to send the password from the client to the server. We don't want to shine it on the network. We don't want any mere watcher, just read your password. Yes, we have TLS, but not always. It can be disabled, and we don't want to make this consideration. So this approach is zero knowledge. We show no information about the password. So this approach is called yeah.
And one addition also, we do also want to be sure that the server doesn't get the password in clear text at any point in time.
I couldn't hear you.
We also want to ensure that the server doesn't get the password in clear text in any point in time, because if the user is reusing the password.
Absolutely correct, yes. So this is why we try another approach to authenticate. It's called a challenge-based. So the server-side plugin sends some string, usually called challenge, and the client tries to generate a string based on password and this challenge. For example, it can just calculate a hash out of concatenation of this challenge in the password and send it through the network. That's not, well, is it secure? I'll just tell a little bit later. But in this way we don't send the password through the network. This is not what typically happens on HTTP or web authentication. I guess password is just sent, and we used to live with that during the HTTP era. Can you imagine? But anyway, in a good case, there is just a single round trip. This is an optimistic case where the default plugin matches the plugin that is provided by client. And this means that the client can authenticate with the plugin, the user supplies a password, and authentication happens in the single round trip. And everything like challenge response, username, they are batched into a single TCP packet. But not every plugin can do this. as I said before, the server sends this nonce, and this is used as a challenge for a default plugin. Not every plugin, not every password-based plugin can use this nonce as a challenge. Only 2 plugins can do this. For this moment, it's native password and old password. And I want to just tell a few things about these 2 plugins. They are quite old plugins, and native password uses SHA-1 to store on the server side SHA-1 of the password. Yes, at least it's not really a password, but command SHA-1. And our plugin even uses some home-brewed hash function, which is not even SHA-1. So problem with that is, for example, storing on the server just SHA-1 of the password. If the table of these hashes is stolen, then the attacker can use this hash to make a successful authentication. And also, if it can, well, it's SHA-1, so it's a very popular hash. So it's a good chance that there is a quite saturated rainbow table is available somewhere on the web. So this gives the attacker a good chance to reverse a hash to a real password that has been used by user, and well, compromise it as a result. The good thing is that these 2 plugins, both native and old, they use both server nonce and client nonce to generate the challenge response. So native password on the client side also generates its own nonce. So there are 2 nonces, 1 client and 1 server. They are concatenated with a hash of a password, and then another hash is taken, and this is what is sent by the network. A good approach, well, at least it protects from man in the middle quite well. And finally, after that, the server can send OK if the hash matches the expectation of the server. And then what we like is finally SQL begins sent by the client. So as I mentioned, there is a problem with using SHA-1, and the next generation plugin with a quite pronounceable name ET25519 tries to fix this approach by using an asymmetric cryptography. So instead of storing SHA-1 on the side of server, it stores first it uses password as a private key for this signature function, and a public key is stored on the server side. What happens then? First, this plugin sends its own nonce, and it's 32-byte long. And in comparison to the nonce that the server is typically sending, it's also generated by SSL. So extra protection and a bigger size. And then, on the client side, let's sign this nonce with a password used as a private key. So, and this signature is what is sent to the server. Then the server receives the signature, it can try to validate it. The validation happens with a public key. Public key is derived from the password, and this public key is what's stored on the server. As a result, well, if the table with these public keys is exposed, well, at least the private key, which is a password, will not be compromised. That's the idea of asymmetric cryptography, right? On the one hand, right. But on the other hand, well, still generating a rainbow table out of public keys and mapping it to private keys, that is our password. It's kind of possible. Well, maybe it doesn't exist for now, but it's feasible and it can be done in some foreseeable future. So it's not considered very safe to just save the public key as it is. That's one thing. Another thing is that this plugin didn't use client-side nodes. So what can happen is one possible attack is met in the middle. Let's suppose that we have some active node in between client and server, and this node can pretend for client that it's server and for server that it's client. It connects, this client connects to the server, but actually this this node receives this connection first, if it's acting like a proxy. Yes, and it sends the response instead of the server. And for example, it can just send its own nodes with some freaky value like 0, and as a result, it will have a 0 nodes signed by our password. Yes, the signature is 64 bytes long, so it may be kind of safe. But yet, it's another information, extra information about the password. So this can be problematic. And also, and no client nodes, and this man-in-the-middle problem may even reveal the SQL sent by the client, because the server is not validated here. Actually, the only thing that is validating is zero configuration as itself, and I'll talk about this just in 5 minutes. So finally, the last generation that I'm presenting is our new plugin, PARSEC. It tries to fix all the problems, and it tries to save the value that is stored on the server side. So even if the table is exposed somehow to the attacker, it will be super hard, basically infeasible to reverse it to a real password, and even to just a private key. So instead of using a password in a signature, it still uses the ED25519, but instead of using just password as a private key, let's use this string, pbkdf2 function of the password and the salt. So it's salted. And it also uses both client nodes and server nodes, as it was in the previous generation plugins. And here's what's stored. A public key derived from this pbkdf2 function, and also the salt, and some extra data about the algorithm that is used. So more data is set. It's also 32 byte nodes, and the algorithm that is used, and the number of iterations used by pbkdf2 function, and the salt itself. So the client will have all the data to generate this pbkdf2 from the password, and finally send the challenge response, which is a concatenation of two nonces signed by this hash.
One question.
Yeah.
The salt, is it user-based or server-based?
The salt is server-based.
So the server has one salt for all users? Same salt for all users?
No, it's per user. Salt is per user. Usually, if it's not per user and server-wide, it's called pepper.
But that means that the attacker and man in the middle can get the salt for that user?
Yes, it can take the salt, and that's no problem. The important thing is that this salt is per user, so it's impossible to build the rainbow table. If it would be a single value, global for at least one server, well, consider, for example, some very important server with a lot of users, then attacker can think about building a rainbow table just for this single case, this single
what is the salt? 1 byte, 2 bytes, 64 bytes?
That's a good question. I'm just coming to this. So all the features of PARSEC are listed here. We try to use the library provided by the system to sign and to validate the signature. We support OpenSSL, GNU-TLS pretty well, and also they are used for PBKTF2, and now it's used with the SHA-512 with the 1024 iterations. Unfortunately, on Windows, well, the Windows decrypt, they cannot make a public key derivation from the private key, which is normally supported by this signature algorithm, but Windows can't do that. This is why we supply a portable implementation which does just this part, and the rest is done, to my belief, with also Windows provided insurance. So all the salt sizes and etc. Conform the current NIST recommendations. And by the way, the NIST recommendation is to use this much iterations and some modern enough hash function which should be less than SHA-256, and actually I'm using 512. 32 byte scramble, 32 byte nonce, and 64 byte feature. So all this is quite big to protect us for a foreseeable future. And now we have a little intermission where you can ask questions or follow the references, where you can find some additional articles, documentation about PARSEC and about zero configuration SSL. And also Sergei's article about the zero configuration SSL. Yeah, please.
Iterations, when do you pay that cost for creating a user or for each connect?
Okay, first, it's done on the server side when the user is created, and then PBKTF2 is generated each time by the client. But the server, cannot even do that because it doesn't have this data. It already has only a public key derived from the PBKTF2.
But so do we need to do those 1,000 iterations for every connect?
Yes, for every connect on
So
the
what's
client
the
side.
cost of the connect in speed compared to so what's the cost of using PARSEC in performance compared to other plugins?
For server, it's zero cost because it's done on the client. And on the client, yes, there is some cost. We didn't measure it, but we consider that the security is more important.
But we still need to know it. And
Good call.
Sergei, you know?
So this is the whole point. The point is to make Connect slightly more expensive, so that when you try to brute force, you need to repeat the
Yeah, but you need to know slightly.
Slightly.
This means that you have to wait until the sun goes down before we connect.
If you try to brute force, you need to wait until the sun goes down.
Yeah, but even in normal connect, because it's
You said that the number of iterations suggested by this is 1,034. That's actually from 2,000. Now it should be something like 60.
From 2,000?
Yes, now it should be like 600,000.
Well, I've checked in the NIST recommendations. As far as I remember, it removed the exact number, but it suggests to make it as high as possible, and the previous versions had something about 1,000.
That's from year 2000. Now it should be at least 200,000, 600,000 recommended.
Oh, we are out of date.
Anyway, most of the drivers they use connection to be nowadays. I don't see any more like people connecting this connection.
Which year is that version that you?
2,000. Lots of things.
2000? Year.
When the standard was
No, check the newer version. I bet there is a different value. I mean, no exact value.
recommended for PBK BF2, HMAC SHA-256 is 600,000.
SHA-256 but what about SHA 512?
200,000.
So it's 256 is 200,000, and for 512 it's...
So 600,000 for 256 and 200,000 for 500,000.
That's something outdated.
I can give you the...
Well, I just have a summary in a ticket about the suggestions from this. So, let's move further. And now, as I've covered most of the MariaDB handshake part, let's recall the grand structure of our handshake. First we have TCP and SSL, yes, then MariaDB, then some OK, and something else. What something else we will see just soon enough, and then SQL. Now let's focus on the TCP and SSL part, or actually TLS. So TCP is not important for us here, but what happens in TLS? The purpose of TLS, or SSL as the older and outdated version of TLS, is to make a secure key exchange, so that both client and server will share a common key, however not exposed to any watcher, any mere watcher. And what it can use is, well, it can do different things. It may have may supply different data. For example, first TLS should decide also which key exchange algorithm to use. It depends on different configurations, parameters of the server and the client. Namely, it can be a TLS version, etc. actually. And also it can have extra round trips and all stuff. But for us, what's important is a key exchange part. Usually it's Diffie-Hellman, and it can be some other key exchange algorithm. TLS supports a few. So first, after TCP three-way handshake ended, server responds with its own private key, public key part of Diffie-Hellman or something else. And the client also shares his part of data. Then they combine and get a secure private key that is not visible for just a sniffer. But it can be exposed with the man-in-the-middle attack. In this case, also, as it's supposed by man-in-the-middle, it pretends for a client it's server and for server it's a client, and just makes two separate connections. One with the client, one with the server. And makes two key exchanges with them. This way it kind of makes a secure channel with both and works in the as a proxy. So, as a result, the connection is happen, and yet we have man in the middle that may access data from both sides. The typical solution for that is to have some trusted third party, or as it's called typically certificate authority, or CA. And that's how modern web works since HTTPS and now with the Quick. So what it does is just connects to a third party and validates the keys provided by one of the sites. Usually it's server, but also TLS supports validating client as an extra. And usually it's pretended to be typically as the only way to make a secure connection and to avoid man in the middle. But it's not. Another way is to have a pre-shared secret. Just the problem is typically in HTTP and all web, we don't have any pre-shared secret. But here we have what it is what the value that is stored for an authentication plugin. It's a password hash, or if the plugin is good, it's a salted password hash, or in case of PARSEC, it's even KDF2 derived and salted public key. So this is a common pre-shared secret that is known for both sides. On the OK stage, server now can calculate this hash taken out of this password hash, nonce, and the common certificate fingerprint obtained by the TLS part. And on the client side, we also know all these three values. So server sends this hash, and client side calculate just the same hash from the values it has and compares it. That's it. If the values match, then we have a secure connection, and the middle is not present. My favorite slide. I mean, Sergei's favorite slide. Indeed, zero configuration SSL is zero configuration. No extra parameters are needed. Just one thing, that connector J, connector Node.js, they have SSL disabled by default. All you need to do is enable it, and on connector C, it's already enabled by default. So even there, no extra needed to be done. And who wants again to follow up the references, please? And I have your question.
Previous slide, you actually have to have the recent MariaDB server.
Thank you for this note. Exactly, yes. Zero configuration SSL is available from 11.4 and PARSEC is from 11.7. But also already released, so yes, feel free. And we recommend to use it. What time? Yes. We recommend to use it. It's hard to configure a third-party trusted authority, so this is just an easier way to establish a secure connection for you. Well, thank you for this morning talk.
Thank you, Nikita. So now we know how to configure the zero configuration. Next topic, Vicențiu, please come up and configure your hardware. So now we're going into the topic of contributions. Code contributions, how to get started, how to contribute code to MariaDB server. It is quite an important topic for us. We have as one of our major goals, or one of three parts of the mission statement, we have openness, and openness means openness towards code contributions, towards having the code base contributed to by anybody based on technical merit. And here it might not be super easy to get started. We have a huge code base. It has an established practice, and how to get into that one is exactly what Vicențiu will soon be telling us about. So it's a collection of ideas on how to get started and how to become a contributor to MariaDB server. So, take your time.
Okay, we can start in about 2 minutes, as long as everyone gets their coffee. So before we start, who here is new to contributing to open source? Anyone? No one? Well, so the talk today is focused on helping new contributors start their open source journey. If you are new to this will answer your questions, and if not, we'll use this as a recording for others. So, but if you have questions, now would actually be a good time to suggest improvements.
Maybe let's allow guys to make coffee and then
Yeah, we take a break. I don't start right now.
I probably fit in 25 minutes, so even if we start 5 minutes later,
Yeah.
still on screen.
Yeah, well, coffee break was planned after yours, but
Well,
can help.
that's fine.
At least everybody will. I should have said, yeah, I'm new.
The guys have sent people from FOSDEM to... They're sending guys from FOSDEM to come join.
I can fit into the 5, so
And you can call people back. I mean, you just teach that much, they know what's not.
okay. Yeah.
Or do you want me to do?
If you're somebody outside, maybe you don't hear it. So you can talk.
So you wait for me when.
Okay, I think we can start. Okay, so we'll get started. And by the way, feel free to interact if there's any comments or questions. The point is to make this as clear as possible to those here and to those listening during the recording. So first of all, for those who haven't heard, MariaDB is an open source project, a very important open source database that was created as a response to Oracle's acquisition of MySQL, fearing that MySQL will be turning closed source. We actually think that because MariaDB exists, that's why MySQL still is around. MariaDB was named after Monty's youngest daughter, Maria, and I've been told that that was what with getting Muse approval, that they are allowed to name another database similarly. The first release of MariaDB was very soon after it was created, October 2009. So from April 2009, it took about 6 months to get the first release out. And then year after year, there's been roughly one stable release. The development of MariaDB is guided by the MariaDB Foundation. We have contributors. The biggest contributor is the MariaDB Corporation, but we have many other contributors, other notable ones like Amazon, and we have people in the room here from SkySQL. They have contributed code to MariaDB or to projects around MariaDB. So we have a strong focus on developing alongside and with the community. And the most important part of building an open source community is making it easy for people to contribute, to be part of the project. So the question I get asked quite often is, how do I contribute to an open source project? And you think that coding is the only way to do it. But no, there's many ways to contribute to MariaDB. You can, for instance, the simplest one is help with documentation, help with answering questions. There are many websites, Stack Overflow, Reddit, where people ask questions, and if you know the answer, you can help us by giving that answer back. We have the documentation as a wiki, a knowledge base. You can edit it. So let's have a look at how you can contribute to the knowledge base. You go to mariadb.com/kb. There's a login button, and if you don't have a user, you can create one. So you press on login, you get a page that has this form on the side. Just sign up with any of the authentication methods or create your own account. The only reason why you need an account is for us to be able to know that a user has made changes to the documentation, so we can know who has done what. All contributions, you can edit any page on the knowledge base, just like you can do a Wikipedia page. We know who edited them, and we review and curate if somebody does, let's say, bad edits. But we generally don't have a problem with that. Oh, and one final thing, translations are something we really want to get. So if you know a different language than English, and you want to translate the documentation, we very much appreciate that. So this is documentation. And usually the hot topic is, how do I contribute code? Because MariaDB is such an old project with the history of MariaDB and the history of MySQL, it's not the easiest one to get started with. But that doesn't mean it's impossible. So with baby steps, we can get there. So first, let's look at what the flow is to make it the easiest for you to get your contribution in. We have our code on GitHub, which means that we follow the traditional GitHub workflow of you create a pull request to us, you get reviews, you update, you finally merge. The way you start this is you first have to fork MariaDB in GitHub. So you have to fork on GitHub. There's an article, very good article from GitHub. You should read this one. Then create a patch and submit the pull request. And we'll go step by step on how to do that. So first, since this is a Git repository, you need to have Git installed on your laptop to be able to clone the source code. On a Debian-based distribution, like Debian, Ubuntu, all the other derivatives, you can install Git. And after you install Git, you should also fork the server and follow the tutorial on the previous page. And then Git clone from GitHub, choose your user and your fork of MariaDB to make your lives easier afterwards. You can use the base MariaDB server, but if you use this one, the rest of the steps are a little bit simpler. So you clone it. It's a pretty big repository, so it will take a while. Then you go to the server directory. Inside the server directory, you will find the source code, and now we need to build it. Building MariaDB needs a lot of build time dependencies. So you need to install a bunch of libraries, either one by one, or because MariaDB is default in many distributions, there is a package already for it, and you can get the build dependencies for that package directly. So apt-get build dep with MariaDB server, you will get all the libraries you need to build, compile, all the features it might be. You will need to set up these source repositories, so depending on distribution, there's a few different steps here. Actually, I will add a tutorial on how to make sure this is a command to run as well easily. Finally, we have all the dependencies, now we can start building. Most C and C++ projects have two steps. One is you configure the project, and then you compile. The first step, configure, is done with CMake. The simplest way to build is with CMake dot, without the final part here, but this will build a release binary, which is harder to debug. So we just add one flag, minus d CMake build type equals debug, make sure we compile with optimization is disabled, and with compile with the debug symbols also active. And then we can compile with make minus j, pick the number of CPU cores you have. Let's say 8 is a decent number, but if you have more, you can use more. That will compile the server. We also have build scripts. I remember when I first started, I actually started using compiling with build scripts. So if you use a build script, you invoke it from the base directory build / and then you pick your configuration. If you have one for debug and everything. So compile Pentium 64 debug max is the one for Intel 64-bit. There is one for ARM, and there are other combinations as well. Behind the scenes, this build script does basically the same thing. It just calls CMake with many more flags, and it invokes make with the proper number of parallel CPUs. Finally, once it's compiled, we need to make sure that the code actually, in its current state, works properly. So we need to be able to test it. MariaDB has a test framework called MTR, MariaDB Test Run, inherited from MySQL Test Run. What this tool does is it runs SQL and checks the output compared to what the expected output is. So basically, we're just flooding the server with SQL commands and we see if everything works. Of course, there's other kinds of tests in there, but the most of them are like that. So to start the tests, we go to this MySQL test directory, and then if everything is compiled, you will have this symlink MTR. This is a shorthand to MariaDB test run. So MTR, and then we say we want to test in parallel, let's say 8 threads. If you do mem, you also get a speed up because you no longer use your disk, you use a RAM disk instead. So parallel should have roughly 2 times the number of CPUs you have, and for mem, for it to not crash, you should have about 2 gigs of RAM for each thread you've started. So make the math and figure out if this is enough. Otherwise, reduce parallel. Or remove mem and see if you still get faster time. Roughly for a newer CPU, like the latest generation AMD ones, the ones with 16 cores, testing takes about 10 to 15 minutes. So it's still quite a lot of tests, about 7,000 tests in total. If all tests pass, then you're probably ready to start hacking it in your own changes. You should write a patch in a separate branch. So the way you do it is you first check out the current development branch, which is called main. So you can check out main, make sure it's up to date, and then make a new branch. Let's call it main patch, and then move to that other branch. Then you write your patch, commit all the changes. You do git add to get all the changes in, and do a git commit. Make sure the commit message is descriptive, and I have an explanation of what that means in a little bit. Finally, submit a pull request. So this time you push your changes to your fork, and then you go to GitHub, you go to pull requests. There's a button here, new pull request, and you create a pull request here. There is a form there where it says, I want to pull request against the base MariaDB repo. You pick the branch. It's pretty self-explanatory. And if there are questions, there is the GitHub article I pointed out in the beginning that has a lot of the edge cases covered. Finally, once you've created the pull request, we have set up automation where your code gets automatically tested across the whole suite of systems that MariaDB needs to run on. You will get this prompt at the beginning of your pull request with checks either ongoing, passed, or failed. These are not all the tests that we run. So to get more tests, you actually need to go to buildbot.mariadb.org. You go to grid, and then you have to add a part of the URL here that corresponds to your pull request. So you just take this string and replace the number here with your pull request number. As I was preparing this presentation, I realized we can make lives easier here by just giving this link outright once you create a pull request. So probably in a week or two, we will have a bot that just gives you this link as a comment right after the pull request. So that will be easier to find, so you can see all the tests for your changes. We also have one feature that you cannot get your pull request merged unless a certain set of builders pass. They are called branch protection builders. They are mandatory. If they're red, you cannot push. Not even core developers can force that unless they really do some weird hacks that they really shouldn't. So that's basic GitHub workflow. Now, before you actually start coding something, it's very good to get a feel of what exactly you want to do and if it aligns with the project's goals. So before you attempt any particular task, make sure first that when you read the Jira entry, that you understand what the task is about. Sometimes people have started coding something and it wasn't exactly what the task was about. Finally, you propose a change. If it's a bigger patch, it would be wise to first discuss the architecture or the plan implementation before actually spending, let's say, a few days on it. You might just get a few comments that say that this is not the way it's supposed to be implemented. Have a look at this approach instead. Always ask, either in a comment, in a Jira, or go to Zulip and ask us there. We're typically very responsive. Highly recommend you get approval first before working on code directly. And then, to make reviewers' lives easier, make sure that commits are well documented. First, the commit message should explain why and what you're doing. What can be just the mdev number if it's descriptive enough. But sometimes you need to give a bit more context so it's clear. Make sure you add test cases. We get a lot of pull requests that don't have test cases, and sometimes it's hard to understand what the expected change is. But with test cases, it's much clearer. Actually, we had a pull request submitted a few days ago, and because it had test cases, I could immediately say, this is wrong, this is how you fix it. The contributor got their review in maybe 1 hour after the pull request. Otherwise, it would have taken me much longer. I would have to spend time to really understand the code. So test cases are very, very much recommended. We also have a coding standards file. Go to coding standards MD. Lots of advice and instructions on what to follow to make sure that your code gets accepted without too many nitpicks, coding style-wise. Reviews will come on GitHub as in the form of comments. Here's a pretty long exchange between Sergei and somebody else. As I said, include test cases. This is an example of something that didn't have a proper test case, and that's why you get these long discussions. How you make test cases. I mentioned MySQL test run. So MySQL test run uses a set of test files. They are located in the main folder under MySQL test or in the suite folder. They're mostly SQL files, but they have special syntax for special commands that NPR can run. Like you can start a separate process, you can start a separate server, set up replication with it. Basically what it will do is it will run those files and will compare the output. If it matches, then the test passes. If it doesn't match, then the test is failed, and you will get the diff as to why it fails. To create a test case, it's just as simple as creating a file. So let's say here we create a hello test file. This should have been main, not p, but that's one mistake. So in main hello test, you can put an SQL command, save it there. If you run it, you will get the output of that SQL command. Finally, if you reach out to us, this is the main discussion channel. We also have presence on IRC, but we try to keep most of our discussions on Zulu. It's pretty user-friendly once you figure out a little bit how to start. We also use mailing lists. MariaDB developers and Discuss are the primary ones. We also have a low traffic announce mailing list. And for a few other ones, just check the URL here. And remember that even though you don't have to contribute code or documentation, a very advanced user explaining clearly how to reproduce a very tricky bug is very valuable. So you can contribute by just finding bugs. If it helps core developers build a reasonable bug fix, that is sometimes worth much more than actually you trying to code something that may or may not work. To find tasks to work on, we have a label called beginner friendly. We have about 97 open tasks right now. I created a filter. If you just click on this link, you will get a filter in Jira that takes you to all the open tasks. Basically, the filtering is labels equals beginner friendly and status equals open. Other projects do the same, so if you want to go to another project and contribute, search for beginner friendly tasks first. Like in TypeScript, they have a label called good first issue. There's a long URL for it, but that's one example. Python has a bugs database, and they have a easy issues label. There's a button there you have to press. Lots of projects do this. I highly recommend if you want to try out something, search for beginner-friendly ones. They're typically tasks that people want to get done, but they are so low priority that they really don't have the time for it. So getting new contributors to do this is very valuable. Also, one thing to note is that one area in MariaDB where we try to really shine is we get students year after year as part of Google Summer of Code, and we mentor them. Some end up working for MariaDB. Yours truly. I started as a Google Summer of Code student quite a while ago. Also, we can help with packaging. We work with distribution packagers, but even those people need help. We need help in Debian, we need help with Red Hat packaging. So any contributions you can do with, if you have packaging expertise, very much appreciated. We also have a bug bounty or a feature bounty. If you can implement an AI framework integration and get your patch upstream into that framework, then we will reward you for that. We have I think it's about 1,500 euros for it. And finally, we have other projects aside from MariaDB server as part of the MariaDB organization, like the Jupyter kernel. This one's written in Python. We don't have a maintainer for it, but if you want to pick it up, we'd be more than happy to work with you on this one. It has very good documentation here, including how to use it and the architecture and how to develop for it. We also have MariaDB BuildBot, the CI system we've seen. We also work with pull requests, and we have gotten contributions in the past. Another thing to note, it's important when you contribute something to a code base, the licensing is, albeit a topic people don't want to talk about, but it is important. So in MariaDB, we accept contributions either licensed under BSD new license or with the MariaDB contributor agreement. And the main reason for this is that if you give us the code in this form, the MariaDB Foundation can defend your open source rights in court should it come to it. The same is true for the Free Software Foundation. They also require copyright attribution.
both of these licensing methods also give you the right to use your code as you see fit. It just gives the foundation the chance to be able to defend in case somebody is infringing on the license agreements. How much time do I have? Okay, we're a bit out of time. I had a few more slides on Git best practices, so I'll just name one thing that really worked for me. So in general, with Git, you have to do X. And the problem is that usually there's multiple ways of doing X, and everybody has their own way of doing it because there's more than one way. There's more than one way to skin a cat. So the way I would recommend anyone who's trying to get an understanding of Git that actually makes sense and can build upon is you start with a simplified mental model, and then you build from there until it matches everything that you need to do. And the base that I suggest people start off with is everything in Git revolves around the commit, and the commit is a combination of multiple things. It's the commit hash, the author, the date, a few other metadata, the commit message, and the diff itself. The diff from here, for instance. So all of these combined together with the parent of the commit, parent or parents, creates the hash. So if you think about that, then all the other commands will start making sense. You just need to figure out what happens with each commit when you do a different Git command. Like for example, a Git branch is just a pointer to one commit. And since that commit has parents and parents and parents, you can get the whole history from just one pointer. When you create a new branch, you just create a pointer to a hash that exists in that tree, nothing else. Okay, and unfortunately we're out of time, so I don't have a chance to go through the other commits, other rules, but basically, whenever you write a commit, the thing to keep in mind is try to make it, make sure that all tests pass after that commit, and that it's self-contained, it's logically laid out, and it makes sense as a whole. You can clean up things with Git rebase and so on. So that's about it. Thank you, everyone. And now we get another tea break. Thank you.
Мне нужно сейчас
Сколько раз батарейку что сделать?
вылить батарейку, под батарейкой карточка, которую только нужно вылить.
Страшно. Прямо так или можно
Нет, мои ногти такого справляются.
Some of them are very simple. Not many, but some of them are very simple.
I'm very dyslexic. I struggle.
There should be at least one or two that you understand what's happening. And then if you ask some help, you will think it. Some of them can only do like one or two lines. Go to Zulip, MariaDB Zulip. Go to General or New Member. It doesn't matter. Just say, I want to work on this. Help me. No pressure. You will get the answer. Maybe not immediately. You will get it. What are your questions? We are very friendly to people. Don't buy me. Even if you should have questions about URL, Any questions?
Some things.
I will publish the slide. You have to go through each link I gave you because they are the introduction to making sure you don't. I know people don't understand everything. With a bit of practice and ask for help, really help. It's okay. Don't be afraid. I know you don't like asking questions.
Another thing is we have very few contributors, so remembers actually quite a lot. So and you can write directly, for example, if you want to do something like that, you can, but if I make
стримить HTML файл через интернет, которого у меня нет, конечно, не получится.
Not mine, so let's hijack Vicențiu. Vicențiu, please help. I think that is connect to it.
Something that I need to enter my number. Figuring out something with a goal using it and just using
Second, what do I do with the browser? Connect HDMI to the browser.
Can you share screen on the Google Meet?
I'm learning how to code without
No, but can you share screen? Use
something
No, I never tried that.
It's just nothing but
Well, speaking about Dupin, I usually have some things that inspire me. And then when I
Vet du någonting om när Otto kommer?
Va?
Vet du någonting om Otto?
Om
Otto.
han kanske kommer till sin presentation.
Ja.
Han vet nog när och var och också.
Ja.
now with the MariaDB development, well, maybe you may consider your skills. For example, you good at C++, then you may start the certain
understanding I struggle. And my dad, pretty sure, tried to teach me, but then the next day I'm like, what is this again? You kind of got very
Yeah, so let's go to video
I resorted to work and I love how.
But it, well, you know, you may start, for example, yes,
you can algorithms and data structures.
yeah, they are like the pictures and
You don't have to cut it.
Тебе могу отдать презентацию. Тебе могу презентацию
Даже
отдать.
не можешь, а мне она очень нужна. Но ты имеешь в виду для того, чтобы выступать?
Да, это...
Тогда сложнее, потому что мой лаптоп занят.
Сергею рекомендует лаптоп, чтобы они не пришлось настраивать.
Ну, Vicențiu нужно его попросить.
Что я дам тогда свой... Принтера нету, да?
Лишнего нет, к сожалению. Но твоя презентация мне все равно будет нужна, но... Да, с Vicențiu на которой.
Презентацию я тебе дам, конечно же. Так, принтер пора уже самому купить.
But after that, and also another thing is just which is I want to do this is the basic, but my biggest struggle is just
I dropped it like this on
and even though I look at a word multiple times, I just never know those ones spelled them, even though there's like two keys next to each other.
So I wish you good luck. The best thing is that you're not going this. So we will succeed anyway.
I'll try and find
And just write the last two. And maybe I will make all that just
what I was just trying to understand is like, what is the base knowledge needed to make open? Because I struggle to install some very simple stuff and just to remember.
That's being able to exchange.
I go to get
X1 part of
to understand how to get anything like
previous
code
branding numbers.
So okay, was a good sort of understanding to get a more understanding than nothing, but I'm still a bit foggy in not understanding like firm just a bit of I know how this works, so I know where to go from there.
Did it work on that?
Why do you want to study like computer science?
Well, I could say like I was going to my dad, but I think it started with see, basically I struggled in school, so I kind of was at a certain age you learn to read, right? And I just took too long. So by the time everyone's like, oh, you have to read to keep up with your classes, I just couldn't because you just like, no, yeah, you never got it in my head. It took me forever. So I can that.
Hello.
Hi.
You are recording the session.
Yes.
And can we see it later on?
Yes, absolutely. Just now it's I'm Anna, by the way, nice to meet you. Yeah, so now it's a live stream, but tomorrow or over the next few days we are going to cut it by presentation, and if you look here we are always publishing this scheduler which talks. Yeah, so each of the talks is going to have a video on our YouTube channel.
Okay, so the session I missed, I can see it.
Yes.
And I can see it later, then take it easy.
Yes.
Okay.
And all the slides going to be also updated. So if you are not there, then later the video here instead
What is
of.
this? Oh,
Okay, now it's
it's from Percona, I saw. The presentator is from Percona.
which one?
Now?
No, Sergei is chief architect in MariaDB Corporation.
Oh.
Percona is after 2 hours.
No, I saw the name of Peter Zaitsev or so.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Percona.
Yeah, that's Percona, yes. But now it's Sergei.
Oh, there. Yeah, well, I see meeting 11.8, and I'm still the last stable is 11.4. So what happened with 5, 6, 7?
Ask Sergei, he will love to comment.
But it's, I'm trying to 8 when it's come.
Tarus vara före eller efter? Ska Tarus vara före eller efter?
Det är efter att han ska bli sist för alla gånger på. Och apropå lunch, det finns restauranger ungefär 500 meter härifrån som man bara går själv.
Det kan jag säga nu när jag...
Visst är ni ansikten? Värst inte riktigt studenter. Vi är ganska gamla. Сереженька, ко мне сейчас подходил дедушка, который особенно интересовался, а что случилось со всем между 11.4 и 11.8.
Can you please take your seats? We are continuing after this short tea break now. And when you are taking your seats, I'll announce about the lunch as well. So there's no prepared lunch, but in this area within half a kilometer, there's supposed to be lots of restaurants. So when we have our lunch, we can go in groups, but there's no arranged lunch for now. So what we will do next is we will take a look at the roadmap. It will be presented by Sergei, Golubchik, and it's on 11.8. So please go ahead.
There's a button. Long press, yeah. Make sure it's green and then
Yeah, okay, well.
Well, so this is okay. So this is the talk in the 11.8L present you the upcoming MariaDB 11.8 test release. So yeah, first about me, this screen is actually, the screen on the left will change instantly. This one like goes in very slow motion. This is pretty weird. Yeah, so maybe I'll be out of sync if I will plug in the screen. Actually checking that. Yes. So yeah, while I was loving you probably right all that, so let's keep it. Yeah. So what is 11.8? 11.8 is the new upcoming MariaDB LTS release series. LTS meaning long-term support. The previous one was 11.4 last year. According to our release schedule, we release 4 times a year at February, May, August, and November. So 11.8 RC is going to happen in the early February, that's basically in a week or two, and GA then in 3 months in early May. Comparing to the previous LTS 11.4, it has about 60 different, well, it's difficult to count features because it's just say 60 feature issues in our feature tracker. Some of them as small as adding a command line option, and another one is adding a vector search that can't really count like this. But still, in the number of tickets, it was about 60. Before talking about 11.8 LTS, I'll talk about other ways of MariaDB versions and releases, how you can use MariaDB. Besides LTS releases, we have a rolling branch where you always stay on the latest MariaDB development release. Well, not development, it's production ready, but new features are coming with every release, and bug fixes for 11.5 will be available in 11.6, and then you just install rolling repository configure, and then you just upgrade seamlessly through 11.5, 11.6, 11.7, and 11.8, getting bug fixes and features every time. And features I will be talking in the next slides about 11.8. They were features that 3 of those features first appeared in, well, one of those 11.5, 11.6, 11.7 releases. And now they've all accumulated in 11.8, and they will stay in this LTS for the next 3 years. And there's also MariaDB Enterprise Server. 11.4 MariaDB Enterprise was launched in January as a release 11.4.4-2, and the next one will be coming with the vector search 11.4.5-3. And so let's get to features. Probably the biggest one, or at least most visible feature in MariaDB 11.8 LTS will be the vector search. And in particular, MariaDB now has the data type called vector, where you can store vectors, the sequences of floating point numbers. And there's a vector index type, which can be used to index columns of data of the type vector. And these indexes will allow fast approximate nearest neighbor search. And this is very useful for numerous applications like text search or image or video audio search, or retrieval augmented generation, that's your chatbots that you all know about, anomaly detection and fraud detection in banks, and lots of other stuff. I'll have a dedication section about that, talking about how it works, how to configure it, and some colorful charts comparing with other databases later today. If the schedule didn't change, then the time is correct. But now there were also features of smaller scope that were also appeared in 11.8. Let's talk first about the features related to the optimizer. First, so there's optimization called curves of narrowing, which enabled by default appeared in 11.8, and it allows, this was, I think, a customer request, or at least definitely user request. It's helpful when you have lots of tables, and over years your application evolves. You have tables created earlier, and they have lots of text columns using old UTF-8 3-byte character set. You have new tables that have 4-byte UTF-8 and before that's 4-byte UTF, which supports emojis. And when you join, then normal MariaDB behavior would be to implicitly convert UTF-8 MB3 data to 4-byte UTF, and this means that you cannot use an index on the old UTF-8 columns. And this optimization allows you, it makes the optimizer can internally implicitly do conversion the other way around, and then it can use index on the old tables as well, which is, well, it was very important for certain queries, and this is why people were requesting it. Now there's update delete. It was,
About this narrowing, but I guess it's not always possible.
Yes. Well, sure, it's not always possible, but on the other hand, if you cannot convert UTF-8 MB4 string to UTF-8 MB3, like if you have emojis, then it'll definitely won't match anything anyway. So it just, it's zero match, basically. Then, so update and delete, and I mean single table update and delete here. It was possible to use subqueries, but this automatic decision how to resolve the subquery wasn't particularly code-based, was like more rule-based, and now we have a full code-based decision for subqueries in update delete. So if you use delete where and then like subquery, then that might become much faster. Basically, it'll be working as select. If you'll notice that your delete work much slower than corresponding select, this will be no longer the case. About optimizing support for index on virtual columns, the important part here, so index on virtual columns are supported since I think 11.2, and if you use a virtual column in the where clause, then obviously optimizer will use the index like it's a normal column. But what is important now that optimizer can use now indexes on virtual columns, even if virtual column was not used and the query directly, but it was the expression which exactly matches how you have defined the virtual column. Like define virtual column on a+1, and you have where a+1 equals 5, then optimizer will recognize it's the same expression as the virtual column, and then you can automatically use the index on the corresponding virtual column. This is basically indexes on expressions, but you still need to create a virtual column. Then this is the next item. It's pretty obvious that if you want to match where a prefix of a string equals something, you can just use like here or between, but this kind of queries are generated by some, query generators. Or maybe if you think like your mental model, this is how you would express. If this is how you would mentally express prefix of a string matches something, then now Optimizer will just use index for that automatically. I have seen there are query optimization tools that can automatically rewrite this one into what Optimizer would use, and this is not needed anymore because MariaDB can just do this transformation automatically, and you can just write SQL in the way that looks logical and readable to you, and not try to tweak it into something that Optimizer will understand, because Optimizer will just understand whatever you write, at least in this particular case. And index condition push down in partition tables, thus, index partition push down on partition tables, this is pretty obvious, so those index condition push down existed for many years, didn't work for partition tables, now it also works for indexes on partition tables, so this will be queries on partition tables with indexes will be faster. This is a very important feature making MariaDB, well, usable after the year 2038 is, I'm sure every one of you will know that timestamps, which are or used to be normally 32-bit, they cannot store dates beyond the year 2038, so it'll be, or at least there are lots of blog posts and people saying that 2038 will be just another Y2K. Maybe it'll be another Y2K in the sense that nothing will happen. But since then, many products, operating systems, they moved to 64-bit timestamps, and the problem is that timestamps, it can store dates until like virtually infinity, but it takes twice the space, so 8 bytes instead of 4. And it's completely incompatible with 32-bit, so you can either create tables with the old timestamps or the new timestamps, or you need to go all to table, and if you have huge table, then it takes time. You cannot migrate back because old MariaDB servers would know old product, not MariaDB server, would not understand 64-bit timestamps and so on. So this is not the approach we've taken. Instead, we've changed the timestamp type to be unsigned because we did have an extra bit which was basically unused. And now MariaDB timestamps are good up to the year 2106, so that's enough time to think how to solve this problem in the next almost 100 years. But the good thing is it's exactly the same 4 bytes. You don't need to do any old table, you can just use the old table, install new MariaDB and start using new timestamps beyond the year 2038. Or you can use, if you just store current date, then you can use new MariaDB on the old table, then you can downgrade and the old MariaDB will still be able to read those tables just the same. That is, it's perfectly compatible forward and backward, doesn't require any older table. It's simply a change in the server. Everything just works without any migration. Except there are some hiccups related to system version tables, but this is a detail I don't need to go into this one. This is how we made MariaDB compatible with the future and with itself, both ways, extending, making timestamps unsigned and fixing this problem. More about compatibility. We also add a bunch of features to make MariaDB more compatible with the SQL standard. In particular, the first one was, again, a user request and pull request at the end. When it is, if you look at this start procedure, the first one on the slide, before MariaDB 11.4, let's say 11.4, I think it was 11.7, I don't remember. They would print two exactly the same values, and that would be definer of the stored procedure. And sometimes it's useful to know who was calling the stored procedure, what user has opened the session that called the stored procedure. And we've changed the session user simply to be the SQL, to follow the SQL standard definition. It does not print the current user or procedure or the view definer, like would have been in this case. But it will print the username who has created this session, who connected to the server. In this way, the procedure, stored procedure or the view can see both the current user, I mean the definer, and the session user that opened the session and can do checks on both on the auditing or, I don't know, why procedure might need it. So this was a change to make MariaDB more compatible with the SQL standard. Another one is correlation column list in the subqueries in the from clause. So this part is new now. Before that, it would have created a derived table with the column names 1, 2, 3, and now one can explicitly name all those columns in derived tables, which is, well, useful if you need to refer to them by name or if you do create select. And the last one is trigger list in the column list in the trigger definition, which is again the standard feature. This trigger will only fire if one of those two columns is updated, but it will not fire if the table is updated, but only other columns are updated. So you can actually pin the trigger to updates of specific columns. Yeah, this is basically how this whole talk will go. I'll quickly go through all the features just to give you an idea of what is in MariaDB without lots of details. And if you are particularly interested in some feature and things apply to your case, you either talk to me after the call or you check the knowledge base. Another feature in the area of compatibility, this is UID. MariaDB had UID since forever. And it was always UID version 1, which is it's a time-based UID, but it's not very good for indexing because unlike normal timestamps, it stores current time by swapping some bytes. So if you just store a normal timestamp in the index, for example, priority key, you'll get all the indexes neatly following one after another and nicely compact index. With the UID version 1, index values will go just in random places of the index, and you'll get a bit tree which is, well, not as compact and not as balanced. This is generally true, except that it is what fixed in MariaDB 9.10, where we actually started swapping bytes back in UID version 1. So in MariaDB, UID version 1 is fine. It's very good for indexing, it's time-based. There's no need to do anything else. But users were still asking for other versions of UID and for compatibility with other applications. And in MariaDB 11.8, we now support UID version 4, which is fully random, and it is good if you don't want your users to know when the UID was generated. If you don't want to disclose the information of when it was created, then you can use UID version 4, which is fully random. And there is UID version 7, which is also time-based, but this time it's created to be, well, good for indexing, so it starts from the time which does goes directly in the time order. It does no need to do any byte swapping.
I guess UID 4 also avoids possible collisions.
It cannot technically completely avoid collisions, but it's 128 bits, so the risk of collision is very low.
No, I mean, if it's time-based, then...
UID version 4 is not time-based, UID version 4 is random.
Yeah, and V7, it can have a collision if it's generated twice at the same timestamp.
No, if you generate on the same instance of MariaDB running, then there's protection. It cannot guarantee. You cannot generate UID v7 too often. It checks that you don't generate too many UIDs too often to prevent you generating from exactly the same UIDs. This is the same with UID version 1. It has a MAC address part of the UID and the timestamp. So you cannot do the same UID if you do it very fast at the same individual. If you have two different computers with exactly the same MAC address, then yeah, you will generate UIDs very fast then you can get a collision. And UID version 7 uses random data to make sure two different computers will not get the same UID version 7 version 7. More about compatibility. This is the compatibility with Oracle. And those were two contributed features. There were pull requests for that. The first one is very simple. It adds support for the Oracle non-copy keyword in the stored routines, stored procedures, stored functions. This is fully supported. Well, this is supported in the syntax, but practically it's just ignored because, well, stored procedure works the same way either way. It's an optimization that we think about actually implementing the actual optimization, but just to run the stored procedure, it used to run in Oracle or Oracle SQL. It can be run without any changes if it uses those non-copy keywords. And the second one, again, about stored procedures in Oracle. Now in MariaDB you can create variables of the type record, use them in stored procedures, and then refer to parts of the variable and assign them and insert them into tables and select them and all those kinds. This is how you do that in a stored procedure. And this is again an Oracle compatibility feature. There are also features specifically designed, created to be more compatible with Percona server and with MySQL, because users were requesting them, users run tools that were written to or by Percona, and they expect certain variables in certain parts or certain tables in certain places. So we added a system variable and the feature slope very long always write time, and added columns to the user start tables to be in the same places and set tables as in Percona server and as tools expect them, and the same for query response time plugin. We added tables that weren't particularly needed except for compatibility with Percona. We added them. And the table aliases and single table uses XYT, which doesn't really make any sense, but some some projects use this kind of syntax. And to avoid them rewriting their tools, we just support the syntax now in MariaDB just as well. So this is about compatibility. Now there's a slide about security-related features. I would have had a couple of slides about PARSEC plugin alone, but they will just talk about it. So I hope you've heard it, you've seen it, you've heard it, and if you didn't, then there will be a video afterwards. But just in a couple of words, it's the new authentication plugin, which is supposed to replace MariaDB native password and ED25519, and we plan to. It fixes all the problems that all the plugin has, and it doesn't bring any new. So, and with the plugin, we plan to make a default authentication plugin in the future. Now, there's a new table in the information schema called information schema users, which shows various non-metadata related information about user accounts, and it is used at the moment for auditing password expiration for different users, and if there were any failed login attempts because of incorrect passwords. It doesn't, so if you are sufficiently high privileged user, then you can see that for everyone, otherwise every user can see its own data. So it makes it much easier to audit when the user needs its password replaced, or if there was some brute forcing of individual passwords, because one can just see this all information in one table. And feature, I think this is, the last one was also a pull request, implementing user mapping in Unix Docker plugin. The Unix Docker plugin allows you to log in as, well, some database user without specifying a password if you have already identified to your operating system using this username. So maybe trusts the user, the operating system, to tell who this user is. But it's not exactly ideal if you want some user to be able to be a root user on the database, to also give this user a root rights on the whole operating system. That's, maybe you don't trust, maybe you trust this user's DBA skills, but not exactly sysadmin skills, and don't want this user to have root. So in this case, now you can tell Unix storage plugin the user, the local operating system user Joe can become a database user root without any password if the user is logged in as Joe in console. This was our security related features. Features related to backup. In MariaDB 11.4 already we have implemented parallel MySQL dump of many tables, and the MySQL import was always able to load many tables in parallel, but it was always for tables within one database. And now we have extended MariaDB dump and MariaDB import to dump multiple databases in parallel at the same time, and to dump and to load multiple databases in parallel. And MariaDB implemented an option in NVR premise keys with the same name as MyDumper for compatibility. That creates in a DB keys after all the data are loaded using load data in file. Because MariaDB import uses load data in file, which should, and indexes are created at the second step after the data are loaded, which should make MariaDB import much faster. And the last one is really a minor thing, but it adds an incompatibility which did broke some scripts, which is why we did not implement it in backwards in 10.5, but only in the new version 11.8. Which is related to replication. There's the first one is a nice one. It's an instant logging of large transactions. So the problem is when you have a transaction, when you use replication and there's binary logging, and transaction is not, as you are executing the transaction, it's not written into the binary log immediately. It needs to collect all the data of the transaction, and at the moment of commit, transaction is written into the binary log. Now, if you have a really huge transaction, like you update lots of rows in many tables, or a lot of data, it's not exactly unique to have many gigabytes of binary log data accumulated. At commit point, they all need to be written into the binary log, which, it takes time, and why MariaDB tries as fast as possible to write this to multiple gigabytes of the binary log. All other transactions cannot commit because they cannot write into the binary log. This used to be a problem, and there was a contributed feature pull request which provides a rather elegant solution. We have, and looking at it this way, we already have a file which all those binary log events, and it looks like a binary log already. We just, instead of copying all the data into the existing binary log, we just rename this file to be a new binary log part. And renaming of the file is basically instant, and this completely resolves the problem of, delays at commit time when you have huge transactions. And the possible drawback is that previous binary log files will be a bit shorter than max bin log size, but I don't think that's a big deal. Extend GTID bin log events with thread ID. This is mostly for MariaDB bin log and analyzing events to be able to see what thread committed what transaction, the thread ID must be written in the binary log. And slave abort blocking timeout option or bin log. This is a feature when it's, so usually even if you have a read-only slave, the slave can still, you have a bunch of selects running on the slave, they can do something. Some of those changes can prevent replication from going on. For example, the auto table is coming from the master, but slave is running some really long running selects on a slave table. This will stall the whole replication, and if you don't want this to happen, this option allows you to kill this long running select on the slave side, and presumably it will reconnect and repeat, but it will let replication continue. So this prevents replication stalling because of long running threads on the slave. And with the So I'll quickly go through various convenience features. There's an important system administration feature that people were asking for actually quite a long time, to limit how much of temporary space can temporary tables and files take. This could have been done with quotas, but now it can be done per session and globally for the whole MariaDB service into variables. You can limit how much of space temporary tables and temporary files will say. Send initial values to system variables in the first package packet. This is a feature which completes server redirect feature, which it's something similar to what Oka will be talking about, directly after me. With this feature, when the client connects and client can get immediately redirect request, and then client will be redirected to another MariaDB server, which allows to do load balancing, allows to do a graceful shutdown of MariaDB server. This is the point of this feature. Set thread names for MariaDB server threads. This is a minor thing, but again a convenience one. So if you just do PS on the server, you can see lots of MariaDB server threads, and they will have some names that will be easier to understand what thread is doing what, and then to what show process list is showing, and so on. Flash global status fixes a very long, how to say, inconsistency that you had status variables, and flash status was fixing some local status, some global status, and didn't touch others. And now there's a very clear distinction that variables you see in show local status is cleared by flash local status, and the same for global. So now this to flash and to show they behave consistently, and what you see is what you will clear. More convenience features, and now really very quickly. Skipping a row operation from a trigger is, for example, you have a before insert trigger, and in the trigger you see that you don't really want to insert this row, so now there's a way to tell the server, okay, skip this row, let's continue inserting the next row. There was create server command, there was no show create server, now there is show create server. Current timestamp, for some very strange reasons, for very many years was returning a date time value, not timestamp value. And that means that you should be expected to see anomalies around switching to summertime and back, because daytime and timestamp treat this completely differently. Now current timestamp, actually current timestamp, fixing all those bugs with current timestamp around switching to summertime and back. I'm actually used to having new timestamp related bugs like every March and every October, because people know that the data behave strange. I hope we will see less of this now. And Kaj is looking at me, not saying anything, but thinking that I need to stop talking. So yeah, I'm receiving this. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a very good overview, and I had hoped for some UTF-8 comments as well, but hey, there's the slides. Will the slides be up when we will get the slides?
As soon as Sergei sends them to me.
Okay.
Which he will do right away.
I think this is a super important thing to follow up. So next is the final presentation/presentations before lunch. So Otto Kekalainen is coming up, my predecessor as MariaDB Foundation CEO, and wearing quite a number of hats. I think your hat will be technical today. Otto works with Amazon AWS, but also is maintaining MariaDB for Debian, and I think none of those two will be the major topic of what we're doing, a technical topic instead. And then at the end, before we go for lunch, we will have a comment also by Tarus Balog from Amazon AWS. So please go ahead.
Thank you. And I see there's no cable here, so
oh,
how's the screen set up here?
How did that happen?
Is there some remote software or?
Yeah, there was
Should stop sharing here.
Stop sharing. Then connect to Wi-Fi and follow this.
There's no cable fallback. There is no risk. That's ours cable.
So we'll relieve some extra time for Otto to set things up. Sorry for not preparing that. And instead I will give already now the floor to Tarus.
Hi everyone. My name is Tarus Balog. I work at AWS in the open source strategy department. So I don't do much in the way of technical stuff. That's Otto's group. And we're going to see if we can figure out how to get the laptop talking to the beamer, as the Germans would say. I've been at AWS just short of 3 years, and I've never worked at a company that was more focused on customers. I mean, I ran my own open source company for 20 years. There was a project called OpenNMS, which was a network monitoring system you've probably never heard of. But for 20 years I worked on that project, and in 2019 we sold the company, and I left in 2021, started at AWS in 2022. And I thought we were customer focused, but AWS is even more customer focused to the, to employees and to stockholders. Customers still come first. And our involvement with MariaDB is based upon our customer needs. Of all the open source RDS databases, we're seeing a very marked increase in interest in MariaDB. And in part, I think it's, our idea in the beginning was people were just wanting to protect themselves from Oracle, that they wanted an option to MySQL. But what's happening in the MariaDB community is that they're going well beyond what MySQL is doing. Everyone I've talked to who's here for FOSDEM, I said, are you going to MariaDB day? And they're like, well, I won't go for the whole day, but I'll be there for vector search. And it's like, I can't tell you, at least 10 people I've talked to says, we'll be here for vector search. So I expect this to be like standing room only by the time we get to the afternoon. And that's the excitement part. And it's really, really nice to see this kind of excitement around an open source project. We've invested, for 2 years now, we were the first diamond sponsor of the MariaDB Foundation. We renewed this year. And so it's just a demonstration of our commitment to making MariaDB successful. And we're doing this specifically because people are demanding it. And so I'm very excited to see what's going on here. A lot of it's over my head, but, and it's kind of funny because being an open source advocate, I'm actually moving away from WordPress to Hugo now for reasons. But it was really nice when I was on WordPress. I always used MariaDB. It was the underlying database, and that was my exposure to it. And as an end user, it was just easy to use. It was very fast, and it's just so nice to be a part of a situation where we can play a very small role in the success of the foundation of the project. And I think we are good now. So thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to the real star of the hour from AWS, Otto. Who is really leading our technical contributions to MariaDB.
Thank you, Tarus. Thank you.
Thanks, Tarus, for stepping in. Perfect timing. I just got the screen up, and glad I didn't need to install any software. This is browser-based. All right, so I'm going to have a small technical talk of a server-initiated instant failover in MariaDB, and basically, what's the approach here? So this is modeled after how HTTP redirects work. How many of you have worked with web servers as well and are familiar with this? So if you try it at the command line, you can run curl il on a website. And in this demonstration, I have my personal blog. I have 2 domains, depending if you spell it in the English or American way, the English spelling is going to redirect it to the American way. And this HTTP 301, which is the permanent redirect, and there's a 302, which is a temporary redirect. So they've been around for decades already. And it's part of the HTTP standard. All the browsers and all the clients support it. There's no need to configure anything in advance or no extra layers of anything. Any server can emit this and any client will understand what it means. And when you put on this redirect on HTTP server, it's going to affect all the new connections. If you have any existing connections like a download going on or something like that, it's unaffected. And if you use HTTPS, then this redirect will happen inside the HTTPS connection, so it has to be established first. All right, so as said, I work for AWS, and I run the core engine team for AWS-MySQL and MariaDB, and a lot of people here in the room have seen our contributions, so all of the contributions to MariaDB or also MySQL come from my team. And this is a little prototype we did already back in 2023, and I wanted to demonstrate here how it works in practice. So for the server side, it adds 2 new system variables. One is to activate the instant failover, and the help text looks like this, so you can have it off or on. And then there's also some like exception management, like for corner cases, what to do with administrator connections and stuff. And that's why there's also an all. And then of course, if you want to do that instant failover, then you need to tell where it's gonna do the failover, so you can define the host name and the port where to redirect the traffic. And for this to work, the clients need to support it. So on the client side, in this demonstration, there is a new flag, but actually you don't need to use that flag because it will be on by default, just like in HTTP web browsers. All right. Will you see this text? You might wanna. There's plenty of empty seats here in the front row. So let me show this first, and then you can ask questions of how it works. I think demonstrating it once makes it fairly obvious how it works. So I have here, I don't have an actual network setup, so everything is running on my laptop locally. So I'm going to start 2 servers. One is at port 3306, MariaDB server, and then another one at port 6606. So both are running on localhost, but just different ports. And I started with 1. So now they are running and ready for connections. And then I'm going to have here 2 administrative connections as root to the server, so I can manage them. And then this larger pane here is kind of the regular user point of view. Right, so what can you see here on the screen? So on the administrative panes to the left, there's two servers. One is seeing the test user and the other one is only seeing its own connection. And then to the right, there's some dummy data and then the connection information. And now I'm gonna drop out from this one and just run a loop from the command line. So first, I'm configuring where do we want to redirect the traffic by setting this instant failover target. So I'm just the same server but a different port. Then I'm gonna put it on, and you're not gonna see anything very remarkable. What you're gonna see is that this connection ID is gonna start again from a very low number because it's a new server, and you will see the port number here change, and some of the statistics change because you're jumping to a new server. So not very visible, but that's what happened now.
That's the whole point of application that you prepare this kind of command.
And then another way of demonstrating is this, and I'm going to open up console. So I opened the console to the 3306, so the server number 1, but it immediately jumped to the server number 2. So this is modeled after the HTTP redirect, that it's not gonna, like you can leave the old server redirecting traffic to the new one. So it's not gonna serve any actual like queries anymore. It's just anyone trying to connect it will be redirected to the new one. So that's kind of a pattern to use that you wanna make sure that there's the minimal interruption for all the old users until they permanently reconfigure or do something else to stop asking for the old server.
If server 1 dies, it doesn't work anymore, right?
Yes, no, because then nothing's going to reply on the port 3306. This is just also with this HTTP example. So then I'm going to show another example that I'm going to use the extra port. So MariaDB has this feature that you can have the regular port, but you can also have an extra port used for administration stuff. And the redirect is not on the redirect is not on the extra port because the purpose of the extra port is to be for administration stuff. So if somebody is connecting to the extra port and has permissions to connect to the extra port, then by design they're not supposed to be redirected somewhere else. So this just shows that we are now on the server number 1, but using the extra port. And then this obviously is only for external connections, so if you're using socket connections or something, there's no redirect. And
sorry, what do you mean? So you can't redirect external connections, only local?
No, I mean like network connections you can, but if you are connecting on the socket, you can't tell it to go to a new socket. address. But you won't know what sockets are available. All right.
Couldn't the target be a socket path?
Yeah, but you can't. The socket is on your local system, so you can't configure it remotely. So that.
But can you change, force people, somebody who is on a socket to be on another host?
Maybe.
You have a redirect path to a TCP connection.
Let me show some by design features. That's very corner case too. Like if you have somebody connecting on a socket, they're on your local machine already, so it's not really relevant for redirecting.
It is because your local machine is not going to serve your servers anymore, but you have to move the external.
Yeah, but you are controlling the local machine. Like this is like when you do the web redirect, that's for like servicing like the millions of people of connecting to your server that they will connect to a new server. It's not really relevant for managing your own machines. So then some corner cases that if you have too many redirects going on, so there can be multiple redirects. So then what this has built in that you could change these redirects if you want, just like HTTP 301 can be changed. So we just built in here a check that you can configure that how many hops you are going to follow, because somebody might misconfigure things. Like in this example, I misconfigured 2 servers to redirect each other. So then the client is going to say that there's too many instant failovers in succession and abort. And then I'm going to demonstrate how it looks like when you have the console open. So now I disabled the redirect. Now here to the right, I have a console open to the first server on port 3306. I see the connection details, and I have some dummy data. And then I'm turning the redirection on. And you might see like one of the queries failing and then the next one succeeding again. And now we didn't even see that because in the background, MariaDB client detected that there's something in the connection and they reconnected. So there's nothing like visibly happened. And the second machine has the copy of the data of the first one, so like it was completely transparent from the end user's point of view in this case. And then I'm going to show how it looks like if you are connecting with an old host, an old client. Okay, it seems I have a demo effect going on here. It's now redirecting anyway. I seem to have the wrong client installed in just a second. Alright, so now I don't have network on this thing, but so if you try to use this with an old client, it's going to show you the error message that it can't connect to the server, but that error message will actually be human readable, so it will say that the traffic has moved to this new server. So this way, like old clients won't follow the redirect, but they will still follow the rule, because if you as an administrator, your point is that you want to fail over to a new machine, that means that you don't want to serve traffic from the old machine anymore. So the old clients will just not have connections anymore, and whoever is using them needs to upgrade to a new client or read the error message and then reconfigure their systems. And also the redirect or the instant failover, that's like meant for situation where you prioritize uptime and you want to have the failover like happen quickly. Obviously, like you will need to keep the server on at the old address, redirecting the traffic. So in the long run, you will still need to have some way to tell your users that, hey, we are deprecating the old server address and you need to use the new address instead. So this was originally done in 2023, and we submitted a pull request about it, but there was parallel development and other features going on at the same time, and then we resubmitted in 2024, but there was still other features going on. So as Sergei told, there's MariaDB has this feature where you prioritize backwards compatibility in the sense that it's using this extra, the client is kind of recommended to do a failover to a new server, and if the client doesn't support that yet, then the client isn't going to do anything. So that approach prioritizes that in backwards compatibility sense as little as possible should happen. All right, cool. Now time for questions. Yeah.
I would want to understand more about this failover case. What should happen on MariaDB server that you would want to practically enable it? It's not a server crash, right? It's not a machine breakage. But what is it?
Well, it could be machine breakage, because all you need to have is the server running, but you don't necessarily need to have the data anymore, because you're not going to serve anything. Or you could even have some kind of lightweight server replacing the actual server that's only giving the redirect.
But who will then respond with the redirect message?
Well, the service, like all you need to have is the clients get a reply saying that the connection failed and here's the new address to go to. So now this was implemented in the server, but if you want, you could extract that and do a separate system giving that response.
I'll give you an example. If you do a switch over to another node, sometimes it's happened that another connection is coming to a start transaction, write some data, and you are in the middle of the switch over. What you would like to do is to stop the clients from going to that server that you want to switch. And the only way today, for me, is going through some proxies or whatever to put the nodes in maintenance, and then you have no more traffic on your node that you want to switch over. This is a convenient way to do it. Go to DevNet. I don't want you on this server.
So you need a proxy.
Today we need a proxy. In the past we could do just max connection 0. It's no more possible. I don't know why.
So
not scale people wanted it for a feature they call graceful shutdown. You connect on them, you wait until everybody knows that they're shut down.
So here's the error message if you're using an old client version. It will say that you can't connect to the server anymore, and it will give somewhat human readable that server is redirecting clients to the alternative server and then the address. But the client won't actually follow it, so then it's up to humans to discover that this is the reason why the connection stopped working. And this is in this approach, the design, or like the priority is that you want to stop the old server from having to serve clients anymore because it can't for some reason or another.
This does feel like it would be better suited to be fixed in a proxy rather than the server itself.
Yeah, but this is the kind of the cleanness here is that you don't need to have any proxy, or you don't need to have anything like, if the clients support this, then you don't need to control who is the client or how they are connecting or what, because they can have a proxies on their own side if they want to. You can have proxies when you're receiving them, but if you are on the wire saying that, sending out this, broadcasting this message that the server is not accepting any new connections, you are there instead, then it's completely independent of what kind of like systems people have in between. So you don't need to like if you have proxies, or if you today want to do graceful or instant failover, then you need to be the person who can control the whole setup.
Another case is that sometimes you claim on proxies, and then you always forget the small bash script somewhere that doesn't move the proxy, so you still have some code that is important that is run on the server.
Yeah, that's a good point, because this is now server initiated. So as a server administrator, you can be 100% sure that you are not accepting any new connections. Everything, no matter who it is going to go to. Yamonti has a question.
Yes, I think it was Microsoft who wanted to have it the other way, so that this will also work with the server is down, and then for existing clients, so that when you connect, you will get basically say that get a server, but if the server goes down, here's the redirect.
Yeah, so this actually only affects. This is not going to kill any queries that are in progress.
But when you do this instant failover, doesn't it kill the query, or if you have a transaction, does it kill the transaction?
I mean, if you have a if you need to issue a commit, then that's not going to be issued anymore.
So in other words, you lose works in this case, these failures.
Yeah, this part of the feature does not take any how you do the replication and how you transfer the data to the new server is out of scope for this one. This is only how you transfer the traffic to the new server.
So the question also, when you transfer, I think there should be an option to say that only transfer and commit, or or connection which doesn't have an active transaction.
You could have a separate system looking at are there open commits, or you can just like show process list and then you can decide.
But this would all trigger the automatic. It's very easy to see is there an active transaction.
Or you can put the server in read-only mode in combination with this or other things.
That would also stop the current transaction.
You should not send traffic to a state. You should send it to Devner, then wait, the failover, and then send it.
But then you can get into context. This is trivial to automatic, complete with another option.
Well, if you flash table to the global read log, it'll wait for all current transactions, will not allow any new transactions. When you get the log, you can do it.
This doesn't wait for new.
Yeah, that's why you do flash the global read log first. So let current transactions finish, but not start any new transaction.
But
when
you
you get the log,
want to
then
have
you
the
can
new clients to go while the other ones is still on.
Yeah,
the
that's
other
even
one.
then. Okay.
And that's trivial to do.
So.
But
it's not trivial because you have to root in the state where that it gets the replication.
I'm afraid most people aren't hearing this, so I need to either. Otto, do you want me to hand over the microphone, or what do you want to do?
If we have extra microphones, then give that to people with.
Yeah, so we have just a few minutes before we need to stop. We have a short time for lunch, and then we have a hard start. So Monty.
But then my biggest fear with this one, the first I was thinking when I heard about how it was done, oh, this is perfect for hackers. Just move all things to another server that I can control of. So I think there has to be something on the client side to say that which servers you actually allowed to move to.
I think like the beauty with this is that it has the same pattern as the HTTP redirect. So you kind of inherit all the security properties and behavior from it as well. So yes, if you don't use, if your connection is not encrypted and you don't have certificates, then all bets
I'm
are
not talking
off.
about somebody who has full access to the server and who can move all things without the service provider knowing the new one, and the client doesn't know that they actually moved.
That's what happens with HTTP redirects.
Yeah, but you can easily have that by having a filter on the client side that don't allow movements only to the servers matching this pattern.
So
a little bit more.
So there is a flag to not follow the redirects. But if you think about how web browsers work, in the web browser world, there is no pattern of having limits on the redirects.
But you can do better.
Yes, it's not, I don't think it's needed.
I think it's needed.
Okay, just 2 more minutes.
Yeah, it's only tangentially related. So, Diego, if you have a connection pool or something, and you get a redirect, do you remember the new address and you connect to another one, or you keep connecting to the old one and get a redirect? Yes, yes,
There is actually the same kind of implementation actually already in MariaDB.
Yeah, but my question, it applies to whatever implementation, doesn't apply.
How it's done is when you are changing the system the global variables in server, it will tell all the connections that you have to redirect, and the client, if it's in a transaction, will finish the transaction, and after only redirect.
No, my question is, do you remember to...
And there is a little cache, yes, to directly connect to the new server.
All right, but I guess this purpose of this demonstration was to more clearly explain how this works, because discussing it through a pull request isn't like that high bandwidth. So now with the demonstration, people have a clear view of how this works. I'm happy to talk more about this while I think we have a coffee break now or lunch.
Well, we don't even just have a coffee break, we have a lunch break, and the lunch break has a hard stop, so I wish for everybody to be present here at 25 minutes to 2, so it's 70 minutes, and we have not prepared any specific restaurant to go to. We just know that there's enough of them around here, so please be back. And I know that 70 minutes is not much for a lunch in Brussels when you also have to scout for the restaurant. So,
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Otto. Very good. And can I ask Tarus to come here for a photo opportunity?
Yes, before falling about.
Я еще нет, Морозовская. Ты говорить на телефон? That's it.
Vi behöver en fotograf.
The URL is part of the area.
Vi behöver en fotograf.
Sir, can you take
Can you take a picture?
Yeah, what the question is that find the next or get the next time remember the
Okay, doing you can be the creamy feeling in the audio.
You can include this Thank you. That's what I asked. You just like the remember applying. You can send the class remember. Otherwise
You're being more soda machine. I'm looking for it. But it's funny, my boss is named David.
under the battery there is
That's why I got the
actually it's not
yeah, it's like I'm waiting for that to a coworker. We're waiting for the right time.
How you move the data or what replication system or how you put the server read only mode or how you
it's not just the database, it's just don't work.
That's it's a part of it. But there's a lot of functionality already in MariaDB. I think what you do with how you do replication, what you do with the data is kind of important. So part of how do you do a fast failover, people are using DNS-based systems and IP-based systems and proxies.
Connectors is the most appropriate.
Yeah, but people when they do it today, either it's not fast failover or they have to do a lot of upfront planning.
For that table, there is still open thing for
Yes. 70 minutes. About 500 meters, I think.
Yeah, we did this connector C, anything using
Assuming that we can first, we close beta time under all transactions on that table, and anybody accessing it has
That's always
I think there should be a case where even if you can you can say that only on this Which one should be the focus? If you place an name,
Yeah.
Because
I think this is good because anyone doing web applications,
I have the old method for your
they have the mental model. We don't so that if you are
but I don't have any the template table. That table has no locks.
No, exactly. Yeah, but just like HTTP.
And you can set the next one table directly.
Yes, you can
But
change.
you can take it over and make that always work.
No, you don't want to do that. You want to parallel error cluster. And one of those codes is going to go away. And that one code is going to redirect to the new code that's replacing it. So it's not going to redirect.
Why do you need that? Because you have
Let's make another example. I might have shown
because French songs there.
But that's the same thing if I do it again. If you can't take the interval on the new table, then it's already there. But take the replace.
And then I explained that I think so if what will happen?
Exactly the same thing as if you use Renee and Ron. From the data point of view, they are 100% equal. No, I'm not saying, I say that there's no lock on the view table. So if I do a page replace on V1, what happens? V1 will be the blah blah. No locks. I will create a new table named V1, which I can do of course. You can't take a little of V1, that's a new table. It's nothing to do with blah blah. Blah blah has no locks. Yes, and then you get blah blah. Has no locks. Getting a full metadata lock, no problem. Yeah, but what happened was that somehow you took a metadata lock on V1, the new created thing, instead of blah blah. That was happening. But then V1 is a new table, has nothing to do with blah blah. Yeah, of course you can. No restriction. It's only the DB who at some point does check. For virtual the reason you have to enable regular was ordinary table at one.
I mean, the reason why this is not why would I
But if it's if you work on let's continue. But in this case, you actually know you will get a call to InnoDB that tells that there is a no reading. I can take method logs log during the reading back.
Yes, but the point is that is relying on the method to maintain the solution. But depending on that, then this
if you want, I can take a method for during the just this reading fast, but that will be very, very fast. I can do that. But it's not going to be for that microseconds.
Yeah, of course, but that's it. Really, it prevents the explosion.
I never see the condition.
Suda.
Of course, you should. I can't put blocks there. But I'm just saying that there was the issue that happened that I noticed was that InnoDB was doing a method level on T1, and it's a new thing. And they just created.
If we are changing the logic of metadata for temporary names, then
we haven't changed them. They're exactly like
we need to change them. If you are unwilling to add this metadata log.
But hey, nothing has changed. I can add something new.
If something has changed, somebody tried to implement the create all the display table. That is the new thing.
That is new, yes. And before in Vinecos, that's which I created a new temporary table that needed their own logs. Because so he created a new name that can then rename over the old one. I mean, instead of putting the old one on the side and then creating a new one. And I don't understand what InnoDB is waiting for. But I don't have any logs on the new one. There was no way that.
Would there be any drawback if you did it that way, that you would do the search temporary names for
that was what MariaDB did, and that was so many other problems with the made lots of things for more. The code is a fraction of the size and much easier than doing this. I don't think you need to develop because they are of course there's no Indian box.
Yes, there is currently. That's logic we have to require that.
I mean, the new logic that you never tested and never looked at. How can you know that there's a block? I showed you.
How can I know? But I know why it is in the way. You cannot ask searching because you need to process the records for the whole of your and for that, the current logic is using the original table.
But you can't
if the table is renamed to some other name which is covered by MDL, then you can be.
Everything is covered by MDL. You can take MDL on anything.
You just said that SQL is not required.
I don't need MDL for that because SQL level never touches it. InnoDB has full access, you can read it.
Yeah, but the whole point of the work is to prevent the miscondition between SQL.
There is no way that SQL level will never touch it. If I had to take something here, I put it here, it will never touch it again. It will never look at it. Why would I need a lock? And you can take a lock of that. And you can take a lock. The problem is taken off.
There is no point in that only one page.
If only InnoDB is using that, there is no point in taking a lock. But the thing is that you are using the lock to also prevent drop table and everything else. So you can take a lock. Yeah, and you can take a lock. It will be no block drop on it without a lock. Yeah, but when I have the full code, which will be done by next week, then I can give you I have full test case and everything else. But the issue that I defined with what is it for the non-blocking loop was that you basically took a lock of something that you took a lock of T1, and T1 was another table. A table that we've never seen before, except that it was just crazy.
Yeah, the reason is because the UPL interface is so broken that MariaDB is kind of forced to remember the original saving name and then use that for.
But how can you do that? Because if I do a rename table from P1 to P12 and do a create to the table and start inserting, it's exactly the same code as well. 100% identical. There's no difference.
In any case, we need to do something about the logic that must be.
Yeah. But taking a lock on this temper table does not work.
That would be a problem.
And this is
that's the kind of level drag.
But this is the only place where we actually create the temper table that may be renamed. It's the only place in the code. No, because we are not just using it. And the other way to solve it would be to so it would be nice if we would have a way to either clean up or quickly finish the redo for one table. For example, when you do a drop table, it would be nice if you could just go and mark all of those things that you don't need to have those apply them anymore.
I will also keep the table ID is not found, then the variable will be started.
Okay, so that's a drop is also a solve.
But the virgin is being done in order. There is no way to follow that.
But it should be possible to do it, to be able to scan the list and take one table that we know that something in case of reading.
The problem is that it's reading unbroken batches and the whole batch needs to be lost.
So, for example, a log table for export that has to flush everything of that table to this.
Yeah,
so it
does, and it is blocking rights to that file, but it's not virtual history. That's
But I think that's a log table for import that it's a global log number that can exist that can be the transaction.
Blocking the person from that table or actually on all tables.
No, but you have to do the code. There's something, for example.
The reading on records will be on import tables, basically, we read one records that's
okay, so I thought that the import would be instant.
No, there is a ticket for implementing that, but the issue requires Golubchik and also an extra step for cleaning up the file.
But anyway, I can add logs and everything else, but I want to have first implementation ready so I can show you, because it's much easier when you can show you.
Yeah, of course.
Sorry, no, I'm ready.
Hi,
Here's Raman, he presents the company variables that can help track requests. There's a problem with the Raman.
What exactly what you track, because it shows processing, you can see which statement, how many rows it has checked, examined, how much of rows they have changed and so on. So you can actually check by statement that something is happening.
I mean, something like from a schema diagrams for workers.
You can use performance schema.
But
They want to measure how frequently the request statement is. Many ORMs usually cheap. They can like create a request statement, then execute, and then go.
But I thought all of this is also performance schema. Should be. Sergei, he's the one that is implemented. If not, you can add that to performance schema. Because that
We found this because statements unlike by batches and various batches.
But the way we add, first statements are, I think they are counted as normal statements. As well, shouldn't be any difference.
Yeah, and they want to see it.
Yeah, but at least two, because you can explain exactly what you want, And you can talk with Sergei because he does performance a better than I do. Of course. Talk with Sergei after lunch.
Känns det att vara bråttom?
Always. Wait till they hear me sing. The big test is how many comes back after. Sen se var roligt jag sa ingen panik för det här 3 år så efter det så är det så viktigt att du kan inte lova att ge till nära. Foundation kan inte lova att du inte är nära. Du kan säga det att of course we're going to work together and of course we're going to consider it. Du kan inte lova. Det är inte bra för kommunen. Det är kommunen som kommer först.
Just när det står som det står och vi får se vad människor frågar om att sen blir
det står ingenting i listan om att foundation får göra inte.
Nej, precis, vi får se vad
bara försiktigt. Du kan lova muntligt, inte skriva.
Nej, precis. Men det är ganska lätt.
Ja.
När vi talar på den trafiken vår att samla på prov på ett år om de blir kunder om det inte hjälper. De tror verkligen att det ska hjälpa sales med massor och genom ett år. Jag sa alltså du ser att det är ingen chans att jag kommer att vi får se. Så i princip just nu.
Men 8 år kommer jag inte säga. Jag måste förklara mig själv. Vi säljer det här med 3 år, 8 år. 8 år kan vi ge för den gamla redan nu. Det kommer att hjälpa direkt. Så att man måste särskilt när vi ser på statistiken. Är det 8 år som gäller eller är det 3 år? Men jag menar, jag vill komma sen att han kommer med statistik säga, titta, vi sålde så här mycket tack vare det. Man kan säga, är det 8 år eller? Det är att säljarna förklarar vad var det som övertog. Var det backscale? Eller var det 8 år?
Jag ska inte på lunch sen. Bara ser du inte vad
jag ska gå bort för sällskap men ingen vill ha.
Alla är ny. Jag tror Kristian är det.
Visa batterier. Visa batterier.
Det? Något ett. I grann eller efter. Yeah, David,
I send a message. Do you want pizza takeaway?
Oh, yes, please.
We can take it
Yes, please. Very much so.
Det landar inte.
Can you just look at I sent you a picture of the menu.
I will. You're a lifesaver. I love you so much. I will.
Det fungerar, kabeln funkar inte.
Oh. Är du säker?
Ja, 100%.
Okej. Grejen är att jag behöver längre kabel. Vill du ha en pizza? Du har en pizza?
Nej.
Ja, okej.
Okej, det där funkar.
Vadå?
Det här är bordet för att ladda batterier.
Så du menar, du har ingenting, jag vet, men det är för kort. Jag tittade på det, det är för kort.
Ja, men det här laddar man batterier. Så nu har jag ställt upp alla dina siffror.
Nej, det är inte, det fungerar inte bra. Men grejen är att jag trodde det, jag tänkte på det, men jag trodde det skulle inte vara så dumt och det ska gå bak och fram.
Det går inte, det här bara för...
Men batterier fungerar bara för USB-C, man kan inte koppla något annat för det.
Ja, det här batteriet är bara för USB.
Jättebra batteri.
Det här, du har, alla har USB-C nu för tiden.
Massor av Apple devices fortfarande har...
Jag har bara USB-C på allting jag har nu.
Ja, plus det är för kort, så man kan när man vill inte byta kabel. Just en sån situation. Jag kunde inte hänga den batterien ut telefon.
Du kunde flytta ner telefonen där ner för det här laddar...
Jag kunde inte flytta telefonen ner för det...
Du kan flytta nu därför det laddar...
Nej, jag kan inte för det livestream, vet du. Jag kan inte avbryta livestream. Ja, jag kan inte avbryta livestream för annars det blir olika lägen och vi har någon 50 människor som tittar på.
Nu?
Ja, och just nu kanske de inte tittar på oss igen. Folk får räkna inte skratta. Men sådär topp.
La. Rakastan! Elämä! Det här är mer för snabbladdning av telefonen när det är panik först. För det verkar fungera en snabb, en liten sladd riktigt bra.
Mattias Johansson har något att jobba som ett kunnande. Mattias Johansson, han är tidig video för tiden. Mattias från Booking.
Okej.
Han är tidig video för tiden.
Ja.
Och jag försökte komma och tala med dig, men du var så stark med Marcus som han.
Ja. Men jag frågar varför ska jag inte tala med någon som på konkurrent?
Hello.
What's your role?
I'm Anna, first of all. I'm Chief of Staff at the Foundation.
I'm Michal Schorm. I'm the package maintainer. From
Okay, very nice to meet you in person.
Also, the topics are very technical, and since I'm doing like the operating system part, I'm a bit distant from that. But I really like to meet the people. I only had chance once. I don't know what year that was. Something like that in Kampala, in Finland.
I see.
So it's, I got there, and that was an awesome experience. So I'm really happy.
Okay. Monty, have you met Michal from Red Hat before in person?
No.
Oh, please do. This is
I
Monty.
saw him sit beside me, but that's it.
I know.
They're just about to go to lunch with. So when does Kristian to be back?
Well, Kristian is not so hurry yet, but Peter Zaitsev is going to be at 13:45 local, so in 45 minutes.
Okay. So the question is there anything where you can go and get something for 45?
It's 500 meters, that much I can tell you. How fast you run there?
In which direction?
You asked me about directions. I think it's it.
Yeah, I really have to cross that bridge and on that side.
There is a link.
I know, but then I will need some time to set that up.
Yeah, it's no problem. We're already off schedule. Right?
But you have to cross that bridge.
Because otherwise
most of
we just don't know the
machines
I did not give you mine because I'm using mine for last week. But Vicențiu maybe can help you when you get back.
We'll figure it out.
And you are in charge of mine.
Okay, that's me. Would you take me out with you maybe? Do you want to come for lunch with guys?
I have something.
But that's the coolest guys in the industry. I mean, Kristian is our Mr. Replication and Monty is Monty. But if you rather stay, I'm happy.
How many people are there in the room when I'm from the MariaDB Corporation or Foundation? How many people sitting here today were external?
Maybe 1/3 ours and then 1/3. As a foundation and corporation. About of that 1/3, half foundation, half corporation. Foundation in general is very small, we are only 10 people. So and corporation is about 300, I think.
Are there any people who are involved?
Yeah, well, I am, for instance, I do marketing both for corporation and foundation. And then Monty is the founder, first of all, both for foundation and corporation, and he's a CTO in both. And then we have Sergei Golubchik, who was talking earlier. He is board member in foundation, and he's a chief architect in corporation. So, so what's your experience with MariaDB? I mean, nice guys. What can we do to make things easier for you?
Yeah, there are two main directions of the experience. One is the social experience, which is awesome. Before that, we are used to use Postgres community as an example of how well the open source community works. And for a lot of years, I'm trying to push MariaDB community there too, because I really think it deserves that. Yeah, people are really supportive on all fronts. It's been just like a week or two back, we had some implementation and call with all of those things. Max method. We were expanding on how we can cooperate better and match the
release models and so on together. Yeah, even in that place, it's really visible that it's really going to do the steps forward to just make it easier for us. So yeah, from my point of view, the social experience is just perfect, and to pay back a little, recommending you wherever I go.
Because it's now changing because first of all, the corporation had all kind of turbulences last year, but now they got new owners which are very supportive of existence of foundation, and they themselves, this K1, it's private equity, they may be more closed source people, but they really understand that MariaDB is different and that they need to rely on foundation for all this kind of understanding of the source experiences, so we're starting new collaboration, new level. For instance, one of the new points is going to be that we increase work with contributors. We always encouraged it, but now we actually have possibilities to update our policies for contributions and so on. So, for instance, vectors that we're going to talk about now, it's probably our first really community contributed project. So a very big chunk of work was done by Sergei, actually. But then there was another guy from Foundation, Vicențiu, who is also here, and AWS, and then we're also getting community contributions for LLM connections and so on. So it's kind of a new level for us, which is something we always wanted to do. Finally, I guess like when you said Postgres, we are trying to also get to this level, and we have kind of multi-vendor community.
So on the technical part, my experience, let's say, the rise. I'm enrolled for 8.5 years, something like that, and I worked on MariaDB from the very beginning. I maintain both MariaDB, MySQL, some small packages around, mostly going and so on. Use Dollar. And there is a obvious difference on what are the priorities for us and for the MariaDBs. It is directly tied to how well it performs.
I love you. Just give it to me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Do you want to get it?
Oh no,
Excuse David! Please. This is David Axmark, one of the original founders of MySQL and my personal coach, and his son Adam. Do you want some pizza?
I just want to start over because we don't eat pork. I want to order
Well,
that.
I share with you if you get a knife. The user has scissors at least. Maybe we can cut it. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. I think one of the...
Do you want to do that?
I think there has to be some cutlery in some of the kitchens.
There, look, it's
Sorry, it's a fork, it's not a spoon. You're confusing the child.
And a bit of
Sorry, food. Let them come first.
Yeah,
Yeah, please get me this way.
Yeah, I remember probably the first time where we years back when we built MariaDB for ARM v7, and it took ages to build every time, and it was so error prone.
When was that?
I think like around 5, 6, 7 years ago. I became my own.
See you. Alexander is from the first Michal is a package builder from.
Still on the carpet, the oil. Get a tissue, I'm not hungry.
So I'm not in time, right?
Huh?
I'm not in
Well,
time.
you have time to watch me
So I have to
eating
work.
pizza. Otherwise, that depends what you wanted to come for.
Yeah, I just say almost.
Monty is back maybe in half an hour to talk to you. And we have feature Zaitsev with most amazing features in MariaDB. It's There's Monty here. I'm here. David here. And you pressed the button with Zaitsev. Come on. That's what it's
I think I just don't expect Peter in this one Percona.
Well, we are kind of friends when it comes to actually they are really good friends because he used to work for MySQL, so I know him for scary 20 years.
Yeah.
What can we do better?
What can you do better? To be honest, at this very moment, I've over my head with my own work. At this moment, we are finishing the development work on Rail 10, so there's a lot of fuss around it. Actually, I have quite an issue with making the OpenSSL work by default in that. We have the MariaDB 10.11, which we are putting as a default version for the Rail 10. And what we are expecting to do, or planning, let's say, is to skip the 11.4 right to 11.8, making that be the next version of the
Why is it not going to close like this?
Well, historically, from the very first time MariaDB shifted its development model to faster or more frequent releases, we have to somehow select or pick which versions we don't ship, so we are not flooded by the extra versions. So we are doing that from the very beginning. We skipped the 10.6, which was a bit unfortunate because we had 10.5 and we still have it in Rail 9 as a default version, I think, and so on. So I think it would have been better on the 10.3. And we are skipping things somehow based on how much capacity. And currently I have an issue with making the SSL work with the with the 10.11 because the connector C is some version like for the different database LTSs. So I'm putting the latest connector C into the router, which requires everything to have in SSL by default. But I think not every part of the server, not every tool around it is really ready to work with that out of the box in the version 10. So I have some issues with that currently.
But is it also to be able, when you guys come back from lunch, if you don't know the Minecraft is our connection, right?
So that's something when we're glad to be helped around this time to have it to run time.
And when are you going to take 11.8?
So
when are you going to take 11.8?
When I will have capacity for that. Lucilla Act is really difficult lately with the capacity we have overall in engineering. There are some fluctuation and changes in the last few years. It's mostly about that every one of us has worked like double, triple, quadrupled, and the management decision about that extra work is to like better prioritize what we are doing and better disposing of what we are not. So there's a lot of work that is not done anymore at all, in favor of some of the extra work that is decided to be more important. So, and then work and development around that is a bit more difficult because yeah, the prioritization really trying to show the lives like for maybe 5 years.
And what is the main priority points now? What are the main priority points? What became priorities? Like some examples.
So, one of the things we were dealing with was ditching the modularity, which we have. So now for a long time we are using version packages, which is like I think a pretty common one for Debian and so on. So we are using that instead. That requires some work around that. Since we don't release major releases more often, that means we have more different major releases concurrently available, and we have to maintain them, which makes extra work for that, which makes it more difficult. So for me, it's mostly stuff around these points. And we are still trying to make updates for MariaDB and MySQL around once a year. There is not a pressure to make it more often, which is usually caused if it is lost by CDs and CD deadlines. But we are not doing the low and medium priority CDs anymore. I wouldn't say we are not doing that, but they are not important enough to prioritize as they were. And regarding the CDs of MariaDB, MariaDB is in really good shape regarding the severity of the CDs, which is great, especially for the older releases. We still have like 10.3 and well, like something like that. So I'm really glad there are no critical CDs coming back for me to deal with that somehow. There are more things directly and the modularity. When we have the packages backed up as modules, it enabled us to have a lot of versions that ship concurrently as this confederate. So at some point of time, I have like nearly 10 versions backed concurrently. With the version packages, I currently have one. At this point, I have one version of MariaDB and one version of MySQL. I would like more, and I have to decide which versions and how to approach that regarding to capacity and the strategy in Fedora. I'm currently thinking about this to have that the latest LCS version that we are shipping in and also you have there some a single one extra version which would serve as a rolling release. So at least that's an idea. I have to know how it will work out. But that's something that I would like to do.
What's your maintenance policy for existing applications?
Usually it's matching the release cycle to the RHEL release. Everything that gets to the RHEL number 0.0 GA gets supported for the duration of the RHEL, which is usually 10 years. And there's there's usually a quite noticeable window between upstream releasing new LTS version and I adopting it and I shipping it well. So if you support something for 5 or now we want to support that for 3 years, I guess, it usually takes a year to get it into the well for the first release. So that keeps a really little window when that product is also supported on upstream. So that makes it a bit difficult, but that's something we discussed with Max.
I guess Max talked to you when we are thinking about the updates to our release centers.
Yeah, that was the
But you got like with Max, you came to conclusions.
Yeah. Another part of your previous question was probably release cycles of length of the releases. There are some exceptions, and I think we have some actually on MySQL based on how little information we get from the MySQL upstream regarding CVs and multi-sigs, how and where, and we just don't have that manpower to do the backwards. If in MariaDB it's much more obvious to find out what commit fits which CD and how to eventually backward that general version. MySQL we have a really hard time with that, so we are limited that some way. I'm not sure that from the top of my head how. Yeah, but the entire situation with the databases in RHEL is really peculiar because we do not offer any database administrations and architecture and services. We offer that all to the partners. So we basically support like installations and very basic run of the database and some upgrades between the versions we offer, and that's it. So that's a pretty minimal support compared to other software development.
How was this whole AI explosion into GPU? Has it changed?
Well, Reddit does a lot of AI stuff now, and hasn't changed much for me yet, because while keeping the RHEL life at all alive as it is, doesn't I think involve much of that innovation. So where I'm seeing that are either new products, which are usually pretty far away from RHEL because they are usually building on products like most OpenShift and so on, or some kind of tooling, but I'm not sure if that goes well at this point. There are a number of interesting projects. I think some that should help us with the work. It's not meeting my expectations at least yet.
What is the same about programming that it doesn't have fixing?
And I'm not much of a fan of AI as being an AI developer. I like to use that, but I generally avoid to dive into developing it. So we had some like company-wide or company engineering-wide trainings regarding that and so on. So every engineer would have some idea how it works and put their hands on some practical examples. So the management is treating that really seriously. But I would say it's kept far away from me, and I like it very much. So I'm interested in how will the customers react to vector storage and so on, and how much they will be interested in these features. We usually have really feedback from the customers because they are not obliged to we don't have like the, much of the telemetry there, and many of the customers don't want to give a feedback for reasons because they either support a financial institution or they often believe it would have some security implications. So they have to all that, but I'm curious how that will change. I usually can see that on the number of tickets that are related to functionality.
Thanks. Yeah, now we're starting to use AI for Jira processing, like you with all the tickets and so on to get some information about Jira for the next just so.
We switched to Jira from Barcelona, essentially just further up behind in Barcelona. We have some fun time with that because I have friends in other companies in my city, and a lot of them is using Jira. It works pretty fine for them, no big issues. And when you try to move to Jira, such a big company, for such huge number of tickets, it really starts to create a lot of functional problems and also a lot of costly problems. So yeah, that's another interesting thing that changed last years. Yeah, essentially we started to move heavily to Jira with RHEL 9, so it's about 3 years ago.
You're not in right?
Sorry?
You're still here?
Yeah.
Okay, because I need to introduce you to some guys when they come back from lunch. You saved my life. I'm very sorry about it later. collaboration.
I haven't seen the conversation proceeding from them on. I don't know if it has been proceeded or they just switch channels, which would be more like it.
Well, I think that's how it happens, right? When you are at the very last.
I think that there's good studies.
Yeah, I think even the sun broken things.
One of the things I was thinking about what to do with databases, for example, you have documentation about MariaDB.
I need to start taking notes. So we need help with references before. Measure C.
Yes.
What was there? Salaries. Documentation.
And I forgot where are you at with this? We have to have some documentation and
yes.
just very responsive upstream, or in most of the cases. In some cases we can, but we have to write a lot of stuff, and it's basically the same information, or in a compressed version. And at moments like, okay, we are shipping a new registration of MariaDB and we need some marketing information about that. I think actually it would be better if you could provide what you have features to market on the MariaDB, because after all, even if Brad had sells it in its portfolio, it's actually your product. And I think it might be more.
That's my part. Whom shall I talk to? You still, if I have something marketing?
Yeah, for this information, I'm the person who asked to create that, and I'm pushing that to the other channel.
And technically, practically, how it works, we specify like LinkedIn. So I tell you that now we have MariaDB Vector, and this is our main feature. What I do with this information is a flow to some. Where would you? How do you use it?
Well,
we have several places for that. One of the places is the documentation of the process. There are. It can be more technical there. I usually there is usually a section of like invoking features, tangents, nodes, and so on. In marketing, there's like a separate line. It's be like taking the most important features out of the notable changes list. You so often have to somehow convince the customers that there is added value in that product and they probably should want that.
Yeah, I think that's
One right now, not just for the MySQL, but then the logic behind that is the same.
Oh, yeah, I have so much to talk to you about. All the people are on the screen. We are very, very tight with that's basically the one. There may be something in the back of the room.
Okay. So how do you present?
Yes. Hey, good to see you.
Much. That's for me.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
good
good.
start of the day. Get a picture.
Good.
There is a link you would use. Vicențiu, who is absent for some reason, will show you. But it's not your turn yet.
No.
It's Peter first.
Oh, okay. Because I was just going to ask you, hey, are you running it according to a schedule today or not?
Well, ish. More or less.
Ish, okay.
Now it's lunch, so you never know what to do. Yes. Okay, very nice to meet you. I'm sure we are connected to everything, but I'm impressed.
More.
Yeah. Back.
Right. Through the years, MariaDB moved away from one MySQL conversions and like the Dupin replacement and so on.
Yeah, now it's
It was haven't mentioned in the source of marketing and so on. And it does not apply or apply in some context anymore. And I think a lot of these places should use an update.
Oh, my kids, youngest one is
to say what MariaDB currently is, from the details like in the description field from the inside of the package itself. But there are also a lot of outdated pieces of documentation and information over like run and so on. But use update on this topic, for example. So that's one of them. Yeah, that's
not completely.
For those things that you said that you need help now when guys come back and connect to with Sergei and the discuss this connector and SSL stuff. And as to documentation, Kaj from the CEO is also coming here, so he's the one who's so. Someone announcing it.
Yeah.
So we're in Ireland. Well, I mean, it's good. I mean, I know that you before I got private school. After 2000 days, the crisis is yet to get
We moved out from PARSEC to SkySQL. Yeah, we had up until now English came to second, and which is very carefully.
okay.
But it's like, I mean, I went from class to normal. We got one of the best in the area. She was a big system, was like teachers from the and facilities at school is not especially or actual
go to teaching all the questions, right?
My oldest daughter is in uni.
Yeah.
And he said to me that he was almost rolling under.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so my daughter is in shows. I like to school some other stuff. I don't want to do my life. Yeah. I mean, it is a tool, right?
Hi.
Hey, I got that hack. Yeah, hopefully. I will see if I analyze.
Yeah, I'm still thinking. I don't know, Peter. I think you mocked me when I asked for wonderful, splendid talk, and you created a talk called Wonderful, Splendid Talk.
Yeah.
What else I complain about?
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh, that's
Well, that's very strategic. Our guest talks about who will want to be speaker and who will want to be speaker. I can see our experts. I have no problem with
So Anna got everybody licensed sleeping for me.
Exactly. Full star mice. Hashtag no pressure, just wake up. Kai.
He had to measure the job.
So now we set it up so we can start on time, or as much not on time as
No, if you want to start on time, because people are still working so much.
Yeah, I feel like Jesse said like, oh, really, I met some folks coming here and I said, well, there is no lunch, so go get some. Well, I want to come back on time, and I cannot trust the nice Belgian sit-down restaurant to feed us in the 40 minutes.
Exactly.
Okay. Maybe yes, maybe no. Okay, so and you want me to? Yeah, how do you want me to get to that external?
Well, I want us to get Vicențiu here because he knows how to
Yes.
get the. But Kai, I find Vicențiu, but English. Okay.
Okay.
So this is Zaitsev. And they're happy with us in general on the social level, but there are a couple of things that can be improved, including communication and that's why.
Okay, so right. So let's go somewhere.
I don't like to.
Okay, let's start.
Hey. Oh, I'm starting when they tell me how to connect. Yeah.
Well, we are not starting on time because everyone knows how to start with not back, but they will.
They will do that, okay. Well, you know what, it's always...
No, there's no connection. You need to go to some URL to connect.
Ah, okay.
There's no cable.
Well, I have cable which I can use, right? But then we'll need to have a... oh my gosh, that's like...
You can do it, I believe in you.
Okay, so that means first I need to connect to local internet because this is...
And that is a small sign there. We need the phone also. You can do it. Some days it will make sense.
Short answers, we're happy with this. Let's make a proposal. So, how can you best do it? Compared to, do you want a delta between, do you want current state of affairs or a delta between a particular
Потому что в этом году они раньше, чем обычно, Иэн, который занимается не пытались, потому что нас не взяли, у нас есть Splendidly. Мы тебе что поговорить сейчас.
Я ухожу, потому что через час.
Даже Виктор?
Я сейчас доклад. Я сегодня себе вагон делал.
У нас там будет Руси, там будет консул присутствовать. Классно, потому что хорошо до нас сейчас прийти и сказать им про все свои проекты. И даже особенно, это же значит, что
Не, вообще, как бы, если будет история, переводе, если там что вы сказали, я не знаю, там вас, я единственное вам немножко представляю, что я один везде, там другой человек,
Петь, ты же приедешь к нам на перформанс-метап в Лондон?
Когда?
В конце апреля.
Приедем. Надо будет посмотреть. Где я буду в это время.
Без виз, да, сейчас?
Нет, ну в такие вещи нет. Некоторые питания.
Я пишу тоже на визы, я пишу, что цель поездки шопаю, и все. Я не хочу. То есть туристскую почему
На флаженном точно нечего показывать. Давай, посмотрим.
Я во мне счастье от того, что сказала по-моему, бэчворки, да, я нет, то, что наш вектор 4 раза быстрее пользуется. Сейчас такие же будут квадранты, такой квадранты будут сейчас такие хорошие.
Я так понимаю, что PARSEC и MariaDB
как главный маркетолог всего мира, должна сказать, что это очень исключение, потому что у нас, во-первых, у нас круче, во-вторых, у нас open source, потому что у них все за гитвей.
Я просто сейчас смотрел в теме, они у нас сегодня, завтра рассказывал про один.
Смотри, там есть другое, там есть отдельный человек, который сделал план. Но он как бы, то есть это не орган. Вот, и он сделал его, ну я так понимаю, я не думаю, что будет очень быстро работать, потому что он просто пытается его сделать, знаешь, как в свое время было на девичном пути индекс, да, возьмем как бы, сделаем повес B3, вот, и как
Не хочу обидеть вас, я не смотрел Я не настолько вкладываю по материи.
Есть Петров здесь, который меня называет через Vue, а не через R. Это любезно.
Конечно, да.
Если бы не любя, я бы не поехала с вами в эту страшную Лапландию.
Знаешь, это надо тебе, знаешь, есть хороший титул. VP OBS.
Может, я уже не видала?
Vice President of all Ну, это, знаешь, такой, как бы, часто так, народ от инженера часто прикалывается, да, потому что вот есть вот мы вот, ребята, мы занимаемся, пишем код, а остальное это все будет. Sales, маркетинг, payroll, да.
Учитывая, что я в Foundation во всем писала за маркетинг, который как раз
Ну да, сейчас продакт менеджер, да? Я поэтому и спрашиваю.
Называется AWS Foundation.
Интересно.
Я именно же отношения между корпорацией и фондом, плюс корпорации многолетних близких отношений с Сережей и со всеми я помогаю инженеринг. Что надо, то и делать, учитывая, что у вас как раз новый продакт менеджмент, который не знает ни людей, ни что надо в себе
Я просто помню, я запал в память команду.
Секундочку, Никита, помоги Пете, пожалуйста. Никита, я тут, опять там. Помоги ему, пожалуйста, подключиться. Уже? Ну, вот я
Ты меня за кого держишь? Аннушка.
VP OBS просто. Закрывайте его, держать.
Уже все, вопрос решен. Вот, правда, не придется, не знаю, какой у меня следующий слайд, но ладно.
Уже хороший, в том-то дело, что у корпорации
Okay, so please have a seat and let's start with the afternoon. Our next presentation will be splendidly wonderful. It's a comparison and a look at MariaDB 11. So none other than Peter Zaitsev, Percona. The floor is yours.
Oh.
And you have half an hour, and if you don't have a mic, I can give you one that works.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3. Yes, you just have to use the power button, and I can get my own mic. That's wonderful. So, yeah, just about their title. So when we talk about the talk want to do, right? Like we spoke with Han, and she says, "Hey, Peter, I want you to talk about amazing, splendid, and wonderful features in MariaDB, right?" And I said, "Anna, do you know the cap theorem? In a database, it always can get only 2 out of 3, right? To recognize that. Well, and that's how we came up with a splendid, wonderful feature, and we had to drop that, the third one. So, with this presentation, it's kind of builds on what the presentation I had done in the last year. And what I want to talk in this case is about things which I think are the most interesting since that time, and then also to kind of to go over maybe for new folks something that I spoke before, if you have the time for that. If not, then well, it doesn't matter. Kind of it's in the slides, and maybe it can be useful for something. So let me first start with something which is a new feature, not a feature, but I think it's still worth talking about, right? I think if you look at the last year when I had a meeting, there was kind of always kind of a question, well, what is going on with MariaDB, not the foundation, but the corporation, but well, you know, it's still entities that are kind of very relying on each other for success, and I think by now we know what this question was resolved, right? And with K1 acquiring MariaDB, and from what I hear from a bunch of folks, relationships getting better, and I am very much hopeful that with that their MariaDB community and all of us will benefit. The next important thing is we are finally done with MariaDB 10, right? Because there was this joke for years, right? That the MySQL is always stuck in 5, right? And MariaDB is stuck at 10, right? And now we know, well, there was MySQL 8 and newer versions, right? And MariaDB is 11 and going. And finally, we have MariaDB 11 as an LTS, which is very meaningful, right? Because if customers I work about, right, they are typically rather conservative. So if they say, hey guys, here is this database, and it's only going to be supported for the new year, and then you'll have to do another major database upgrade. A lot of them, they don't quite like that, right? They still like to do the database upgrades kind of more, less regularly, right? And so their MariaDB 11.4, which is going to maintain until 2029, that is amazing thing, and I think that's going to get more folks moving to MariaDB 11. Then next, let's talk about the biggest topic, right? If you, unless you've been living under the rock, right, and probably even if you were, you heard about this LLMs, ChatGPT, right? All this kind of like AI are being all the rage recently. And if you look at their databases, like your kind of normal relational database, what we need for that is their vector search functionality. Now, actually, on the last FOSDEM, I gave a talk about the vector search in different databases, right? And I think it was very interesting to look at that time what all the databases, like open source, commercial, they had some implementation of a vector search, more or less. They also have a number of dedicated vector-focused databases, but the MySQL and MariaDB were an exception. With MySQL, they have released their functionality not only kind of in a commercial enterprise version as you would expect, but for some reason choose to bolt it on and make it like a cloud only available as their only as a part of their cloud offering called HeatWave. And it is very good to see what MariaDB took the step to implement the vector search functionality. I think that is probably their major announcement, and I think that is also the major opportunity, right, to get the hearts and minds of the new modern developers and also sort of like a future-proofing in the companies, because the management is always thinking, hey, you know what, we are going to be AI is going to be part of pretty much any application out there. So the no HeatWave required, right? I think that is a great feature. right? And I think it's kind of very interesting, right? How even if you look at the MySQL community, right, there is this kind of a little bit like an Oracle bubble. Then there are, some customers which are actually using HeatWave, right? But 99% in the MySQL space, we kind of don't care. Oh, it's in HeatWave, that's some, entirely thing as well as it could be in Oracle. We do not care about that. Now, the thing in this case, which I think is very cool about the MariaDB implementation, and you guys probably saw that, is it does pretty well in benchmarks, right? And we can see that not only some internal benchmarks done by MariaDB, but also benchmarks done by Mark Callaghan, right? And he's a very respected person in the ecosystem, and he's probably like one of the few people I would trust, even if you say, well, these benchmarks were sponsored by MariaDB Foundation, right? It doesn't mean, hey, Mark would ask, hey guys, what numbers do you want me to draw, right? I mean, even to do a work, share numbers, maybe help you to fix if the benchmarks are not right, but I find that is very credible. Now, you guys know I like to poke a bear, so when we get those results, I'll post it on LinkedIn and say, hey guys, the PostgreSQL people, what do you think about this? Almost like the very first release of MariaDB vector search kind of is faster than PG vector. And there are a couple of things here interesting. Like, of course, to highlight, there are also, let's say, some other extensions kind of beyond PG vector, which are also saying, hey, PG vector is slow and this stuff is much better. There is also a bunch of things about how to benchmark Postgres, right? And look, I understand, like in every benchmark you can point out, oh, only if you change this option, everything will be different. And that option probably would make like a 2% difference, right? Which is irrelevant, but then people are losing, right? Like they like to point out the things they would change everything. But I like this kind of last one, interesting, right? Which is, for me, was always interesting to see that often this, arrogance by a lot of very respectful members of the PostgreSQL community by saying, hey, I've never seen MariaDB outperform Postgres, right? I mean, that is, just like a bizarre statement, right? I think if, for me, that was...
We have public benchmarks, lots of them that shows that Postgres is better in some cases, and much worse in others.
Oh, yes, fine. So look, I totally understand, right? And I think everybody who understands in kind of engineering, well, it's all about choices, right? You typically have to choose, hey, you choose one decision and another, and there are trade-offs as well. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight that's kind of an interesting take. You will see. Now, obviously, there are some benchmarks from other with other technologies as well, right? Because PostgreSQL is not only one vector search database, and this look pretty impressive in my book. Honestly, I did not benchmark it myself. I'm also, would say, not sure to what extent the benchmark themselves are the most important thing, right, in this regard. Because when it comes to the applications, I would expect there would be some people saying, hey, we are building some application which is, absolutely ginormous. Think about like a Facebook scale, and then they would need something, say, hey, can I really have some sort of like a distributed system which can have that functionality, right? And then there are always going to be a lot of smaller systems, right? Hey, you know what? I want to add, I don't know, let's say semantic search to my WordPress installation. In this case, you just need a good enough performance, right? I mean, it's in this case. So what you actually need in this case, I think, is there is a usability, right? And for me, what is very interesting to see, what is the next step, what MariaDB is going to see. Yes, it's implemented this kind of a raw database functionality. You can store vectors, you can find near stuff, have some other functions like PostgreSQL has that. But what can we do to enable the developers to build application faster and easy? Because that's what they want, right? And that is, I think, where the battle for developers' hearts will be. Now, if you look at the Postgres, right, for example, there's like a number of levels. Like we'll see, well, there is a PG vectorized extension, for example, which allows us saying, hey, you can now interface with the various, open source and proprietary LLMs very easy. Hey, you have a, bunch of text and you want to generate embeddings of them in a database, boom, right? You can do that. There's also like a PostgreSQL ML, which kind of builds even more infrastructure on it, saying, hey guys, if you want to build RAG, right, for example, augmented application generation, right, applications based on Postgres, we provide you some framework. And again, I am not saying all of that absolutely have to be in scope for MariaDB Foundation. I think the open source is wonderful because of the cooperation between the parties, right? And often it's saying, hey, you're just building the awesome component for other people to do, right? If you remember the story of MySQL, it was part of the LAMP stack. It wasn't trying to be the LAMP stack, but that was an awesome part of the stuff which enabled so many applications, right, of the time. So I think that's interesting, right, whatever the other field it's generated. Now, another thing which is awesome is this performance work. Again, kind of if Mark Callaghan recognizing that, and I would highlight kind of two things. Like one is performance improvements, and then also what in MariaDB there have not been those kind of performance regressions, right? Where I think in MySQL maybe starting from version, I don't know, like 4.1 or 5 would say, oh, we're getting more optimizer features, yada yada yada. So our single thread performance is lower and lower in every major version, and that kind of sucks. Especially why it sucks, right? Well, because of two reasons, right? One is CPUs are not getting a lot faster; they're getting a lot wider. Right now, we can get the servers with a gazillion of cores. I looked today on AWS. How many cores do you think the server has? If money is not an option, how many cores can you get? Any guesses?
16.
Okay.
128 at least.
Okay. Huh? Well, so actually you can get a server with almost 2,000 cores. Right? I was surprised to see that 2,000 cores and about 32 terabytes. What's that? Yeah, that's like some expensive, HP designed server, right? If you look at more commodity stuff, right, that goes to about it's like 192 cores, both on ARM and Intel, right? But still, that is a damn large number of cores, right? Even 200. All right, and the problem in this case we see with kind of a single core performance degradation, right, is also because CPUs are not getting much faster, but also the MySQL is not able to execute things in parallel, right, which can become increasingly problematic. The other thing which I would highlight, which is interesting. I want to especially, flag that because, well, we did have an argument with Monty years ago, right, about the DSL and abandon there, right, and say, hey, you know what, it will be useless. And he'll say, well, no, our intent is to actually have some maintained version of a max scale after it turns out to GPL, right, which happened with max scale 2106, and I also went to kind of check, hey, is it actually doing some development, right? After that change date, and you can see there was, release with some bug fixes a couple of months ago. So that's cool. That's good to see what
And then because Max gets released every half year, it will be a new GPL version, new features every half year, guaranteed.
Yes. So anyway, I wanted to highlight that because that is, I think, the first thing that we see there. GPL version of max scale release, and which is being released out there. Okay, the next I want to, well, you may already kind of heard me kind of hinted to that. If you look at, from my standpoint, that is kind of my vision. I think that's also opportunity for MariaDB also likes it's kind of in this place, right? The fact that in MySQL MariaDB space, you see their queries have a single thread execution, a lot of maintenance operations are not very parallel as well, right? And we have a lot of queries, a lot of cores, right? That becomes more and more kind of limited factor, right? You just run the iter table, right, and sit for hours while your server is kind of pretty much idle.
Now you're talking about MySQL.
Well, with iter table, yes, but with query execution, batch jobs, that's still the case, right?
Until June.
What's that?
Until June.
Until June. Well, that's good to hear what you guys are.
Because that's my next big project. I will start it in June. Very okay.
Okay. Good to hear, Manti. Right? Like so. For a change, you agreeing with me. That is awesome. Well, I'm agreeing with you, right? Like whatever you want to go at. Yeah. Well, cool.
But what is the maintenance function?
Well, the maintenance, what I think in this case, that goes for everything else, right? Like I would call it an alter table, right? Making sure you can do that. You can have some other things, whatever you call it, like optimizing similar to alter. Whatever you have to do with the database, right? And, you would think about backups and restores, those kind of activities. So, if you look at the holistically of all of that. Okay, so let's see. Well, technically, I just have 5 minutes left, so we can just get that for questions. As I mentioned, the other stuff is kind of repeating the things for what I had done the last year. So I thought that may be more efficient instead if you have some. Yes, the gentleman in the back.
Yeah, I'm very curious on your opinion about in this part of work on this huge multiple core service. How should we try to resolve? How should we achieve the maximum performance based on this huge machine?
Well, look, I think this is a kind of a question. Well, the first thing I would say is this, right? I would say there's like an extremely big iron exists, right? But you know how it goes. After certain things, let's say in the cloud, right? For example, as you get in the kind of commodity scale, maybe that is up to like a terabyte of memory, 128, maybe 192 cores, right? That is still quite cost effective, right? In terms of that's essentially kind of the same machine. Clouds, just kind of VMs, right? Then you go into that like a custom engineered hardware with gazillion of cores, right? And the tens of terabytes of memory. That becomes freakishly expensive, and frankly, a lot of the MariaDB users probably wouldn't do that, right? So I think that's kind of looking at those kind of couple of hundred cores, right? And that's probably again going to double in the next few years, right? And low number of terabytes of memory is should be an optimization target, right? That's something I would look at, right? And in terms of code optimization, look, I mean, I'm not the best person to look at that. I think the most important thing I highlighted, right? You just need to think how you can use them for large amount of queries, right, and other operations. So that's that would be the thing. Yes.
How important is the 5% performance improvement?
Well, like I think this is interesting, right? I mean, it depends, right? But for most people, it's not really going to be their big change, right? If you look about that and say, hey, you know what? Something is 10% faster. Like, am I going to do that? Right? That's kind of a good, I think, additional factor in decision making, right? But why I'm saying it depends because it also depends often on the scale, right? Like, for example, if you think about ARM CPUs versus Intel CPUs, and hey, you know what? A lot of cloud vendors which have 1,000 costs, right? Well, for them shaving off 10% of the cost for the same performance, is very meaningful, right? When you can have like a fixed investment, if you will, right, for that scalable gains, right? So that is what I would see. I mean, in my opinion, kind of what is more important, right? What everybody see is looking at is their efficiency of their people, right? Because A, people are expensive. And then B, kind of like the smart people are very hard to find, so you have a few of them, right? And so having them the most productive, that becomes very important, right? So that's why, for example, say, hey, you're talking about the vector search, hey, think about what can be done. So there, MariaDB enables that kind of 5x, 10x developer productivity, right? Or reduces that kind of development annoyance, right? Because you know what, it's not always a question of how productive we are, right? But sometimes you're doing something and it's like, oh my gosh, why I'm doing that kind of stupid shit, right? Versus, yeah, it still takes time, but it's kind of over, reasonable and maybe even kind of fun, right? That's impact your choices, right? Okay. Anybody else? 1, 2, 3.
Do you have an opinion about MariaDB vertically scale versus flurry of?
Do I have an opinion of MariaDB versus?
Just a distributed database, right? Vertical scale. MariaDB, just horizontal scale.
Again, I didn't hear you. What?
Do you have an opinion of MariaDB or MySQL or Postgres vertically scaled database versus horizontally scalable distributed database?
Well, I think this is an interesting question, right? Because I just had this, I actually have a talk about exactly this topic, right? The distributed databases are essential at the other talk. And the answer in this case for me is it depends, right? One thing that is kind of always interesting is, okay, you have this kind of a big iron, how much you can get from the single database, and what actually the showstoppers kind of to push in that boundary, right? One thing it was interesting, I recently kind of get a poll, mostly it was the PostgreSQL community, how large databases on a single node they're comfortable in production, right? And there are a number of people say, hey, you know what, we can handle 100 terabytes or more on the single node, right? Like that is their thing. Which is kind of high number, right? And I think I would say like a Postgres community has been often known saying, hey, we'll do unnatural things to get more out of a single node. Where if you look at majority big MySQL users, like a Facebook in a day and wherever they do sharding, right? But I think that is all the case, right? Even if you look at 100 terabyte, that is a lot of data, and what that means is you can pretty much power any enterprise application of a single database. Probably replicated, right? You do not need to introduce that, complicated thing, right? Even if you have some sort of like enterprise-based SaaS, it is a very likely what you single tenant, right, can live in a single kind of not sharded database, right? Of course, if you go to the other kind of applications, hey, I want to build the Facebook, right, or something like that, then you most likely, there is no, even that big server, right, wouldn't be able to handle that, that application, right? The challenge I see in this case is this, right? I don't think the developers quite understand what kind of application they have and all those kind of applications. So many of them think like, oh, what is my path if this thing is going to be successful and getting 1 million users, right, and whatever, right? And I want kind of the future-proof application by, choosing maybe more complicated technology than I need, because it has the features I actually don't, right? So that's, I think, my my take, right? So from it's like with MongoDB, right? In market at a web scale, 99% did not need that, but a lot of people wanted it. Just what if we actually need to go that way? Yeah. And I think the last thing I would say about that is looking and say, hey, what is exactly the blockers, right? If you think about, okay, let's think about the 10 terabyte database, 10 terabytes MariaDB, or 100 terabytes MariaDB database, right? What is exactly prevents us from running that successful? And in my opinion, in many cases, it would not be your kind of small, simple queries, right? It would be even, like some complicated, like semi-analytical queries or something, right? Which at least you want to be parallelized, right? And various maintenance operations, right? Which need to be kind of parallel, need to be non-blocking, and all that jazz. Okay, well, I think that's I'm out of time already. So thank you, folks. That's it. Back to Kaj.
Thank you, Peter. Very, very good. So after this splendidly wonderful presentation, we will have another one, and this one is going to be by Kristian Nielsen. Mr. Replication since ever, and I think that one of the splendidly wonderful things about this is that he knows all the levels from the very deepest technical one and now goes up to describe how to use and perhaps abuse replication on a, shall we say, end user level. So again, you will have the opportunity to ask questions on any of those levels once we get this screen sorted out. That's Kristian Nielsen.
Yeah, I tried to do, but I have to it seems that I have to use internal Wi-Fi. So either
yes, this one. Just give me some.
So either we need to find another laptop and just download the presentation and turn to that, otherwise I need to set up my laptop. And that will take a couple of minutes. Do we have another laptop I can show from? Because otherwise I'll need to set up the Wi-Fi.
Oh.
Just need some minutes.
Vicențiu maybe.
Do we have Vicențiu's laptop or any already connected laptop that would save us some time?
Det verkar som det inte verkar kalla det.
Jag kan prova...
Det kan hända att den bara laddar med den här gamla. Så jag tror att det är.
Et il faudrait qu'il y ait différentes manières cette manière plus...
Ja.
Du kanske kan ta med den där för att ta det båda.
Nej, den är viktigast att den är på.
Den kan ta det båda.
Men den måste hålla för resten av dagen så jag vill förstå.
Den här, det vet jag.
Okej, vänta lite.
Ja, men det här bara du behöver bara ett USB-C-uttag. Ja, du behöver USB-C. Borde den här gå? Ja, nu kan vi sätta bara den här band-USB. Om du tar den här kabeln.
Just det, bra. Det duger som det är.
Men då behöver jag inte ladda den här. Men det
Big thank you to Vicențiu, thanks. Okay, so sorry about that. Right, so I'm going to talk about MariaDB replication, if it's ease of use or ease of abuse. Okay, so I'm working with the foundation and as a chief architect of application at the foundation. So thanks to the foundation for employing me and for having this day. So I promised it's a replication talk, but let me start with this. We had this old slogan in MySQL, which was, and I guess we still have it in MariaDB: stability, performance, ease of use. I don't know. Hope somebody you remember it. So why are these important? So yeah, of course, if the database if it crashes because of bugs or something, it's annoying, right? If you upgrade and it's a regression, you have to do something to fix it. So we don't want to do that. So if everything works, it's easy. So I would argue that stability is actually ease of use, and that's why you need it. What about performance? Of course, again, if it's database is too slow, you have to spend a lot of effort to
empty, but do you want to charge something?
To fix it, and it's not easy. But if the database is fast enough, then it's easy. So performance, sufficient performance, also ease of use. Yeah. So should it actually be ease of use, and ease of use? I mean, I'm the kind of guy who likes to spend a lot of, make a lot of complex coding and make things faster and stable, but just because of that, I actually try to be very conscious about this, the importance of ease of use. And the challenge is that MariaDB is an old product, and it's actually getting more and more complicated all the time. And we know it better with the developers, but the users need it to not be more complex, they need it to be easier to use. And especially these days, I talk to people, I see more and more components are being integrated, and the database is just a little bit of that. And the less users actually need a way to easily to integrate the database with all the other components. So I think it's a challenge that I'm very conscious about in replication, for example, is to improve the product, but also try to maintain or even improve the ease of use. I just want to show this. So this is a big cloud provider in Denmark, and lots and lots. And I think to me this is the ultimate ease of use of MariaDB. You go to the one.com and you get a web page, and you get this one-click installer. You're going to get WordPress. You're also going to get MariaDB actually, because WordPress runs on MariaDB, and the user won't even know it, right? So that's the ultimate ease of use, is that you're using MariaDB and it just works, and you don't even know you're using it. And I'm not saying that nobody should know that you're using MariaDB. That just there's another level to it, because there's so much complicated stuff in replication, for example. But I think it's good to keep that in mind, that ease of use is very important. And so let's take some examples, right? So when I designed the global transaction ID for MariaDB, I was very conscious about this, and core of the design was to do this ease of use. And if you look at global transaction ID in MariaDB, it's always enabled on the slave. You don't have to do anything to enable it, it's always enabled. And that requires that it's backward compatible with old slaves. That's so important now, but then it was very important that you could upgrade the master and still use your existing slaves. And it also means that it supports all the possible existing replication setups that were there already. You can run those with GGID enabled. And actually, since
10.10, so GTID is back from 10.0, but since 10.10 it's actually enabled by default also on the slave. So there's no explicit migration procedure needed to switch to global. Thanks, Monty. So I was looking just a random question on the internet, right? They were asking about, they had some problems with the GTID, and this is the GTID they got in the MySQL, right? And I think that's not easy to use. Whereas so that's what I wanted to avoid, right, in MariaDB GTID. So in the MariaDB GTID, it was designed so that the GTID position in the simple case, you just have a master and a slave, and the GTID position is like this, it's a number, and this is actually these two numbers are numbers that the DBA configures, so it's just a sequence number. And you can take the bin log, you can run the MySQL bin log on it, and you can find this, and you can understand what is the state. And there's this saying that simple things should be simple. And I think that's something I've used ever since I was a kid and started computers. I learned about this. I think it's a very good. There's another half to this. Because simple things should be simple, but replication can also be used in very complicated ways, and the flexibility of MariaDB replication and MySQL replication is one of the core strengths, and you can do things, I don't want to go into details, but you can do multi-source replication. One slave can have different masters, and you can then move around the servers to replicate from other places. You can even replicate things multiple ways. And that's not a simple use case, that's a complex use case. And then you cannot get everything for free, you have to understand what's going on, you have to configure some things, but then it can work. So simple things should be simple, but complex things should be possible. I think that's very important. And I think that was the core of the design of the global transaction ID, and I think it worked to a large extent that simple things are simple, but complex things should be possible, are still possible. So another example, so what's another part of replication that's very important is the parallel replication. Parallel replication is basically a way to scale the performance of the slaves on multi-cores, very important. Traditionally it was single-threaded, and that doesn't work nowadays. So MariaDB's parallel application is, the primary one is based on what we call optimistic parallel application. And I don't think I would have the time to go into all the details of that, but optimistic parallel application works automatically. It's a simple way. So again, it's trying to do things simple for the user. You want your application to run faster by running in parallel multiple cores. You don't have to partition your data manually. You don't have to change your application to do some special things to get things running parallel. It actually happens automatically. The optimistic parallel application will just find a way to run your queries, the transaction in parallel, even if they all go to the same table is still possible. And as long as there are not too many conflicts between your transactions, they can actually run parallel, it will work well, and you'll get a speed up. If your transactions have a lot of conflicts, maybe you're not going to get that much speed up, but it will still work correctly. So you don't have to worry about it, you can just enable it, and if it doesn't help your performance, at least you know it doesn't break your application, it doesn't corrupt your data. So again, that simple thing should be simple. Sometimes that is not enough, and you need to do more. There's another way to use parallel application in MariaDB is called out-of-order parallel application. And then it's more complicated. You have to, maybe you have some conflicts and you want to allow the slave to basically do things differently, maybe you get different data. Then it's on the user, and on the application to handle any conflicts and to make sure that things are correct and define what correct means. But you can still do it, and that means, again, the simple things should be simple, but complex things are still possible. So that was kind of the design idea behind the parallel application in MariaDB. And I think those were to a large extent successful. The global transaction DB parallel application are well used now. It's also like 10 years ago, 10 years old features. So now let's go to some of the challenges I see now. And one of them is about crash safety. So what happens if the MariaDB server crashes or there's a power outage? We really want the system to come. Nowadays we expect the system to come up again and at least not be corrupt. It should be crash safe. File systems are crash safe since forever, right? Unfortunately, it's not the case. MariaDB with the binlog enable is not crash safe by default. You have to configure these two options, which enable not only crash safety but also durability. That means it basically has to write durable to disk after every commit. And it's not on by default. And also, if you look at benchmarks, like Peter Zaitsev mentioned, Mike Callahan's benchmarks, I talked to him, he's not using those. It's not crash safe. His benchmarks are running in non-crash safe mode. I've seen big users are running in a non-crash safe mode, and they are getting corruption in their replication. So that's not easy to use, right?
The first one should be enabled by default.
I'm pretty sure that the default from I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but
the default is question.
Yeah.
Since
Could really? So the reason that was traditionally not enabled by default is that the performance hit of enabling durability can be extremely big.
But it's owned by default on MariaDB. On MySQL, syncing log is not.
Yeah, syncing log is not. Second is right, that should be there. But
Yeah, but if you have one but not the other, then you're not crash safe.
Yeah, but we have the first one as default.
But I think it's not reasonable to put it in default currently. I don't know, but I just wanted to show how extreme the performance hit can be of enabling durability currently, whether it's on by default or not. I'm going to show some. I did some with Sysbench. It's 10 different subtests of the Sysbench runs that do a write load. And so it's different. Some of them are small transactions, some are bigger transactions, and the concurrency is like, I wanted to do like a realistic, so I think it's 12 threads, so medium concurrency. I'm kind of looking at what are people doing, not the biggest HP expensive servers, but like I went to Hetzner and I got kind of the default dedicated server and set that up. I also tried with a little bit higher and more expensive server. And so I wanted to compare what is the performance of the non-durable, which I thought was the default, which is not crash safe, compared to if you enable durability to get crash safety. And so these graphs are showing queries per second, transactions per second. And on this default server, like the numbers are crazy, right? We didn't even know how to show it. So this is how many, what is the relative performance of the non-durable compared to the durable? And you can't even see, it's like hundreds of times. It's hundreds of times slower if you enable durability. And why is that? It's because these are like cheap servers, so they have consumer-grade SSDs and they are slow. So it's literally like 200 times, 300 times slower. It was kind of surprising.
But shouldn't group commit has helped here?
Yeah, and I guess, yes, so why is this? So it totally depends on your hardware and on your application. So if you have a very high parallelism, like if I think I have 12 threads here. If I had set 1,200 threads, right? I had 1,200 commits, then you could get better group commit. And is that realistic? How many users on a cheap server are actually running 1,200 threads? That's the question. So that's why I said I had a medium level of concurrency. Another reason is that because, I'll come to that, but there are reasons that group commit is not as efficient as we want it to be. So it's probably, even though we have 12 threads, it's probably only a couple of them. But I also tried to test with like a better server and you have better, the SSDs basically have faster F-sync, so they have a battery cache on board so that if the power goes, they can still save the data. And it's much more reasonable, but you still get like these 3 or 4 times performance hit by enabling the durability.
Is it just about the replication durability by the bin lock or the...
So this is for bin lock, when you have the bin lock enabled. That's the core of the problem. The core of the problem is that InnoDB is actually crash safe, whether you have durability or not. It's always crash safe. But the bin log is separate from the InnoDB transaction log, and that's a brutal problem. We have essentially 2 different transaction log, one for the bin log and one for the InnoDB table updates, and that causes a lot of complexity, and it means we have to do a 2-phase commit between the 2, and we have to have, and that requires durability, and it actually requires durability first to the bin log and then to the InnoDB. And if all you wanted to have is crash safety, then it's sad that you have to pay this enormous price. And that's why I'm working on a project called, which is to implement the bin log, new format of the bin log, which is integrated with the InnoDB storage engine. It could also be another engine. And it avoids, it basically has, then you're just using the InnoDB redo log to recover both the InnoDB tables, the table transaction update, but also the bin log. You don't need the 2-phase commit, and you can basically get crash safety without having durability and without paying the cost of durability. So if we test this, then the red numbers is the default 11.4 performance, where durability is not enabled, and we're not crash safe because of the bin log InnoDB discrepancy. And the green numbers are then with this prototype of the new bin log, where you are crash safe. And you can see there's no performance penalty for enabling now the crash safe. It's even a little bit better. So this is, my goal is to make things, if these are the numbers, then we can enable crash safety by default without performance penalty. Then things are synchronized. Things should be crash safe by default. Yes. So, but what about durability? So I'm not saying that durability is not useful. Sometimes you need it. I think I was a little bit late on time, so I won't say too much about this. Durability, it's actually more complicated. I think you can have the database durable. It means that if you commit a transaction, once the commit returns okay, you know that the transaction is now durably safe, and if you crash, it will still be there after recovery. But that's only the database. It doesn't guarantee that your transaction will not be lost, because first of all, basically, if there's a crash, you'll just get an error for a commit, but then you still need to handle the new application. So even if a database is, maybe a stupid example, but even if your database is durable and crash safe, you can still have this web form, you fill in your data, the user fills in a lot of data, and then you just get an error back, right? Because the application, the database is handling has the durability, but the application is just sending the error back, and the user is no more happy, right? Because if you really want to have a durable system where the transactions are never getting lost, then all aspects of the system have to do this. You know, your application has to switch to another database, retry your transaction, or the web browser, if you have a web application or your phone, it has to retry. You save the data it was sending and try it again. So it's a complex, it's more complex thing. I think it's easy to overestimate the value of durability, but crash safe I think is very important. But sometimes for sure it's still useful, and this new prototype I mentioned, the new bin log implementation. If you enable durability, so the red numbers here are the base numbers for MariaDB 11.4. With durability enabled, and then the green ones are the durable configuration with the new bin log implementation, and it's still significantly faster, actually. And the reason is that you only have to sync F-sync, you only have to be durable in one log, the InnoDB redo log, and you get better opportunities for group commit. because it doesn't have to switch between the two. So I think those are very promising numbers, and I'm working with Marco on this. Hopefully it will be done at some point. So another thing, about ease of use, I just want to mention, I often mention this, slave provisioning, setting up a new slave. It's actually, I think, much more, it should be a simple thing, right? You just have your MariaDB, you want to set up a new slave, it should be simple. It could be something simpler, it should be just a few commands, right? It's not the case now. You have to take a backup, and how do you use a backup, and you have to find a binlog position or DTI or something. So I think this is something that could also be improved. Right, so I wanted to do some conclusions. So as I said, simple things should be simple, complex things should be possible, and I think this is how MariaDB is designed, and I think it's important to keep it in mind going forward and try to keep always improve the ease of use, even though it makes the product simpler, but also make it so that people can still do the things that they do, and so that's kind of said my talk was ease of use or ease of abuse, but I think the ability to abuse MariaDB is very important, and people are choosing MariaDB because, and it was also mentioned before, that they can solve their problems. If it's a simple problem, hopefully it's simple to do, it's easy to use. If it's a complex problem, you can still do it, you can do it. So it should actually be ease of use and ease of abuse, right? Yes, so, and I think that's at least what I try to keep, be conscious about. That's one of my primary goals when I design things, and yeah, let's see, so, any questions?
I've missed a bit of understanding about durability. What do you mean under the term?
Yes.
Well, you've spoken about, yes, this submit file, and I guess maybe you mean persistence.
Yes. So with durability, I mean this property that when you have a transaction, you start a transaction, begin, and then you do some queries, and then you say commit. And commit will run to the database, and commit is a process. And when you have binlog enabled, what happens is that currently, first actually you do a prepare step. So in the MariaDB, you make sure that everything for the transaction is updated in the all the changes in the transaction are written to the redo log, MariaDB redo log, and they're synchronized. They're written durably, persistently to disk. You wait until they're written to disk in the redo log. This means that after this point, if the database crashes, then you have all the information available after it comes back up on the disk to complete that transaction. It's a prepare step. It's the first part of two-phase commit. Then you write the binlog, which is data you need to replicate, and you durably write that to the disk so that you know, if you crash after that point, you know that you will be able to still be able to replicate that transaction. And if you crash before that, so you have the data is prepared in MariaDB, but it's not yet prepared, it's not yet gone to the binlog, then the crash recovery can roll back. So you can either roll back and nothing is committed, or you can have everything written and then you commit, and then everything is written. So you're consistent, that's the crash safe part of it. But the durability is that only after all those steps do you return to the client, now the transaction is committed, you say okay for the commit. So that means that once the client gets the OK packet for the commit, the transaction is known to be there. And even if the next nanosecond the power goes, you know that when the power comes back and the database comes up, the data will still be there. That's what durability means.
And what he's trying to solve is that, because if you don't have the log, bin log as one, then we only write, but we don't sync. So if your application crashes, things are still safe. You don't lose anything. But if the machine goes down hard, that means that there's a chance that the bin log is not up to date, and that means that the slave will never go to the transaction that was committed in MariaDB. And that's what he's solving.
What about the next slide where?
Yeah, maybe didn't have so much time. My point is that suppose you want to make not a database transaction that's durable and crash it, but you want to make a system like a web application, right? And so a web application, the user gives some inputs, fills in a form, or presses a button or something, and it's sent to the web server, and it's sent onto the database, and that's a commit. But what if an error happens somewhere along there, right? So if the error happens before the commit, during the commit, then you'll get an error back to the application, the web server will get an error. My commit did not succeed. But that doesn't help the user, right? You just know that it failed. To actually be fully handle that, the application then will need to try transaction again. You'll find another, wait for the database to come back up, or find another, switch over to a failover to a replica, and then do that. And the same thing, maybe that works, but then maybe the connection back to the client disappears. Then you need to, so there's a lot of work in all parts of the system to be fully, that you don't lose your transaction, right? So the durability by itself only means that your commits will be slower, they will be delayed, then they will fail. So they will not return too early. The problem is that if you don't have durability enabled, the commit will say, okay, but then in the next millisecond you crash, and then once the crash recovery is done, your commit will stop anymore. That's what it means. You will delay your commits until they are safe. Yeah. Sergei, you wanted to ask something?
I just wanted to comment on what you were saying, but I was thinking that, that doesn't really, your example doesn't really have much to do with durability. Whatever commit fails or not, you get the error, it's okay. The durability problem, if the user gets, thank you, your concerns were properly registered, we'll get back to you later. And then this comment I completely lost. User thinks.
That's what you want to avoid, yes.
Yeah, that's the only durability thing.
That would be, if you didn't have that, then you would have crash safety, and that's bad. Yeah. Because you promised the user or something, and you kind of quit. I think Kai, time is up. Right?
Time is up. That's true, but we have
more questions. Okay, questions are awesome.
Kai. No question, but I thought that having also one slide about multi-source and telling that the both streams are independent is actually a really nice feature. And I think it would be nice to highlight that one.
Yes. You also wanted to ask something? Yes,
First way to know that DB table is the same on the master of the slave.
Yeah, I think we don't have, if the system is idle, then you can check some or something, but the problem is if it's outdated. I think there was some feature in Percona that could do that, but I don't know of something in the server that would do that, while the table can be updated in parallel. Maybe if you could do a consistent snapshot, start transaction with consistent snapshot, maybe lock the tables and then start a transaction and then unlock the tables, and then you have the same transaction. That might be one way to do it. Yeah, if you could do two transactions in parallel with a consistent snapshot, then you will not see the updates that are running in parallel. But then you will your undo will you will get undo lag, purge lag, but it's maybe okay.
Simple things should be simple, complicated things should be possible.
I have one last comment. It's just that what people don't realize. You can do this without having to add any filters if it just works. And that is most amazing with this design. And all this is source. Yeah. You don't need any filters. You just put up and it works.
Let's now see whether, first of all, thank you, Kristian. And let's now see whether it's a simple thing to change the slides or a complicated thing that's possible.
For example, S1 say accept two but not M1. Yeah. Or something like that. Most of the data we have configuration that the teams have to get outlined twice.
still tells it is in use. Vicențiu, it's connected.
I tell something to Kaj, and then I tell something to you. Then Kaj tells you. Then you believe that, oh, Kaj tells you something different like this to the Kaj.
You will survive.
Everything is okay.
So let me then introduce our next speaker, the last one prior to our last break. That's Roman Nozdrin, who will give us an update about all things ColumnStore. If simple things are simple, and it looks like they are getting simpler.
From this group, from this part. Ignore everything from this part. So, for example, you had the Swedish.
Discover what ColumnStore can really do for you. So go ahead, Roman.
Yeah, hi everybody, thanks for coming. Originally the title was about ascending somewhere, so I hope that you take your mountaineering gear with you. So let's begin with our agenda for today. I will touch the ground with 3 use cases for ColumnStore and describe the features that actually enable these use cases. And in the very end, if I have enough time, I will begin a discussion regarding a potentially interesting feature on leveraging both MariaDB and ColumnStore simultaneously on the same data. So let's begin with an overview for those who don't know what columnar analytical engines are, just very short overview. So in a nutshell, ColumnStore is an application that built on top of multiple layers. The first layer consists out of a MariaDB server that provides us with the MariaDB client protocol backend to support all the features and to produce the interfaces that are easy to use and can be used. After that, there is an intermediate layer of an application that distributes the workload across multiple nodes, that runs MariaDB engine that tries to crunch the SQL query as fast as possible, just parallelizing and eating up all the resources available, all the CPU, all the RAM, and that's it. So there is also an additional storage layer that somehow stores data. We will get to the details to some degree. We will take a look at the details a bit later. But in a nutshell, this is what ColumnStore is, an application behind MariaDB server itself. So the first use case, a very, I would say, usual use case for analytical databases. This is a mobile operators analytical software company. They wanted to save some bug and replace the existing closed source but very widely known OLAP engine. We were not calling the names here, with the more cheaper and I would say they want to save money and at the same time they want to preserve the same level of functionality and stability. So these are their goals and they bring a list of requirements and challenges for us. The sizes of their databases of the customers of theirs, because we actually they are a reseller that uses our engine inside their software. And their customers, they have databases that are usually sized from 10 terabytes to 20 terabytes, not as big, but something. And their usual per day data ingestion size is worth like 3 terabytes of raw and compressed data. And they do these ingestions on a daily basis. And you can imagine they don't want to use cloud for security or whatever purposes, so this should be a standalone application for this. We use a bunch of features to fulfill their requirements. And the first of them is the first and fast and versatile data ingestion that is built on top of on top of a tool that I will mention on the next slides. Given that they need to quickly clean up after they ingest a lot of data, like they're moving fast, so they cannot and don't want to store lots of data, so they need to clean up the big data in a fast manner. So they also use a partition management for the purpose to speed the things up. And you can imagine they are not only storing the data, but also querying it, so they need a distributed and fast query execution. So with that, I will move to the first feature. Given that ColumnStore is a multi-node, massively parallel application, we need somehow that is faster than a single thread data ingestion that MariaDB usually provides a customer with. So for this purpose, we have an application called CP import. This is a standalone application that a user must run from a Linux console, unfortunately, and this console must reside on a server that is part of the cluster, of the ColumnStore cluster itself. It is versatile in a way it allows user to change the format of the data that it ingests. With the upcoming release there will be more formats supported. As of now it is TSV or CSV. It can be compressed, as you can see on the second example. There is a way to pipe the input into this application and to use the compressed version of the data itself. And moreover, you can pipe the output from MariaDB query execution result itself to this tool. So this tool also has an ability to run in multiple nodes. I will not describe what are these, what all of these nodes are, but I will touch the most interesting from my perspective because it enables the sharded data ingestion. Let's say you have 3 servers and you want to ingest 3 terabytes of data, and given that you somehow prepare the data, and your ETL already delivers some batches, and you want to ingest the data as fast as possible. So what you do? You just divide this data batch into 3 parts and ingest in parallel on 3 servers separately. So given that you can alter the metadata that corresponds with the data itself independently, you can do this with CP import. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, CP import is the tool that forces you to use Linux console. And if you are not very familiar with that, or you just have restrictions, for example, in the cloud, you don't usually have an access to the console itself. So what you do? You will try to load data from your server, from your host, like using load data local and file, for example. And under the hood, this command will leverage CP import nevertheless. But it will be, the data itself can reside on the user's side. So S3 is one of the next features that everybody widely use, and the modern software cannot avoid using it. Let's say people already have a bunch of data, or their pipelines lands the data on S3. You can use the data stored there to ingest it into ColumnStore directly, either using the CP import native support for S3 or piping out the output for AWS tool itself. So you can ingest the data that is stored on S3 as well. And for convenience, we bring up this UDF that you can call from user interface.
from either connector or MariaDB client connection itself, and it will do everything automatically and magically by itself. Under the hood, it leverages the existing ColumnStore cluster management framework together with the CET Otto S3 native support. The next feature that enables the software developer to manage with lots of data that it have is partitioning. And now we get to some technical stuff. Here you can see how the data storage layout is organized in ColumnStore. On the very low level, there are blocks, and the blocks are basically a bunch of data that worth 8 kilobytes. These blocks are organized into logical units called extents. This is roughly 8 million records. And these extents, they are together produce a so-called segment file. And let me remind you that we are talking about a columnar storage. So all this data, they don't, all these blocks and extents, they don't contain the records. They don't contain lines. They contain columnar values that belongs to the same column, So you guess what? We need to somehow organize the same the column values that belongs to the same records. And this organization, this logical unit, is called a partition. Like when you have, let's say, 50 or 100 columns, all these columns have a corresponding segment file that belongs to the line range, let's say, from 1 to 16 million. And after that, you have a bunch of segment files that actually corresponds a group of records starting from 0 to 16 million. And this unit, the logical unit of 16 million rows, called the partition. So, what can you do with this organization? First of all, you can you can look at these partitions, and when you are satisfied with what you see, you can actually leverage the information about min and max values in these partitions. Here is an example how you can query the existing partitions min maxes, and then how you can use it. So the min-max values columns, they actually under the hood used by ColumnStore to filter the data. That is, I would say, semi-index. That's one of those scarce index types that are available for columnar databases. But moreover, you can actually clean up the data and use the min and max values for the purpose. As you can see, the current status of the partitions are all enabled. Yeah, and based on these min and maxes, you can actually, as I said, disable or clean up. And this clean up will be a simple remove file operation. So pretty fast, comparing to a normal delete operation that goes over this version and takes a lot of time. So with that, we will move to the second use case of ColumnStore, and this one is a merry story of a research company that was one of those who was behind the research of COVID vaccines. They actually leveraged the ColumnStore to run the genome research operations. I cannot get deeper into details. Nevertheless, when they arrived with the request to replace the existing research database that was based on a cluster of OLTP nodes, they have like a routine that takes 90 days to finish their research. That doesn't look appropriate, and given that we had a COVID pandemic at that time, they need to move faster. So their primary table that was used for the research purposes, it was 20 terabytes of data, and with ColumnStore they were able to reduce the I would say usual query timings from 90 days to 8 hours. They are doing better now with a better hardware, as far as I know. So the challenges for the size of the single table that they were using for their research operations, and they actually need to migrate the data as fast as possible. Like, normally it would take 5 days to migrate the data, but they were lacking time a lot, so they decided to move faster, and for this purpose they used the mentioned CP import mode 3, like when they do the ingestion in parallel. That reduced the timings down to less than a day. It was 19 hours, if I'm not mistaken. So the features that they were using were the disk-based operation that allows them to reduce the timings from 90 days down to hours.
Sorry, how many nodes, ColumnStore nodes?
Only 3, but they're beefy.
Yeah?
Yeah, under the hood there is a huge storage. Actually, their storage is the most impressive thing, I would say. By default, the disk-based or external algorithms, they are disabled in ColumnStore because like, the customer would probably want to know when they turn on the slow disk-based algorithm. So this is how to enable them. And you can also change the temporary file's path so you don't run out of disk space while running the disk algorithm. With that, let's move to the third use case, and that is a web marketing solution with a very peculiar usage pattern. One of their primary requests was to change as small as to make as small as possible changes to the existing application that was based also on OLTP, and this application out of a sudden I would say exploited the insert operation too much, but given that they were on OLTP, they can afford this. Now they probably have some concerns, given that columnar databases, they are not very good running DML operations, inserts, and so on. So, given that they want to stay with the application that just runs inserts as crazy, we have to suggest them to use the so-called, the feature called insert cache. And they were using the fast delete operations as well to improve the speed of deletes, because as I said, the columnar engines, they are very, very bad with running insert updates and deletes. Unfortunately, we didn't yet solve the problem with updates, but this is an interesting problem to solve in the future. So, what is the insert cache? In a nutshell, this is a feature that user must enable explicitly in the configuration file, and you cannot do this online, so you have to restart your server, because I will explain why there are technical reasons for that. And on the lower gray area, you can see the improvement, like it actually delivers the timings that are comparable with MariaDB, and that might not look very impressive, like it's 2x or 3x slower to MariaDB, but if you take a look at the lower part of this gray zone, you will understand what I'm talking about. Naturally, the insert speed is 35x slower with the ColumnStore comparing to MariaDB. So that's kind of an improvement, 10x improvement. Now let's get to the delete operation. How did we? Yeah, I will probably explain. Yeah, I own an explanation why you cannot change this setting online. Actually, under the hood, this solution enables the temporary area table, so that when you insert the data into ColumnStore table, for real, it inserts into area table first. And when a specific operation hits the table, it triggers the flush of the data into a ColumnStore storage using this CP import tool that I described previously. So this is why you have to enable it. And after this point, when this feature is enabled, every ColumnStore table that you created actually consists of two tables: for hot data and for not cold, let's say medium temperature data. So the next feature, fast delete. Back in the time when this feature was not available, ColumnStore doing delete, it went through all the columns and mark the value in the column in a specific file for a specific row as deleted. You can imagine that it is slow, and given that in analytics this is a huge, I would say, everybody wants to have a denormalized table because joins are very costly when you run the operations on long tables. So you can have 500 column tables, 1,000 column tables. The worst that I have seen was at 10,000. But I was said that this is not the worst case. But anyways, what if you need to delete? What if with this algorithm that previously existed in ColumnStore, you have to go over all the columns of this table, find the spot in the file, and mark them? That just sounds ridiculous, and it was ridiculous timings-wise. So what you can see in these tables below, first you see the number of columns in the table. If I'm not mistaken, it doesn't actually matter what is the column type, to be honest. And the second column describes how much time would it take to delete 1 million rows. And you want to pay the attention to the difference between the column number 2 from the left and column number 4. And the last column would have the speed up. So you can see it's also delivers depending on the size, but we are also talking not millions, even billions of rows. I would say million is somehow small for columnar format, for columnar storages. So this 1 million row delete is just to demonstrate the speed up. But if you run the delete operation for a bigger data set that is normal for columnar storages, you will see a bigger improvement. But anyways, with the 15 columns, we have a 30x improvement. So that's also an impressive. And this enables that customer to actually run the software without too many changes. And they were happy about that. I don't know why. I mean, you can always rewrite software, but they prefer to rely on the database.
You didn't touch on the implementation of fast delete.
Say it again?
How is it implemented?
Pretty straightforward. You have a column, a table have an auxiliary column. That's basically 1 byte column as of now, and you have 1 bit that describes a marker for the row is deleted.
Okay, sorry, I thought that was 3 implementation. Yeah, sorry.
No,
Yeah,
not
so
really.
B and C is the same.
Yeah, so this is one column, and there is a marker bit of being deleted, and we actually read it before we read the data itself. So it's kind of index that is involved in scanning operation.
But you have approach 1 and approach 2, that confused me. So they are.
Yeah, that's actually the data between columns 2 and 3 from the left was mentioned just to demonstrate there is a speed up between these two, because the auxiliary column implementation, it has to demonstrate that it is not slower than the second column. It's just the research approach, the scientific approach. So with this section, I would invite a couple people from auditory to start a discussion about potential use case for ColumnStore. So cross-engine joins, what is this in a nutshell? Let me see. Yeah, let me try to describe using this slide. This ugly query is actually TPCHQ21. It consists of a number of equijoins combined with the filters built on top of semi-joins. So if you pay attention to the second union subquery, you will see the structure, like a couple of tables mentioned from course and 2 semi-join filters. So in a nutshell, cross-engine join feature allows to, let's say, replace the smaller nation and supplier tables that in case of scale factor 10 should worth like up to 100 megs or something. And you can put these tables that are called in a star schema approach dictionaries or dimensions. You can put them into using MariaDB table. So let's assume that there are some tables that change fast or often, and you want to have all the benefits of using MariaDB engine. But line item and orders are huge, and you don't want to store them for some reason you don't want to store them in a DB. So with this, you can actually mention multiple engine tables in a single query, and this query will be handled by ColumnStore itself, and what it does to process the data that belongs to different engine. Under the hood, it establishes the client connection to the server and retrieves the data that it needs to proceed with this query execution. So this is what the feature is in a nutshell, and this is how to enable it. Like you are setting what is the host name and credentials to access the client, to access the server. You can optionally store the password in an encrypted form so that it is secure and nice. What if with this feature we actually don't have any ColumnStore table at all? Like what if all of the data belongs to MariaDB? Here's the example how this can be implemented with the existing ColumnStore and MariaDB. That should be 10.6.20. And the green are the markers for the timings. So the timings in the middle, that is 13 seconds, 30 seconds. That's a result from MariaDB table running the query that is one line above on these green timings. Pretty simple. The population and the DDL for the table you can see above. And on the second or the lower half, you see this ugly query that is actually a combination of a trick to force MariaDB server to push the query into ColumnStore, like calling a ColumnStore table with an impossible condition, so that no data returned from this table. And the second union part actually consists of a bunch of subqueries that leverages partitioning. But what happens, you can see the timings, they are not very impressive, like 11 seconds against 13, not very impressive. But what happens under the hood? This query demonstrates how you can actually parallelize the query scan, the data scan from InnoDB tables. Like we are leveraging partitioning in the union part, querying the parts separately. Because every subquery in this union, this will be retrieved, the batches will be retrieved in parallel from InnoDB. And after that, ColumnStore will hand this data, hand this batch over to the group I operator that's run by ColumnStore itself. And ColumnStore, it runs, I remind you, it runs every algorithm in parallel. So it can do faster than InnoDB or MariaDB as of now. So my suggestion is to try to, it's not a suggestion, actually we run this query. If you saw the 2-second improvement, here we are talking about tens of minutes. Like the original query, if we remove all this ugly form and add appropriate indices, it was like 34 minutes to run on TPCH scale factor 10. But with these ugly rewrites, we will have, despite it is ugly, we will have 15 point something minutes. So kind of more than 2 times. And this is on the scale factor 10. So we are talking about 10 gigabyte daily worth of data. So this is where I need the support from the server team, because to actually enable this feature we need a cleaner solution to deliver the data, or deliver a technological solution that can be used by our customers and open source users. So with that, I will thank you very much for listening to this talk, and I will finish.
Thank you, Roman Nozdrin. Now we have tea break, and then we continue quarter 2 with the vector parts. We have 3 different vector presentations.
I don't know how to use VI
So to build the pipeline on top of me,
Okay, Monty, can you help me? Take this out. Take this out. Don't stand quickly.
Jag kan jag ser ingenting. Du låter mig spela på glasögonen bara. Vadå för du kan se vad du sen tänker så? Vad vill jag ska göra?
Dra ut den grejen. Jag kan inte göra det.
Man ska trycka in den.
I know.
Tänk.
Yeah, it's not. It is nerves.
I took it in there and I do that.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Why doesn't it?
Okay, here. Proposal. Is that okay?
But we also, it should also be what Sergei wants to say that it's each upgrade, automatic upgrades to the next actually, I don't think that anybody understands K. Not English speaker doesn't understand K. Just call them rolling.
We can change the text, but the idea is this okay, bottom wise? Like,
Yeah, I think that's at least people will.
They will have to click.
Yeah, and that means that they at least know something.
But 3 buttons, like this.
I mean, you want to know what they are. It makes things a little bit more complex, but better. But innovation, what's the preview?
Preview is the one that's it's the preview, and innovation is
preview of what? The latest.
All of them. All the previews that we have published. I mean, I can put them in the latest one as well.
And then I just wonder what the preview is, because I wouldn't understand that. I couldn't, as a developer, so should I click that one? Well, we should use it. And actually, this is something. I would actually add the text and say, this is for user who wants to have upgrades without new features. Here you get new features for each upgrade. That would actually explain the role. You always get new features with each upgrade. And this one is that testing.
Do you want to let Sergei suggest text there?
Yeah, but here I would just suggest that upgrades doesn't give you new features. Stable upgrades without new features. I think I do agree on that one. Text. So now we need to say what Sergei would say. Finally, we can put in anything. As long as it's true.
Because, as I said, we have a bunch of
and not
Like, you know, when you click on one, you get the same number.
Yeah, that's what I'm like this extra click. Yeah, like every extra click is
not going to be for what goes on.
Yes, let's say
we can easily see that how many clicks people have. We have that
yeah, but I don't know.
But in this case, we can prove that it is a problem that we change. The statistics will show you, Google automatically says how many does it go forward. They have a number for it. Important. We will know in a week. If you lose 10%, more or less,
one, because it's the same page, but I know what
I prefer you don't but you should
So we're on the same side.
but we are really good with this voice. They can be in yeah, it should be one of we get less text. The more text you have on the website, the more people will use it. That also. It's not on the same level as those. It's a bit
Yeah.
You have this separate app, you have also choices. Why would that be? There's no issue with yeah, but if you guys want to do this, this is better choice for you. Anyway, why we shouldn't get okay, but if you want to say that does this stop people from going forward, that we can get into that the extra click stops it. That's it. You see that in one.
I will send you. Я тебе отправлю ссылку.
Да.
I was running for a year.
Okay, so what do you want? What do you want to say?
I want to know, are you okay with me trying out this? And if so, I need the text for all of these.
You should design the plan this that and that.
You can even text change the bunch of
Yeah, I really prefer on the same level. When you are seeing something more experimental. Then you write this experimental and it clarifies.
Once you get to the theory, you get to the small.
I also think this is good. Because it's actually built in there. It's not about making it fun. Like, I mean, yeah, I was thinking about that, but I think it will be difficult from the practice. Not if the text to say that it's experimental, you know, to expert. I mean, different sizes, I mean, like 40, 40, 20, something like that. That's one of the numbers. I mean, something like that will.
Okay, so then this is just the styling issue that I can go back.
Yeah, that's why I said styling. Styling.
Yeah, but then I can getting the split by button. That's
so why do you want to have the last button small? I want it to be clear different that it's not like the user chose to be choose to use the first row. If the user wants to, or maybe you know like when you have if you have a single table you have a source point, and then there's a source point title like production quality and experimental something like that, whatever.
Here you get both RC and GA.
No, on JK and on a JK. And I see you do it. Okay. Let's confuse it. Yeah, well, I can. You can even say that for developers only. Because if they don't understand it, developers should understand it.
Да. Что ты хочешь? Секунду можно, но не больше. Что она потом должна работать. А зачем? Мне интересно стало. А?
Я не могу смотреть, когда он бомба отсюда выходит качество сериалов. Потому что в таком состоянии помойло сок в Китае. И когда ты наступаешь на шахмат, происходит красивая вспышка, и кабель разрывается гильотиной на две аккуратные части. Поэтому каждый раз, когда я вижу...
Понимаю, traumatic experience.
Каждый раз, да, traumatic experience,
Yeah, if this traumatic experience is going to cost us... If you traumatic experience...
You probably seen it. It was in China a few years ago. I was there, and oh yeah. And then somebody stepped out. Since that time, they found me in different cables. But since that traumatic experience, I didn't see cable going to the game. Yeah, that's. As long as you know what it looks like.
It will be pressing. It will be.
Yeah, can you? You just want to have this choice so that nobody can say that we were forced
to this one.
Okay.
I will.
Sure. You still get to see the button. What's below, then you get this.
And the button will be one.
And one button is connected to
I think that will be the usual experience. In the case that you can also do select the node for remember user choice on the next time. Because whenever I select a version of voice the next time I call it. Well, you need putting application. They're not doing for most of the choices anyway. Yeah, but when you get my token,
Yay!
Miracle happens.
Serеженьka, can I have it in writing? Can I have it in writing?
What in writing?
Your agreement.
With what?
Exactly. Well, please tell what did you just agree to?
That I'm doing it up now.
No, with regard to what you were discussing with Vicențiu.
He agreed to have Vicențiu go forward.
And I just wanted to say hi.
That's
good to meet you. Yeah, finally meet in person. Good to see you guys.
Yes. What are your plans for the rest of the day? Should we go grab some drinks after
Let's
this?
do it. Yeah, if you guys are willing, we'd love to.
Yeah.
Yes. So just don't say it's going to be a bit messy. I mean, more messy than now when we finish. So we need to pack and everything.
Yeah, no problem. We can, or whatever, meet a little bit later, or whatever.
Yeah,
works for
actually,
you guys.
let's. I don't have you on WhatsApp. I only have Escape.
Okay.
So let's find a way to connect because I think we need to go to hotel, leave all the stuff, and then we can meet.
Awesome. Where are you guys staying?
Lavinu.
Okay. We're at. We're
About
in,
15 minutes from here.
Yeah, we're in Courtyard.
Okay. Can you email me your phone number?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. Vicențiu, can you please make yourself scarce? Go away. Disappear. Just step away. Serеженьka, we need to wait a few minutes because we need to record an interview. So you stand there?
So, just, first of all, I will repeat what I'll say. Do you pronounce the name Michal Schorm, or how do you pronounce it? Michal Schorm. So, Michal Schorm, you are the maintainer of MariaDB. What do you think about it? What are we doing right with, what do you think about MariaDB? I want to ask an open, something like this. Okay, and then when you answer that, keep it short, like half a minute or something, and then I'm asking you, so do you have any ideas what we can do there? So that's that should be easy and very short. And you can be very spontaneous, you don't need to prepare anything.
Stand there?
Where do we stand?
Stand there? Нет, у нас все сдвинется.
And where should we be looking?
Into this camera, but a couple of more steps back, away. Okay, perfect. Go. Yes.
With my talk as a background, great.
So I'm Kaj Arnö, CEO of MariaDB Foundation, and with me I have Michal Schorm, maintainer of MariaDB at Red Hat. So tell me, Michal, what do you think about MariaDB right now?
Right. So when you say MariaDB, the first thing that comes up in my mind is usually a great upstream, great community, that's awesome to work with. You can always reach them, let's say, on their resume. If I need any kind of help or something like that, they are more than happy to help me or discuss any kind of issue to, let's say, any kind of gap, which is awesome. And it's great to have such a support.
That's good to hear, but you also approached me in the break here about some things that we could do better. And you said something about those ideas.
Right. So recently I had this idea that in Red Hat we actually shipped some versions of MariaDB, and we have.
What's your current version?
Currently, the latest version we have is the MariaDB 10.11, and this is using fields and this is the documentation that we compose for our customers. And my idea was that actually, whether it should really be us Red Hat to compose this piece of documentation, or whether the MariaDB upstream could come to help and pick what are the best features and pieces of information they want to promote to users of the program. What I was thinking was about this enhancement of the pieces of documentation we already have with the help of MariaDB, so they can help to highlight what is most important in their point.
So we are happy to help you. We are happy to but then we did not
we definitely will offer new versions of MariaDB and the version 11.8
Video. No, I won't. Can I ask everybody to start sitting down and prepare yourself for some vector stuff? So the vector stuff now will be divided into 3 different presentations, and first things first, starting with the overview of MariaDB Vector by Sergei Golubchik. And it's already connected, so I think we can get going.
Okay, so let's start. Yeah, so this is to talk about MariaDB vector search. Let's give the slide today. So I'll start from gentle introduction of what is this talk about, explaining different words I'll be using. So what is vector search? Vector search is a technology that lies behind some of the user-facing features such like semantic sets, text search, image search, music search. It will also be video search. It will be hybrid search where you, for example, use text to find images or use, music to find text, something like that. And behind, very popular nowadays, RAG, which is retrieval augmented generation, which is used in various chatbots that talk with you about whatever you want.
to know. A vector search is the technology that is beyond all that. And how does this work? Conceptually, it's very easy. You have, as I said, images or music or video or text, whatever. You convert everything into vectors, install those vectors into database. When the user wants to find something, you convert user request, which is again video, text, or music, humming into the microphone or whatever. You also convert it into vector, and then you use vector search. So easy. And the trick is, of course, that vectors are created in a way that similar information, similar text, similar music, similar images have similar vectors, and if dissimilar images or information have very different vectors. So that's the whole trick beyond this, and how to do that is completely beyond the scope of this talk, because this is not done by the database. This is done outside of the database. So again, word vector that I am using and will be using through the whole talk. What is a vector? A vector is basically just a list of floating point numbers, something like that. And typically it has like between few tens to few hundreds up to a couple of thousands of numbers inside one vector. And all vectors usually have the same length. And the search for vectors that I said here, vector search, yeah, that's too slow. It searches for the closest or nearest vector, because nearest vectors mean information is close to each other. And the search, it's very important. The search for the nearest vector is always approximate. I mean, to my knowledge, there are no practical, fast, exact algorithms to search for nearest vector to nearest exact vectors of that length. So all the practical approaches are approximate. And this is not really what normal SQL is about, but in this case, yes, vector search is approximate. And the last new word I'll be using in this talk, there will be HNSW used throughout the talk. What it is? So HNSW, it's hierarchical navigable small world, is the name of the vector search algorithm, which is basically, yeah, it's industry standard de facto vector search algorithm for approximate nearest neighbor. It's like, you know, the best over the various range of practical applications. It's not always the best. I mean, it's worse than others in some corner cases, or for example, if you use completely random data. But practical data are not really random, and then it's basically it's optimal. It's fast enough and it provides good enough results. Other algorithms are either they are much faster, but results are, let's say, much more approximate, basically crap, or they could be very exact but unusually slow. And this is one like optimal one. And pretty much every vector search database, practical vector database uses implements this and maybe a few others, but this one is pretty much everybody doing that. And MariaDB uses a modified version of HNSW, that's why we call it MHNSW. So let's start from the example. So there's a vector data type and the vector index. So all you need to do is basically create a column with the type vector. This is the number of the dimensions, the number of those floating point numbers inside one vector. And 1536 you might see a lot of times, because if you use OpenAI to generate vectors, OpenAI returns vectors of 1536 dimensions. Then you create a vector index over the vector column. That's how a table looks like. You can optionally specify various parameters. Well, two. You can specify the distance and the M, and I'll talk about that later. Then this is an example of Python code of how to generate vectors embedded using OpenAI. This is just using OpenAI Python module and connect it, and we take the text and retrieve the vector. And to insert this embedding into the database, we just get the embedding and insert it using a vector from text function, which takes this vector with the square brackets and numbers and insert it, and this is just a number, and insert into embedding table that I just shown. This takes the vector, converts it into the string, and this function converts the string back from the vector from the string into the binary vector and then inserts it into database. This totally works, but it's possible to avoid those two vector to string, string to vector conversion and make it faster. This is by just inserting the vectors in binary. So this one takes the vector directly and converts it using Python array module just to stream of bytes, and you can insert those bytes directly in the database, which is of course clearly more efficient as you avoid the centralized state of the server and you don't convert it float bytes to a string and then string to bytes again. Did you want to say something?
That has to happen on a little end machine.
Hmm?
2 bytes is end independent.
Maybe you can specify this in Python. I didn't check that.
Yeah, that's...
Well, that works on my laptop.
On most machines it works.
And on the benchmarking machine, yes. Searching works. As for searching, the execute in Python is the same, but the logic here is we want to find the closest, the nearest vectors, so we just sort by distance and we take like 5 first matches. This is normal SQL for finding 5 nearest something, and this works with vectors exactly the same way it would work with anything you might think of. But so this is how it works with raw SQL and Python, but practically you will not be doing that. And I would expect that most of the users will not be doing Python directly accessing the database. They will be using some AI framework like Llama Index or LangChain or I don't know, Spring AI. And this is how, and from LangChain you just import MariaDB vector from the vector stores and create a vector store, and everything else in Llama, you do it in Llama Index exactly as it would be done with any other vector store, MariaDB vector, PG vector, or anything completely in memory. So after that, Llama Index hides all the details from you. So this is the only thing which it would be different if you use MariaDB in Llama Index. And here you see the same number that I've said you'll be seeing more. And this is, LangChain is, pretty much the same. You create MariaDB store. You can also specify the distance strategy. Otherwise, it's pretty much the same. And beyond this statement, there's not much specific to MariaDB if you use an AI framework. So the important part is, so how you tune MariaDB vector search, well, to perform well and deliver the quality that you need. The thing is, tuning the vector search is hard. In modified MariaDB algorithm, there are lots of tuning parameters, well, more than 10, and they interact with each other in complex and unobvious ways. It's impossible to describe what they do in easy words. We would need to understand exactly how the algorithm works to understand what every parameter changes. And this is not what we want our users to dive into. Well, some people might want to know that, but normally we don't want users to, well, get complete understanding of how vector search works before they'll be able to tune it. So our approach was we hide these parameters, we select best values, we configure them to be auto-tuned as needed, and we only allow users to tune the absolutely smallest number of parameters which is required, which is necessary. We cannot remove any of those parameters that are still left tuning. And there are 4 of them. Those are parameters that database cannot automatically decide on. The first one, I'll just show what they are and their values, and they will be explain them in details on a later slide. So MHNSW, so max cache size. So what's important to understand that this algorithm, HNSW, hierarchical Nagel solver, it's in memory algorithm. It basically works, well, it performs only if the whole data, all the vectors are in memory. In MariaDB, it will read the data from disk as needed, but until all the data are in memory, the performance will be not very good. It will be slow. So you would want to have this cache size as large as possible. MariaDB will not use it, will not use the whole memory. The cache will grow as needed, and the largest value it will take will be basically the size of your index. So if you have only 2 gigabytes of the vector index, you can safely set max cache size to 10 gigabytes. You will never use those 10 gigabytes. But you want to have to set it as large as possible, as large as you can afford, to make sure you get as much data as possible into memory, because that's the only way you can get any, well, usable performance. The distance parameter, it is something you specify per table. And if you do not specify it per table, then this variable default distance will be, that's where the variable comes from. It takes could be either Euclidean or cosine. The thing is, so what I said in the beginning, when you generate vectors, the most important part is, well, that's the whole thing that makes the vector search work. If the data are similar, like if this image is similar to this song, whatever it means, then those vectors should be near each other, and if the data are different, vectors should not be near each other. And vectors are near each other using a specific distance function. So depending on how your vectors were generated, depending on what you use to generate vectors, and then they would be either your code for generating vectors, generates vectors which are close to each other in Euclidean space, or close to each other using cosine distance. So basically you said this is not really a tuning parameter. This is something that describes your method of generating vectors. And for OpenAI, for example, you can use either, because OpenAI returns vector of length 1, and those two distances, they basically return the same value. It doesn't really matter. But for other ways of generating vectors, it's important to use the same distance that those vectors were generated for. And now there are two really tuning parameters. One is called EF search, and one is called M. The M is again specified per table. If you don't specify per table, then default M variable will be used. And they allow you to tune the vector search in 2 different dimensions. You have you have 2 degrees of freedom. The search can be, that's always the trade-off. So either you have the search fast, but the results are not very precise, because again, the search is approximate, and the more proximate it is, the less meaningful results it will return. So either it'll be like very fast but not very precise, or it'll be very slow and very good, very relevant results, or it'll be something in between. If you improve the quality of the search, which is the number called recall, the higher recall closer to 1, then the speed will go down. If you improve the speed, then recall will be decreased. This is how you can tune it. But also, to get a good recall, you need to do a certain amount of work, and then you can decide when you want to do this work. Either you can have very fast inserts, and then you need to have slow selects to have good recall. Or you can have a very good, very slower inserts, meaning, you can have slower inserts, meaning most of the work to achieve a good recall would be done during inserts, then selects will be faster for still the same recall. So this means you can 2 dimensions to choose, whether you want faster search, faster operations, first recall, or slow operations, better recall, and then after you decided, well, what kind of recall you want, you still want to tune whether you want to have slow inserts, faster select, or fast insert, slower select. That's why 2 degrees of freedom, you have to have two variables to tune that. Those variables are EF search and M. EF search only affects the search, improves the search, and M affects both. So if you increase M, both inserts and search become slower. If you increase EF search, only the search becomes slower. And I'll show you how it looks. So this is, yes. This is one of the data sets benchmarked for different values of, on MariaDB, for different values of M, EF search. You can see, so on the horizontal axis, this is recall, it goes up to 1 meaning exact, and this is QPS queries per second. So two things, you can see that it is indeed either when the recall increases, search number of queries per second decreases, so the search becomes slower. And also if you increase M, you actually get better QPS, you get less drop in speed and better recall than if you would increase EF search. So normally it makes sense to increase M and keep EF search as small as possible.
So why wouldn't you make it 100?
Yes, I'll get to it in the next slide. And this is the build time, the time to insert all those 3 million rows in the index. And as you see, as M increases, build time grows. First it grows slow, but then inserts become very slow. This is the recall one. So normally a tuning strategy is you decide how much insert performance you want. So for example, here you decide that you do not want to go beyond M equals 6. And then you decide that okay, you are here, and then you see how much of speed, search speed you can trade to get a little bit more recall. This is a very big jump in recall. So what kind of recall you want? Practically, I've read in papers that about 95% is practically usable recall. Before that, you get too much unrelated data, and above 95%, usually people don't see the improvement anymore with RAC, at least. Well, at least that's what I've read. Maybe some practitioners tell you. I've seen people on the mailing list, maybe 98 for some people would be better. So anyway, something around this line that should be practically useful recall. So this is all completely unusable, and I just show it to demonstrate the behavior of the variables. So, and now let's see how MariaDB compares with other databases, with other vector databases in performance. I was using N benchmarks that Mark Callaghan was using also in his blog post. This is, and I've compared MariaDB with all the vector databases that N benchmark has to offer, at least in those versions of N benchmark that I've formed. So this MariaDB is compared with pgvector, with Quadrant, with Redis, and with V8. Quadrant and V8 are dedicated vector databases. Redis and pgvector are there. So this is the same chart I just had on the few slides before. This is build time versus recall. And those shows the best value you can get with any M and F. So actual lines go like this, but this is the best performance, best recall, best QPS you can get for any given point. And this chart, they show a very small data set, only 60,000 rows of almost 800 dimensions using Euclidean distance. And here you can see that MariaDB and Redis search do basically all the best performance, and everything else is 3-4 times slower. This is pgvector. And on the build time, MariaDB has the lowest build time. But this is a very small data set. Everybody is doing very good. You can recall is like perfect 96%, 97%. Let's get something more complex. This is a larger data set of 1 million rows of 960 dimensions, again using Euclidean distance. The picture didn't, in fact, change much. MariaDB still has the best build time up to 98%, and then Quadrant becomes better. On the other hand, Quadrant has a worst search performance of all, at least until 98%. So if I could get MariaDB down here if I would want to decrease our search performance as well. And again, MariaDB and Redis search are like the fastest, and the other three are 3-4 times slower. And the last one shows something what I call like a difficult data set, only 256 dimensions and about 300,000 vectors. This is New York Times data set, but it's difficult in a sense that so Redis indeed has a better performance here, but only at lower recalls, and it doesn't even reach 95% at all. So it's basically unusable. For this data set, you cannot use Redis. It's below 90%. And MariaDB is completely faster than anything else.
And what does it mean when it can't reach recall? What does it mean?
It means that I run n benchmarks on using all those what n benchmark calls algorithms, and then I run plot script because and I got this picture.
So it's like you say, hey, I want a recall of 95%.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't. You don't specify recall when you run n benchmarks. You run it and you specify various set of parameters. Like you want to try values this and this values of m, this and this value of EF search, this and this value of EF construction. It tries all the possible combinations. It puts all the dots on the
Oh, I see.
and then it draws the best line you can get.
I see. So while you want, let's say, 95% recall, you can have to guess parameters.
With all those parameters that n benchmark has in configuration files, Redis search didn't reach 90%. And this also actually answers the question of topic you mentioned in your talk, that if you tune this or you tune that, Postgres would perform better. I did not tune Postgres at all whatsoever because I'm not expert in Postgres tuning, I'm not expert in Quadrant tuning or Redis search or VA tuning. I can tune MariaDB more or less. But I presume that those people who implemented PG vector support for n benchmarks, they are experts in Postgres tuning and they specify best parameters Postgres could get in n benchmarks. A lot of people who submitted a pull request to n benchmarks, added Quadrant support, they tuned Quadrant so that it would perform in n benchmarks. And all those corresponding developers of the every database who added support for their database to n benchmarks, I presume they have tuned the configuration files. So I'm just usually using the results, and I try, if Postgres developers did a bad job of tuning Postgres for n benchmarks, well, I trust they didn't. Yes, please.
So what was M and what was EF on these charts?
This chart, they tried M from 10 to 40, for MariaDB, M was changing from 4 to 48. And no, so n benchmarks, you specify different values. I said try m equals 4, 6, 8, 12, 16, 32, 48. And try EF like, 10, 20, 40, 10, 20, 30, 40, and 800. Just, and then it had a lot of different dots here, and then it says, like, so for this one, I get the best results if I use, for example, m equals 20 and EF equals 10, for example. And for this one, it shows best results here. I'll just
Increasing EF and there's the dots.
yes. So n benchmarks was showing the line if I would connect this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, this dot, and then all those dots. This is the line that n-page Marshall shows the best results for every possible. So if you want to have recall of 07, you can get the best QPS if you will use m equals 8 and ef equals 10. And this is the dot you'll have on the graph. It will not show you this dot because you'll get the same recall but worse QPS. It shows the best for every possible dot. That's the line you get in the results. So yeah, this is comparison on the difficult data set.
So Sergei, I think my question to me, I mean, you said, hey, if I have an application, right, and
Yeah.
I'm a user, right, I know what it wouldn't work if I don't get recall less than 95%,
Yes.
will be too much noise. Is there any way I can sort of like specify that and MariaDB will figure out what ends inside it?
No, it's very different. It's very different for different data sets. So I was thinking we can do a tool that helps to tune your vector search, but what tool would effectively do? It would still, you need to know your acceptable insert speed. You cannot go slower than 1,000 seconds for million rows. Then you can do m equals, I don't know, 10 maybe.
Well, but I scale my insert speed if given my hardware.
Hmm?
Right. I can
Yeah.
scale my
Yeah.
insert speed given my hardware, but I cannot give exclusive results to my users.
Yeah.
Right? Which is kind of with my
Yeah.
color it gets the power.
So if you want to have, so for this is a GIST data set with million rows, 960 dimensions. If you want 95% here, your best option would be m equals 12, but then you'll get rather slow inserts.
You can't really speed up the inserts with better hardware. You're bottlenecked by the algorithm, not necessarily how to speed when it comes to inserts.
Maybe the line for m10 would go somewhere here, then you can do m equals 10, ef equals 20, perhaps. So I think we could have a tool, I mean, I have it written as an idea in general, it's not just
Yeah, I mean, that
they would try different ways, calculate recall with different parameters, and provide you with the best set of parameters. But this is basically how it will work.
Insertion takes a long time because we have a lot to write based on the graph. It's not really hard for
As a summary, what we now have in MariaDB, so this is a data type called vector. It supports both text and binary input. There's a vector index type using MHNSW algorithm. Supports different distance functions, Euclidean and cosine, and two tuning parameters, which is M and EF search, providing you those 2 degrees of freedom to tune. If you know pgvector, pgvector has EF construction, which I have hard-coded because it would also work. It will allow you to improve insert quality and decrease insert speed. That is, it would work against the same 2 dimensions, so it would be redundant. That's why we don't have it. And I would say yes, it provides reasonably comfortable performance. Well, much better than other databases actually on the charts, except for
Sergei,
research.
and maybe kind of to follow up and center question, right? So for inserts, right? What is the concurrency on this one? So if I have 50 threads,
I do not.
inserts on multi-core system, am I going to get any speed up, or is it like the algorithm is kind of heavy contention and it's kind of serialized?
The other, this is not I don't know at the moment. This is a graph, and if you use MariaDB, then it's a table of no concurrency. If you use InnoDB, then every insert modifies nodes along the path, and InnoDB is taking rollouts on them. So if you start inserting in parallel multiple rows into empty graph, then they'll get immediately everybody will be waiting on the roll-up on the root node and you'll get no concurrency. After I would think the best performance you'll get if you insert rows in small batches, committing after each batch. Then nodes that go into different parts of the graph, they will not be conflicting and they could be inserted in parallel. But I did not, I need to tune and find the best insert pattern that gives you the most concurrency. I did not do that yet.
Yeah, okay, but because we especially point source, right? Typically,
yeah, that's what, let's point
level,
source.
right?
Yes.
So my question is,
yes.
how can I parallelize that?
Yes, so I mean, I just need to, I have some ideas of what the best load would be to give the most performance, but this needs, you need to touch different parts of the graph. I need to experiment with that, I did not do that yet. Two features I want to highlight specifically. So this is a very normal and expected, and that's how everybody believes it should always be. SQL semantics, if you have a select, you have where, you have a limit, then you get, if you have like limit 5, you get first 5 rows that match the where clause. This is how things should be, this is how the world works. But not in the world of those algorithms of vector search, because all those vector search algorithms, they call k nearest neighbor because they retrieve, if you ask it to retrieve like 10 nearest vectors, it will find you 10 nearest vectors. And then you apply the vector search and you get less rows than you wanted. That is, in vector search algorithms and vector search databases, where is naturally applied after the limit, which is not what you want. And it takes some reworking of the algorithm to have a normal SQL semantics of limit of where, and very few vector databases do that. Postgres does it since, GVector has it in like last October or November, I think. And yes, and the second point, that MariaDB stores vectors using 16-bit precision per coordinate, which is, well, half the size of 32-bit floats, so the indexes are half the size of the data. But it's important to distinguish that there are few databases that use half-width floats, which this is not it. Half-width floats have 8 to 10 bits precision, and we have 16-bit precision. So we lose a lot less precision per coordinate, meaning the results are much more exact. We gain a lot of speed by doing that, and we lose almost no precision compared to, well, other implementations that use floats, where they do get speed, but they lose a lot more precision because they have, well, and I mean, by losing precision, I mean they have worse recall. And we get pretty much the same recall, but more speed and half the space. To my knowledge, nobody is doing that. It's at the moment, MariaDB is supported by Llama index, thanks to SkySQL people, supported by SpringAI, and it'll be in Hibernate 7. The pull request is already accepted. And there are pull requests for LangChain.js and LangChain4j, and there's discussion to get implementation into LangChain Python, but LangChain community turned out to be much slower than Hibernate or SpringAI communities. So these pull requests are not closed yet. So it will be, I believe, LangChain and Python.js and Java, but at the moment they're still biding that time. Limitations, well, of course there are some limitations. At the moment you can only have one vector index per table, and it cannot store null values. It only works in a DB MySQL area and does not know for partition tables. And X8 is not supported. Yeah. And future plans, perhaps adding more distances. After, well, we'll see convincing use cases for using them, or more vector search algorithms. If a flat is something that PGVector has, it provides, it's much faster, but as I said, it's trade-off, so recall is much worse. And this N comes from, so there are two, the vector search problem is, there are two different vector search problems. Basically, there's split by scale. There's this vector search problem called like million scale, and there's billion size scale. Billion size scale is you have like millions or tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of vectors. That's where the whole data set fits in memory. This is what MariaDB and most of the other vector databases do. And billion scale means when vectors definitely do not fit in memory, and this kind is the algorithm for this kind of size. We do not implement an algorithm that works sufficiently good in billion scale, for billion scale size. We need to improve observability, provide some information schema table types variables to observe some information about vector indexes. Maybe we add more performance by adding like quantization and other tricks. Remove limitations I had on the previous slides, those kind of things. Where it's in MariaDB Server 11.7 and mentioned 11.8. In MariaDB Enterprise Server 11.4 starting from the version 11.4.5. Yeah. Thank you. All questions, sorry. Yes.
You haven't tested heat wave, so we can know.
No, I have not tested.
Is that something you plan to do? Because it actually would be nice to know where we are with MySQL, even if it's close to us.
I didn't plan to do that. If I would try to, I would first think if I even can compare with them. You know, you cannot compare with Oracle. Maybe you cannot compare with Web. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
It would be nice to know if we can compare or not.
Yeah.
Well, I think you can compare. You may not be public.
Yeah, well,
Right, like that's
sure.
Can you disconnect?
Hmm?
Can you disconnect? I just agree with the URL.
Thank you, Sergei. So next on stage is Jags Ramnarayan, who will combine now MariaDB Vector with Ajax once we can see whether this connectivity thing is working as well. So Jags.
Jag menade när det presenterades och nu när Sergei talade, vi fick vackert utsikt över din rumba istället för Sergeis presentation.
Det är nog värd.
Ja.
This was screen mirroring, right?
Let's do that after the session, or if there's a session I will see. I haven't seen this one.
Vad är planen för ikväll? Middag?
Inga speciella.
Okej.
Vi tänker att gå just med den SkySQL-killar och ta en dricka eller något. Först jag går till ett hotell.
Okej.
Då lämnar alla saker och sen vi bara skrivs.
Ja. Och är ert hotell någonstans nära de andra två? Eller är ni på helt olika ställen?
Va?
Är ert hotell nära det här? Alltså har du bokat alla tre hotell?
Ja, de är alla ganska nära.
Okej.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Jags Ramnarayan. I'm the CTO, co-founder for SkySQL. I don't know how many of you know SkySQL before. It was just a division. A year ago, it was a division in MariaDB. So essentially, the MariaDB cloud platform was called SkySQL, launched in 2020, 2021, perhaps. We became an independent company roughly about a year ago. MariaDB still has a small stake in the company. I'm going to just briefly spend maybe a slide or two on what SkySQL is and spend most of the time on the AI work we've done. Feel free to interrupt me, okay? All right, it's time to brag a little bit, right? So SkySQL, we think it's the most comprehensive managed cloud database for MariaDB. It runs on all the major clouds. It's available on roughly about 40 global regions today. Since we came out, actually we grew quite a bit. Now we have customers pretty much in all the major geographies in the world. We added all support for major clouds. For instance, HA that almost everybody cares about. We can give you not just high availability across zones or data centers, Our customers depend on high availability across regions, even across cloud providers, and in some cases, even being able to replicate to their on-prem MariaDB, for instance. So we've had a lot of features, right, over time, and I'll talk about that. So the way people consume SkySQL today is primarily using, if you want control, you get your specific instances that you're interested in, you control the size, you control when it runs, you control if you want auto-scaling. So that's what most of our customers do. Just very recently, we announced our first serverless offering for MariaDB. And we took a very different path than most of the other guys, where they've taken the storage engine, dissected it out, and re-implemented storage in a separate tier that's multi-tenant. The way we have done it is completely in a cloud-native way. We heavily leverage Kubernetes for everything we do. So we essentially are using C groups extensively. We do very small micro-resource control for CPU memory and disk based on connection utilization, based on obviously CPU utilization, things like that. So that's working pretty well. Give it a try, just click a button and you get essentially a database. And we've essentially made it free for developers. In fact, it's a perpetually free serverless database, and it currently launches 11.7. So immediately get MariaDB Vector with it. So. And we talk about Sky AI agents. That's the talk today. So just at 30,000-foot level, sort of how it works. As I said, it's all about orchestrating hundreds of Kubernetes clusters across the globe. Really, that's kind of what we do. And the control plane itself is a split control plane, so we run a chunk of a control plane essentially in the edges, wherever the database is running. And as you'd expect, we have implemented a range of operators and controllers to do anything from auto-scaling, auto-stopping, controlling where the resources run, health management, observability, all of that runs through extensions for Kubernetes. I mean, there are a number of things customers have done. One simple example could be a customer is essentially doing a large data load, and they're noticing that it's just taking time, right? So it's a huge dump of data. The replicas are far behind. And our operators can essentially intervene to say, let me take a quick differential snapshot of my primary, use that to recreate a replica, and all of a sudden, within a few seconds, the replica is up to speed. Likewise, we have implemented everything to do with sort of, especially serverless, right? How do we do essentially, using C groups, how do we control container size, the resources allocated? That's been a lot of really interesting work that's happened. And as you'd expect, there is a central control plane that runs essentially in GCP. That's where we have all the different features, right? Onboarding, provisioning, there's a natively implemented billing engine. We have notification alerts. We have a fairly flexible backup service that we implemented since we came out of MariaDB. And of course, there is APIs to control anything and everything. So let's talk about Sky AI. How many here are familiar with sort of agentic RAG? RAG is everybody heard, right? So I'll briefly cover all those concepts. So of course, with MariaDB, everybody gets SQL interface. Our focus is to really see if they can extend the traditional SQL database to offer text-based conversation semantics. Right? It's a very, very hard problem to solve. And of course, all sorts of BI vendors. I mean, if you've been watching sort of the BI space, whether it is Snowflake's Cortex or what Google BigQuery is doing, everybody is trying to get into the space of essentially text to SQL. Our focus is really, right now at least, operational data, right? So we're more focused on saying, can I give you answers on data that's moving, changing in its real-time nature, and it's highly concurrent. So one way to think about what we're trying to do is to say, what Sergei, you mentioned, right? I have my traditional applications that are very fixed workflows. Can I essentially add a dynamic component to it? Like it's maybe a chatbot, could be internal-facing CRM application. We have customers that are looking and saying, can I do sophisticated support, right? I mean, support is really today a big use case for this, but really support on an online system. So those are the kinds of use cases we're looking at right now. But in the future, we might look at analytics also as we go along. But the truth is that, irrespective, there's just a deluge of sort of text to SQL projects out there right now, right? There are benchmarks on text to SQL, quite a few actually. But the truth is that nothing, in my view, nothing comes close to really working really, really well. So the question is, how do you get to that point? Let me just touch on the few strategies out there, right? The simplest is what probably everybody does, right? Which is to say, hey, can I just take my context? So if you're doing text to SQL, what is the context? It's your DDL, right? It's your table definitions, your constraints, maybe a little bit of sample data. And just pass it in, right? Pass it into the LLM every single time you make your user request. In other words, along the prompt goes all your context, of course. I mean, immediately run into context length limitations with any LLM out there. Sure, I mean, Google has LLMs that are supporting extremely large context, but it's really time consuming. So you can't really do that. You run into those limitations, you run into hallucinations, right? So essentially, you don't get really accurate answers at all. So the next thing is the mother of all sort of design patterns for 2024, right? The RAG retrieval augmented generation pattern. This actually came out in it's a seminal paper from Facebook in 2020. It's a dense read, but it's really become very, very popular. But the idea is relatively simple, right? You take your metadata, which in this case is all your table definitions, constraints, what have you, and you're essentially indexing it by creating embeddings into any vector store. Then when a user makes a request, you're doing a similarity search on a vector store to just pull up just the content you need, just the context you need. In other words, potentially just this, give me the top 5 tables, definitions that we think would matter to the exact user request being made. And you take that, and that becomes the context. Now, obviously, the context has become much smaller. You take the user prompt, send it to the LLM, generate the SQL, right? And then take that SQL, run it on safely and securely on your database, and out comes it. But even that, I mean, from our experience, it's really nowhere close to you. You'll be lucky on real-world databases if you get even 30% accuracy, in my view, even for relatively simple questions, right? I mean, the truth is that, I mean, any real practical database that you have hundreds of tables, the column names are esoteric in nature, the terminology people use don't match to what the schemas tell you. So lots and lots of things that are missing. But not just that, we also find that even the best LLM, right? I mean, we haven't never tried O1 for instance, but GPT-4o or Google's Gemini and all. I mean, they have even syntactic errors. Even though they understand MariaDB syntax and MySQL syntax fairly well, there are enough errors that happen all the time. And ultimately, the accuracy is pretty darn low. So the state of the art is really what people are calling as agents or agentic RAG. And if you, I mean, suppose this is the year of agents is what they're calling it, right? Especially for SaaS applications, there's a lot of focus around rebuilding SaaS so that they're very agentic in nature. It really comes down to 4 key characteristics or criteria from my standpoint. First and foremost, agents, an autonomous agent I should call it, is very task and goal oriented. In other words, very specific your task, smaller your task, the more accurate the answers are. The second important thing is that it can reason with complex questions. So think about the agent as a piece of software that's working hand in hand with the LLM to accomplish a relatively complex task. So it can essentially take your question, decompose it into a series of steps, and essentially execute these steps in some sort of order. And remember, in the world of LLMs, the key is that they're not deterministic, they're by nature indeterministic, right? So it's like you think about a control flow, the control flow is essentially dynamic based on the context and what the LLM decides to do. But that's the nice thing with agents is that it can use tools to take actions. In our case, what do we need? We need, if you generate a SQL, I got to be able to execute the SQL safely in my environment, take the results, and perhaps feed it back to the LLM to take the next step. But perhaps the most important thing is the ability to self-reflect. In other words, there could be syntactical errors. I could look at the syntactical errors and LLMs and the agent will automatically try to rectify those errors. And finally, the ability to synthesize final answers. So it's really good. Okay. So here is a simple example of an agent we have. Right? So we have pre-built some agents in SkySQL and showed you. One of them is what we call as a SkyDBA Copilot. So one of the questions it can answer is, hey, analyze the top n slow queries and tell me ways I can optimize it. So we have essentially defined some guidelines for the agent to take. So the guidelines essentially are, here's the slow query logging on, if it's on, is it going to table, then go and fetch the top 5 slow queries. Typically when you go into the slow log and fetch the queries, if I'm executing some other schema, I have to rewrite the query so that the schema gets prefixed inside the slow query. So essentially there's a step that I have to rewrite the query itself, then execute each of that with perhaps an explain or explain with a JSON, take those results and use the LLM's prior knowledge about MariaDB to produce some sort of answers, right? So in all the steps, as you can see, you're using the LLM to produce the SQL and running the SQL, taking those results, feeding it back to the LLM to say, you decide what the next step is.
One question. Is the LLM smart enough to find those things directly from the slow query log? Or do you need to give more exact description of how to do that?
No, we only use the LLM to generate the SQL only. Right?
Okay, so this means that you have the slow query log in a table.
The current implementation is such that we require it to be on the slow log table.
Can that explain it? Thank you.
So those of you who have been looking at, touched on Llama Index, there's Vertex AI, there is Bedrock from Amazon, on and on, right? There's a deluge of RAG frameworks, Llama Index, LangChain being the most popular ones in the open source community-wise. Well, why can't I achieve the exact same thing? And they're all, in fact, agentic frameworks. You can absolutely create agents using these frameworks. And it's, for a lot of the cases, that's the right answer. You want heavy customization. You're perhaps working with large documents. That's the right answer. But for us, given that we need the real-time answers, it becomes really critically important that what goes into the vector store is, in fact, totally consistent and transactionally consistent with the data you're actually storing in your database. So hence the ability to sort of use MariaDB vector is absolutely critically crucial. And of course the stitching is really complex. The truth is that with agents you have concepts of long-term and short-term memory. In other words, the conversation state has to be preserved. So that all could be sensitive data, right? Metadata itself could be sensitive in a number of situations. And you have to deal with different LLM choices. At some point you might have to deal with LLM tuning itself. So all of those choices are really complex from our standpoint. The question is, can we dramatically simplify an architecture that basically looks, from our standpoint, relatively complex. Right. So that's where Sky AI agents comes into play. A simple way to look at this is, how do you go from what I showed with agents and RAG, which is presumably the state-of-the-art design today with generative AI, still bad in performance for this specific problem. The only way to do a better job with it is you have to inject the expert human in the loop, the guy who understands your data model really, really well. He doesn't have to know coding. The key for us is simplify everything from an automation standpoint. So the way we are introducing AI agents is that it's a no-code way for an expert to introduce the semantics that's missing so that the SQL generated is significantly more accurate. Okay? So that's number one. Number two is the ability to provide determinism. At the end of the day, no matter what you do, it doesn't matter which LLM you use, you can try DeepSeek also, it's going to have errors. The SQL generated will be problematic. In other words, semantically, syntactically correct, but the answers are in fact wrong. So we have been working on essentially using the LLM itself as a judge to finally figure out whether the answers are in fact correct, right? So we're looking at faithfulness score, we're looking at a confidence of the answer's accuracy. So we have a number of techniques. So the idea behind that is to sort of say, we will avoid giving you false positives, but we might give you false negatives. In other words, I might say that, oh, I don't think the answer is, my confidence is low in terms of the answer, but the answer could be correct. But we'll never tell you saying that the answer is correct or the answer is wrong. So the way it works is, we are an opinionated framework. So there isn't all the bells and whistles that are available, Just use the UI and we automate the entire RAG pipeline, right? So you're running the RAG pipeline very close to where your MariaDB server is itself. And you generate that context that I described, which you really need to run through the RAG pipeline using an agent builder UI. And then the domain expert will allow the domain expert in a guided way to come in and tune the context of the rules that are missing, adding semantics, essentially goes through a whole iterative cycle, and then finally when he thinks that the agent is ready, essentially publishes it. The moment it's published, it's available as a REST API. And the main thing, again, like the repetition is like why MariaDB Vector is, at the end of the day, we have to maintain data consistency between what's in the database and the vector store. So the ability to sort of say, well, the vector store is somewhere else becomes very challenging for us. And then the online evaluation is something that we think is very distinct and very unique to what we do. So this is just a sort of a high-level view of what is it that we're trying to do. It's essentially packaging all that complexity so that it looks just like one database service. You just work with it, and off you go. You can get essentially conversation semantics. All right, so let me see if I can get you guys. Okay, this is somewhat similar to what you guys have. You have like 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
More like 5.
More like 5, all right. Okay, so I'm not going to go through if it can work.
And I guess he cannot disconnect.
If I click, nothing happens. Let's see if it works. Okay, so let me just jump to just a quick example of an agent that I've already created. So the idea is that when you essentially get to SkySQL, you deploy a database, you get your data going, and we have built-in agents. So as an example, you click here, you see that there's a developer copilot agent and a DBA copilot. The developer copilot is like ChatGPT++, basically, right? In other words, it's just going to give you answers to MariaDB questions. Obviously, the LLMs have picked up everything on the knowledge base, but they're not really refined. I mean, sometimes they answer wrong. So we've kind of modified the prompt so that the answers are more appropriate. You can generate stored procedure, you can generate SQL, all of it, what a developer would want to do. But the more interesting thing is that DBA copilot, where we've actually indexed a whole bunch of information schema tables. We have performance schema tables described. We have all the variables described and all that. So essentially, a DBA can ask relevant questions, right? So as an example was this, give me the top 5 queries that are really slow and analyze and tell me. So those are things we put in. Now let's talk about what the users can do, which is they want to create an agent on their data itself, right? So, and I'm just taking a very simple example of the Internet Movie Database. Otherwise, it would be too complex, right, to kind of describe. So the way you create agent is you just go click create agent. And the main thing is, I'm not going to actually create because it's going to take multiple minutes. When you have to specify the intent, like what is the task you want me to do? Like I said before, the narrower the task, the better it is. And then once you have the task, we essentially go and index the entire schema, right, into the vector store. We actually take enough samples of the data, and we calculate a bunch of things. Right? We compute essentially the semantic description of the table itself. We try to discover relationships in the data. We try to figure out which are the columns that are categorical in nature. So we essentially have synthesized autonomously enough context that we can derive just based on the database itself. Then we essentially, once we've done that, we present it to you. So in this case, if you look at this agent, obviously I don't have to give much here because IMDb is a well-known database, the tables are well named and all that. So I just said, it's insights on movies, actors, directors, and ratings. Once you created the agent, it essentially picked up all these tables that are in green, right? And within each table, if you look, So it has essentially generated this semantic description for the table. Just looking at the data and stuff like that, it's generated that stuff. And then the idea here is that now you can essentially modify, you can add your own rules now that are simply missing from the autonomous discovery we did. And most often, like, you don't never want all the columns, right? I mean, most times, there are hundreds and hundreds of columns. You want to just select the columns you really need. And you'll see that one of the other things you can click on semantic index, which is where we essentially take the values of that column. Typically, you would semantically index categorical values, things that will land up in a where clause, right? So that's correct. So as an example, if you see here on genre, I've actually semantically indexed genre itself. So let's just quickly type a couple of questions, see what happens, right? So list the top 5 highly rated movies that Clint Eastwood acted in from the 80s. I never knew that Clint Eastwood acted in Back to the Future too, but maybe he did. So as you can see, we always print out the SQL query that we generated, and the results also that are synthesized for the answer. But as you can see, it's looks like a 3-table or 4-table join, what have you, right? But then you can continue the conversation, right? You can say, and this is the real power, right? Because it's very difficult to have the right prompts, user prompts generated. It's very difficult for people to ask the right question. So the ability to continue the conversation is absolutely critical for people to become really productive, right? So you can say, hey, what about, let's say, the 90s? Behind the scenes, we are engaging the RAG pipeline. We are going, when we use OpenAI as GPT-4, 4.0, and as you can see, it does not give me the answer. Or for instance, let's say, let me try another question. Let's say, how many cowboy movies were produced in the 80s and 90s? So this is where now you see that the power of using the vector store to do the search really becomes relevant. You see the question I just said, cowboy movies, right? And if you look at the where clause, the genre is actually Western. Right? So what has happened here is, behind the scenes, we have actually gone and modified, and just to take this is a framework called Phoenix. It's a way to do traceability and observability in sort of the world of LLMs. It's a really powerful open source ability. We have actually injected a bunch of values that we think are semantically matching the question the user is asking based on everything that we've indexed. Right? And as you can see, essentially it's injected a thing that says genre is equal to Western, even though you said cowboys. So now the LLM picks up the fact that, yeah, maybe the genre should be Western, there is no cowboys, so I'm going to change that where clause to use Western in the filter. So that's the power. Yeah, so let me just go back, I'm just going to take a minute. Hopefully that made some sense. This is really a simple view of like what I just showed you. I'm not showing you the runtime architecture at all. This is simply, what do we do, which is in blue. What does the expert human does without any code? He's just absolutely only typing text and correcting things. In the UI, you guys saw using text. I mean, I did show you one other step that as you go through the process, you're iterating and marking things as golden. In other words, things that were really answered well, we think that this is what the users would typically ask. You keep on creating what we call as the golden secret. Okay? And the golden secret gets recorded and becomes part of the context, again back into the vector store. Everything goes into the vector store. So we kind of always generate this context, right? Context, dynamic, always. And that's how the agent's performance continues to improve over time. All right. So how did we, just one last slide on MariaDB Vector. I mean, like I think Sergei mentioned, we implemented the Llama index connector for MariaDB Vector. And the nice thing with Llama index is that all of a sudden, you can create complex RAG pipelines, use a whole ecosystem of tools inside the world of agents and LLMs. And all you really need is one line, which is what Sergei also showed us. The one thing I shared, we initially started by using the built-in vector store it's an in-memory vector store that's in Llama index. I believe it's based on just a Facebook face, and it's a brute force what is it called, flat IDF folder, so it essentially scans everything before returning an answer. Doesn't scale up. We have to switch to Chroma, which is based on SQL, but very easy to do. But yeah, the recall was really low at the end of the day. But even with MariaDB Vector, we had to adjust not n, but we had to actually adjust the exploration factor. I think. Maybe we adjusted n2, I'm not sure. The m is really the number of connections any node in the graph makes to other nodes, right? Other potentially similar things. And I never understand what exploration factor is. I'm assuming how much deep inside the HLSW graph it goes. I'm not sure. But we have to adjust EF factor from, I think the default is at 10 or 20. If you increase it quite a bit, actually, to get the thing, behavior you're looking for, given these very, very small strings we were indexing. And yeah, given that it's all text-based, cosine similarity distance search is what we depend on. And we use OpenAI embedding, so it's got about 15, 36 dimensions. So give it a shot, serverless. Go to app.skysql.com. Promise you 2 clicks and about 3 seconds you'll have a MariaDB 11.7 database. Cool, thank you. Any questions?
How does it actually determine which genre should be the application? Does it make some sampling on the data first?
Yes. We do, it depends on which cycle. When you initially create the agent, we just take initially the DDL. I don't know whether we take samples because all the tables will be very expensive. We just take the DDL, and if there are any table comments and things like that, we use that. And then that's when we use that to figure out saying which tables, give me a subset of like tables that we think matches this requirement. After that, we go through a cycle of saying, let's now take samples. Not only that, we're actually looking for every column that we presume is categorical in nature. So we essentially do a count distinct and actually do
you don't need that. You actually have analyze procedure. Just do a select procedure analyze. You get the best type for each one, and anything that can be an enum, it automatically converts to an enum. You get most of the data that you want.
Categorical columns.
Yeah, so we have look at the procedure analyze in the manual. That may help you.
Right. So we also look for categorical values, not the keys, because there's no point indexing those keys, right? So
yeah, but it automatically finds that this column only has these 20 values, and how many of you have all values. That helps the learner to know that this actually is an enum and not a string. Automatically.
So, Jags, excellent. That was the first proper, first applause. So really good to see natural language to SQL and specifically MariaDB. Good work. So now the last presentation of the day, also one that I'm really looking forward to. It is on vectors by Diego Dupin and some use cases of MariaDB vector connecting it to various ways, but let's see how we can first connect the screen.
Okay.
Давай до бетра.
After this one, is it last? Okay.
Somebody happens to know.
I'm sorry?
Okay,
Yeah,
hello everyone.
Catch you.
A lot of things I've already been said on Vector, but I'm here because I've worked mostly on integration, because Vector is a database, but there is a lot of frameworks that help a lot working with Vector. And I have working on the list that is written there. Sergei has already talked about that, so as I was saying, as is written, not all of them are in project now, but submitted only. And we have talked a lot about RAG. I will show you how it's easy now to implement that with those different frameworks. We'll reuse what Sergei's have done in one year before, but only mainly with SQL. I will just show you that by example. And with by example, I will take just the PDF of the MariaDB knowledge, that is 4,000 pages, and just implement some chatbots with that. Just to explain what we do then, we have this big PDF that will be split in different text parts, asking AI model to embed this text. For example, this small text will be done in token and create an embedding. And that will be stored in MariaDB along with the initial text. And the goal of that is because when Sergei was indicating, talking about similarity search, in fact, when we will have a question, we will ask the AI model for embeddings. It will return the embeddings, and we will search with in vector search these embeddings. And so we will have, for example, 3 or 4 documents related exactly to what we search. And that text are sent back to the AI, indicating that we want only information with what we provide, so no external information, and then we will have a response. So, just to show you the code, how do we change that?
We can see it all at once. There's a presentation mode.
But it actually is enough for us to know that that's the amount of text.
View. Presentation mode.
It's very small on my computer too, so I don't see. I will just change the resolution. Yeah, it's a little bit better. So this is the first project. There is only one front end and RAG written in Java with Spring AI and RAG with in Python. Just launch the front end. So, just to show you how it's easy to write that in Java now, for example, I have only 5 files. One Maven file to indicate, to retrieve Spring AI MariaDB store package, the implementation. One configuration file just indicating that for Spring AI I will use a vector store, that is MariaDB. And there is a lot of parameters that can be used, of course. For example, will